Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Yo, 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 how's everybody doing? Welcome. All right, so, quick announcement, quick address. YouTube is having some issues, so let me know if anything happens on to the stream over on that end, please. Because I may need to restart stream if that happens. Yo, Tragic Mammal, what up? What up? How you doing? Twitch does not seem to be having the issues that I was having over on YouTube, so. Man, yeah, I've been having some connectivity issues. What's up? Oh, not much. Had a pretty chill day. Got some housework done. That has been put off for way too long. So it was one of those situations where I was just like, okay, I got some time. So pretty rare too, especially lately, man. Like this stream, it's kind of funny. Somebody had mentioned like how many hours that I kind of like collectively do during a week. I was like, oh shit, like it hit me, or I was like, oh, that's okay. But the thing is, I don't feel it. The only time that I kind of feel it is in the morning when like my sleep schedule's off. So, which yeah, it's happening. Occasionally, I'm having some dreams where I might be fighting with a chatter or something. That legit happened to me. I had like the work dream, where I knew exactly what it was too. I was just like, oh my god, it's a work dream. It's almost like it was lucid dreaming too. But yeah, did my research for today, which holy crap, we got a lot to get to, and I mean like a lot to get to. So I'm not gonna be yucking it up too much during the front end of stream here. Which some people will be happy about, some will probably be a little disappointed, but it's okay. But one thing I will definitely do is start this off right. Ooh, almost didn't start this off right. Please don't be dead. Come on. Alright, let's see. We're good. Yo! How goes Anna? I'm not sure if you got my message. The hair. Approval. Very rough day so far. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I was about to say, if there's any way that we can make it a little bit better, I know that there's compliments in there. Again, said that you have a very pretty, like, natural color. Because, yeah, I was legit shocked that wasn't, like, dye. Whatever. But either way, yes, very nice hair. But I hope that I can help your, with your bad day, or your rough day. Because that sucks. Like, I gotta say, today was one of those days that, in a long time, actually, I can comfortably say was pretty good. Especially mentally, like I was like, you know what? I actually feel a little bit clearer than I have in the like past month and a half. Oh my god, time is flying, guys. Oh my god, there's only 9. Oh my god, yeah. See that this is coming up too, and like It's gonna be a really rough day. I just realized that I might have actually gotten the day wrong. Let me check something. What did I set the day to? Oh shit, I did get it wrong. I have to set it for 3 more days. It's the 28th, not the 25th. I've had insomnia. I took some gabapentin last night, slept for a full 7 hours. Nice. Yeah, I've got that thing where if I take that stuff, then it's like almost impossible for me to wake up in the morning. So if you can handle that stuff, hell yeah, man. All the power to you. But also, is everything cool? Like, do you want to talk about what's going on, or if you just want to, is there anything that I can discuss to make you feel a little bit better? Because there is some good news in all of this, bullshit that's going on. Like, I have to say, the Bernie stuff keeps making me feel a little bit of hopium, Somebody was trying to really, dampen my mood with that, too. Just do you, Pep. Cool. Well, either way, I want to help. That's always how it is. Yo, what up, Starman? How you doing? It's mod drama in another server. Plus old feelings surfacing. Oh, shit. Oh, man. Yeah. Stupid Discord. Is it just me, or is I feel like the Discord is also just as chill as, the community is, where we haven't had any, major drama. We had the one little, hiccup. There was a hiccup. That wasn't our fault, though. How could we know? Yeah. Actually, when I, put that into context, I'm like, it's almost like we went from, 0. It was a hell of a... Yeah, that's where I was going with that. I was like, yeah, they kind of pushed us into the deep end with that one. It's just like, holy shit. Yeah, me too. Yeah, we actually should probably... I don't know. I don't want to look into it, but, I would like to have some updates. But either way, if you guys need to know, we had some drama on the channel. I know the OGs know, so... And it was not, between any chatters or any of that. It was a very serious situation that we had to, essentially turn over some chat logs to, the authorities, because somebody was very, very... Yeah. Yeah, I'm not saying nothing. I'm just saying, I'm trying to give context without actually saying... There you go. Yes, Tragic Mammal. Actually, Repentant Man, God, did I find the meme? I put it in the Discord. It perfectly sums up everything that guy's about. Hey, Mitesh, what's up, dude? How you doing? I hope you're doing a lot better today, man. I hope that we could help, but also just in general, I'm kind of projecting a little bit. I'll be honest, just because I am in a strangely good mood, which I kind of was like, oh God, do I have mania or something? Because it was weird to feel good, which I have to be honest was kind of, it was like, oh, hey, you ever have that moment where you look yourself in the mirror and just go, no, you just feel good. Don't put yourself it was almost like my brain was trying to do this thing where it's like, no, you need to think about something bad. Then sure as shit, then I read the news and hey, no, but that's also how I know I'm doing actually a little bit better, is because I read the news and I wasn't directly affected the way that I have been the last few days. So I think that that's a good step in the right direction. Yes, much better now, more normal. Awesome. Well, cheers with my my V8 juice drink, which these are amazing, by the way. They're made with black tea. Yeah, I really enjoy them. I really thought that dude was playing a character. He has to be. There's no way, man. He's too committed to the bit. I know that I said that a few times, but do you guys, I don't know, realistically, do you think that he's he believes this shit, because I didn't get to, like, really read what you guys were going back and forth on, so. V8 makes some good stuff. Fuck yeah, they do. They really do. Full serving of fruits and veggies, all in a small little can. It's funny, first time that I was drinking this on stream, somebody was just like, oh, look at Pep hitting the Trulies earlier. I was just like, yeah, they do kind of look like Trulies. I hate Trulies, by the way. You will not see me drinking that seltzer crap. Which is weird, because I like seltzer, but I don't like alcohol seltzer. It's like, it defeats the purpose. I don't know. I hate to say it. There's like, seltzer's good. That's one of you, the you do you. I won't shame on it, but I'm not a fan. I had that before. It's like counterbalance after feeling low for a while. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, that's actually a really good way to put that, because it does kind of feel like the counterbalance, and like it's weird to say, like, I feel almost like high, but it's like, this was what normal was before everything like happened. So it was like, oh shit, welcome back. Which, hey, I am gonna embrace that a little bit. I know that my mom would definitely be okay with that, even though she was, there was a personality that was a little bit more would be upset with that. That was the bitch of having, my mom with her situation was the main perfect. The other, her, well, they call them sub like personalities, but I thought I was going manic, super positive, and yeah, see that? Oh, yeah. Okay, that's what I'm glad I said manic, because that's what happened. Like, I got a lot done today. Like, I felt like it's almost like, if you take Addy, like, I do not say take Addy, so it doesn't really do much for me except for make me super hyper focused to the point where I forget to eat. So it's almost like, oh, this is making it worse. So like caffeine and the green helped me a lot. So if you need to know myself, what I have been self-medding with, so no, man, I mean just the water, not alcohol. Oh, okay, yeah, then that's cool, totally. Yeah, I got some seltzers upstairs. Actually, I have it's funny, everybody was just like, oh, you got one of those soda streams, you make like soda? I'm like, no, I carbonate my water. Like, somehow I really do make everything the lamest version of what it does. It's the same as like when I drink soda. It's just like, ooh. I mean, I made the joke here multiple times. Yeah. When I'm feeling in the mood, I'll pop out a Canada Dry. It's just like, what is wrong with you? I want to know more about the turning over the chat logs thing. What the hell happened on the stream after I logged off? I can't go into it. That's really all I can say is like it's a serious situation. And it involved somebody that was like targeting people in the community for chats and shit that just were not cool. So the reason I am gonna at least say a little bit is just because it's like, if you had an interaction and you know what I'm talking about, then you need to yeah. Don't say anything. But if we could tell you, we totally would. Yeah. I carbonated my own water too. SodaStream is rad. Fuck yeah. Yeah, there's nothing else I can say outside of just, yeah. I wish I wouldn't have said anything, but at the same time, people did know. Like, they were just like, yeah, something happened? Like, because I talked about it a little before. I just kind of had to go radio silent, so. Until I knew it would put you in legal jeopardy, so pretty please. Yeah, everybody just know it was a serious situation, and that's where it stands. Understood. Those water flavorings are great. Yeah, see, I don't do flavored water really. I'll do like liquid IVs. Like liquid IVs are the best, but I don't even like. What am I? Use those in carbonated water? I'm pretty sure that would like make the whole that would do a chemical reaction. That happened to me once. I put some of this like. It was already a fizzy drink into a fizzy drink. I thought you were supposed to do that, and it just went. That's pretty cool. Although it was a like green sludgy drink, so it made a mess. It sucked. But still, like there was that small part of me that was like, "Ooh, chemical reaction, cool." I understand. Yeah, once everything's over, you're a curious cat. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's also just one of those things that it happens on the internet. It sucks. I hate when because that was where that was the only like thing that I was like, oh no. And then I kind of felt responsible for platforming somebody. And that was like the only problem that I had in this. And that's all I'll say. Oh, I did it. Yes. My alarm actually worked. Oh no! My ball upstairs. Shit. Make it. Yes, I made it. All right. I knew I forgot something. Whew, safe. It's my local, so local 420. Woohoo! I did it. Here. Since he can't smoke. Ooh, he shocked me. Shocked me, okay? Don't worry about you, dude. Thank you for the congratulations. Honestly, it's been a hell of a thing to actually get done. So, whew. All right. Oh, was he scratching? Oh, I just saw scritches. I was just like, oh shit. Did I miss him? Because he's still been itchy. Ruben, what up? Cheers. Yes, we just made it. I actually made it. Very excited about that. All right, so let's do this. Let's do the news because there's so much, and I have. Let's see. What do I actually have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I have 15 tabs that are like hard segments that I need to do. So I think that I should just kind of get to it. Which sucks because I just got ripped. So here, let's cheers my V8 so I can try and focus. I need some of that alpha brain. I tried that shit. It didn't work. It was bullshit. So make me laugh. Oh, well, is that the first time? Uh-oh. Well, shit. I guess I'm not doing this right. Choo-choo! Man, yeah, dude. Actually, like, I kind of miss the way that, Ruben used to, kind of Like right into chat. The good old days. Already talking about the good old days. Well, man. Yeah, because let's think. I started this like pretty much, what? I think it was like the day of the election. It was the day of the election. So, oh man. No, you really got me, the under your breath just got ripped. I did. I really did. It was one of those ones that really hit me. So it also kind of like knocked me off track where I was like, oh no, hope Alice and Allie come back at some point. Yeah, I don't know what's, Allie said everything's cool. I talked to her. I know that, like, Allie, like, I'll call her Miss Allie, is, she had an issue with my whole sign thing, and then I think it came from something else, though, again, without going too deep into it, but yeah, she said that she'll be back. Now, Allie Sr., we'll see. I hope so. You know, it sucks that like that happened, but also, you know, I didn't appreciate the way that she was kind of essentially trying to shame me into doing different content. I was just like, that's not cool. My cat is scratching at the door. I think I might need to let him down. Nah, not right now. Maybe when he's a little calmer. Okay, this tea's still fucking like nuclear hot. Oops. Alright. So. Let's do the fun. We'll do the fun news segment first. If I can. What's going? NBC News 42 minutes ago. Hexa put on leave. God damn it. All right. Well, give me 1 second. Now. I guess I gotta do this now. Hexa put on leave. After probe. Alright, this will be the first story we cover then. Woohoo! The DUI hire is gone? I mean, put on leave, so we'll see, like, exactly what that means, but... I'm sorry, I got excited. Top advisor put on leave. What? Ah, Dan Caldwell. Fake news. Tragic. Tragic mammal. Fake news. Guilty of fake news. Listen, Pep Talks. I told you. You listen to that Pep Talks, he's got that fake news. He listens to that it's a tragic mammal. When I heard the name, I just knew it was going to be a tragic ending. It was going to be a tragic ending. Well, okay, not like that. Sorry. Holy shit. When I say tragic ending, I'm talking about Guantanamo, baby. Oh, God. Can I just say, like, that's the one thing, with everything that's going on, I did kind of, like, come into that realization that he was totally talking about, yeah, turning this whole thing of locking, like, he wants to lock up the enemies, which, with going back to how Antifa was talked about, I'm just like, oh God. I mean, you have Fox News even recognizing how, like, messed up this is. So, I'm sorry. No, sorry, folks. Don't worry about it. I saw his face, hateful face, and saw got put on leave and got excited. Don't worry about it. You know, it happens. Here now, what I have to do. Oh, come on. Sorry, guys, my screen capture's like being real really fritzy today. Really? Here we go. Yep, it worked. All right. All right, so Republican senator outright rejects initially, couldn't even comprehend Trump's plan to imprison Americans in El Salvador. And this is our favorite foghorn leghorn impersonator, John Kennedy. Oh shit, I just realized this is media. Hold on. They're going to give me an ad. So what I'm going to do... this. Here we go.
7 seconds. That is all it takes to make a first impression. And what's going to make it?
I want to immediately get your thoughts on
Thanks,
this,
Dr. Drew.
as we've got this brand new sound from President Trump, who is sitting down with Rachel Campos Duffy.
Was he? I feel like he was quoting a movie.
At 4 o'clock Eastern time on the Fox Spanish.
Oh wait. Deadpool. 7 seconds is all it takes to be a hero.
Channel, and he said this on that. Listen.
Could we use it for violent criminals, our own violent criminals?
I call them homegrown criminals.
Yes.
I mean, the
homegrowns.
the ones that
Unfortunately,
grew up
that one's
and
going to get held.
wrong and they hit people over the head with a baseball bat.
Yeah, see that crap right there. Like they're talking. I mean, they're talking about the homeless cases. I brought that up yesterday, but somebody also brought up there like, no, I think he was talking about the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. I was like, what?
And push people into subways like just before the train gets there, like you see happening sometimes. We are looking into it, and we want to do it. I would love to do that.
Well, Senator Kennedy, you are a smart legal mind. Do you have any problem with that?
No, none. I think the president's right. If you're in our country illegally, you're a criminal. Illegal immigration is illegal, duh. And I think there are plenty of laws which President Biden ignored that allow us to deport you. I mean, to me, it's just straightforward. And people who oppose that approach, it seems to me, are not being intellectually honest. They just ought to go ahead and admit they support open borders.
Senator, I want to get your reaction to this federal judge in Boston, her ruling on this controversial mass parole program here. Call for number 2. These are the numbers. So more than 500,000 migrants from these 4 countries were flown into the U.S. under President Biden. He essentially used his executive authority, waved the magic wand, and allowed all these people to come into the country. Now, President Trump comes into office. He tries to use that exact same executive authority to take their parole grants away, and a judge is saying no. Your thoughts?
Well, the judge is wrong. He or she obviously doesn't know a law book.
They're pushing
from a
narratives
J. Crew catalog.
even past the main stage.
I believe this judge issued a national injunction. In my judgment,
Yeah, they're trying to turn the American populace or like the right-wing populace against like the judiciary.
those are illegal.
Which that makes sense.
A national injunction is when
God.
2 parties go to court, plaintiff and defendant, and the federal judge issues a ruling, but it doesn't just apply to those 2 parties in court. It applies to the whole country. Now, there's no basis in statutory law for that. There's no basis in Supreme Court precedent for that. There's no basis in English common law for that, on which our justice system is based. The Supreme Court could fix it, and I hope it does quickly. We have a bill in Congress proposed in the Senate by Senator Grassley to make it very clear that national injunctions are an abuse of authority. It's a fairly new phenomenon.
Jesus Christ, they're trying to move against the fucking, so they really are. They're trying to like seize power against the fucking Supreme Court. Like, that's wild. Do you think that like the Supreme Court like members are cool with that? Like they all kind of were just like, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. We're out of date. People hate us anyway.
Federal judges
Like, is that maybe that's the reason that they did the abortion ban reversal, was just to piss us all off? So we all started with the opinion of, oh, well, you know what? Now they suck so bad. We should
didn't do this for most of the
No, SCOTUS wants their power.
20th century.
Sorry, I was kind of playing at it.
There are only 27 national
Brooks.
injunctions. But it started under...
I forgot. Got to put conspiracy voice on.
In the 21st century, 67% of the national injunctions that have been issued against President Trump. And none of the judges have explained why all of a sudden they got up one morning and ate their judge's breakfast and went to the courthouse and started using
judge's breakfast. Is that a special breakfast? It's like
national injunctions on
this guy is such a just a chuckle fuck.
On which there's no basis, with respect to which there's no basis on Article 3
I say,
of the Constitution.
Okay, so Senator, could I circle back there
I'll allow
to what we heard from the president? And I heard you say if they're here illegally. I think the point that he's being challenged on and is likely to come up in the White House press briefing room there is whether or not you agree with the president's suggestion of sending U.S.-born, U.S. citizens accused and who have committed crimes to notorious prisons like the one in El Salvador.
You mean sending them to foreign countries?
Yes.
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay. All right, so let's move on to...
Fox News, they're like, no, we're supposed to get you to say yes. You were supposed to say yes. You didn't follow the script, Senator.
Another big topic that's going to come up with the White House press briefing room.
What up, Kurt?
And that is going to be China. And the heat is definitely turning up.
Dude, your song yesterday was freaking awesome.
On tariffs. I want to immediately...
Unfinished my ass, dude.
Get your thoughts on this, as we've got this brand new sound from President Trump, who is sitting down with Rachel Campos Duffy at 4 o'clock Eastern time on the Fox Spanish channel. And he said this on that. Listen.
Could we use it for...
Let's just replay it. All right. Ground news. Ground news. No evidence. Trump has tried to return wrongly deported man, judge says. Was this reported on 15 minutes ago? Okay, so this is actually the newest update to what I already wanted to cover. Sweet. I get it. Just like I'm picking up on things. I know it's cheap. Oh. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. There's just better ways to say it. I don't know. It's a very yank way to talk there, buddy. Although I do it too. Like, I hate to say it sometimes. I forget. As I literally do a southern voice right there. If you want to really get to him. Oh, bless your heart. Hell yeah. Oh. His jowls will they'll shake for days, just... Ew. That one got steep. That's a good protest sign then. In the South, like if you're protesting something, that's a great sign. Well, bless your heart, whoever. Oh, hell yeah. See? Actually, there's a protest coming up on Sunday that I'm going to be trying to hit. We shall see. No, for real. I was just like, that's a great protest sign. See, I immediately, like, when you're like, this is what gets to him, it's like, then there it is. Not bad. It's kind of like Kirk. It's just like, just saying that's, wait. What would actually really make you mad? What noodle would I have to insult? Just pasta in general. Pasta's not a real carb. Boom. Potatoes out there. What's up? Actually, no. I can't even say that with a straight face. I just ate like an entire box of pasta today. Against my better judgment. Maybe that's why I'm in a good mood. To my bathroom scale. I mean, again, you know, I had one of those just... I do love how I'm like at that age too, where I'm like, no, you know, for every time that I made fun of people on diets, I'm like, no, even I have to watch like what I eat now. And it's not even for like, you know, specifically like, you know, weight issues. It's, you know, oh, hey, you know, unless you want to be put on some, what was it? Cholesterol medication, then you got to really cut this out of your diet. And it was pretty much a list of everything that I love. And I'm just like, oh, so you're telling me that there's a pill that you could just give me and I could still eat all that stuff, and this pill will keep me from having like all that bad cholesterol? Why am I even having this conversation right now? But then he told me the side effects. I was like, oh, you know, I get migraines already, and like headaches are a very common one. I was just like, oh, lame. So hope they fix that. But, you know, with the Trump administration cutting research and all, let's hope that this was one of those Chinese drugs. Which, did you know that Ozempic was not actually one of those Chinese drugs? That was one of the ones that we found, and it was done with federal grant, like federal research, and they were studying it was like something with sharks. It's like shark bile or some shit like that. I may be the only person that dislikes lasagna. Really? Okay, it has to be a really good... Okay, so there's two types of lasagna. All meat lasagna, I'm not a big fan of. Maybe it's because, like... I hate to say this, my dad used to make it a lot. And he thought he was good at it, and we were all just like, yeah! And we made the mistake of just not being honest, and I would just cake it in ranch dressing. It's just like, okay... Like, dude, it was all burnt, too. Or Gila Monster, that's what it was. All right, see, I kind of speak with like, I know what I was talking about. I just didn't know what I was talking about. God, I really am just like the quintessential American. I read the article title and kind of remembered it. I'm a pescatarian, so I don't eat the meat, lasagna, the veggie stuff. I'm not a fan. Okay, so, wait, a pescatarian, does that mean you can't have cheese? See, now that's the thing. Like, I would prefer, like, just an all-cheese lasagna. Like, if it's just the ricotta, however the fuck you say it. And then, yeah, you put some, Parmesan. And, see, now I'm doing the thing, all right, Kirk. Are you mad at me now? I just did the thing. Oh, wait, there. I think that maybe that's the problem. I didn't actually use the hands. You know, I'm from Chicago. Like, every Chicagoan has, like, it doesn't matter if you're Italian or not. You're a little bit Italian. I mean, actually, hey, freaking, that was in, The Bear. They said it in The Bear, and I was just like, you know what? That is fucking accurate. Fish meat only. Oh, okay. I ate everything but beef, pig, chicken, elephant, etc. Okay. In terms of meat, veggies too, of course. Don't pass go. Don't collect $200. Oh wait. Oh. Beat you. Ricotta. I know, that's actually... I do know that one. I just... kind of like Worcestershire sauce. God damn it, I can't even do it. You know, I don't have many insecurities, but there is no insecurity like trying to say that, especially when it's in casual conversation and you're just like, I use Worcestershire sauce. It's like, excuse me? Worcestershire? Especially the way that I used to say it, dude. Okay, that's one of my favorite things that my wife checked me on when I first met her. She was just like, I said, Worcestershire, and she's just like, what did you say? I was like, Worcestershire, and she's just like, no. And then I kept adding another. I remember the one time she's just like, "There's another. You added another syllable." Just like, oh god, Worcestershire. Yeah, Worcestershire. I fucking did it. All right, end stream. Boom. I accomplished the one goal that I ever wanted to accomplish in life, and that was getting that fucking word right. I'm just kidding. Knock on fucking wood. Whoa. Just realized, don't wanna. Aw. Sleeping on his bone. I get confused with Worcester. Yeah. No, I mean, it's just. Yeah. I can't shove enough buttered angel hair pasta down my throat. Buttered angel hair pasta. Ooh. Man. See, that's the thing. I already just had a bunch of... I had some macaroni and cheese because we were talking about it yesterday, and I was like, you know what? I kind of want that. So I made, my version of Kraft mac and cheese. It is definitely not anything near what, the recipe on the box says. All right, hold on. Let's go with Reuters. What time was this reported on? Because that does actually matter. Oh, hello, targeted advertisement. So I've been looking at these little Vigo gardens. If you know anything about them, please, sound off, because I don't know. I've got a bunch of dead spots in my yard that I'm thinking about just putting these over. In a hearing to consider the next steps, she called the Trump administration's failure to update her on efforts to return Kilmar. Had not given her any new information. Hold on. There would be no tolerance for gamership and grandstanding. To date, what the record shows is nothing has been done. Nothing. Okay, well, let's see. Punishment. Anything about that? Yeah, because now his border czar is trying to just put it on the backs of they're literally ping-ponging this guy. They're just like, what do you mean? We don't have authority. And then you got the president of Ecuador going I don't have the authority. Plus, I'm not going to be responsible for releasing a terrorist back into the public. It's just like, what? Ugh. U.S. Supreme Court last week. Trump has his administration would bring the man back if the Supreme Court directed it to. Yeah, okay, then that's where you're ending it. Wow. I mean, Reuters, very responsible reporting, because it's almost like they put that little bit of hopium at the back end there, where they're just like, he said he'd do it. Come on. Getting a little tired of, all media playing this game right now. Because you guys are seeing it, right? I've seen it with, other publications, too. We accused TYT of doing it, and then it's just like, oh, well, yeah. Shit, we were right. I mean, I'm not sure if it was because of fear of Trump, but fuck, dude. Because I did see a clip recently of Cenk doing his I was right, of course he was gonna come after the left. I was telling you all along. It's like, so then you were gonna go agree with everybody on his side? What? That was your bit? That was your your grand plan? Good job, Cenk. Sometimes, and the reason I think I even care so much, I brought this up recently. It's no, it's because I legit did like him. And I thought that he was doing good things before. And I always think back to, the Justice Democrat days. It's kind of like having a friend that you reminisce about the good times. And then you just kind of do remember, you're like, oh yeah, but you're toxic as fuck. Sorry. I cannot. Not happening. As Sam would say, presumably. I gotta, you know what, Seth? I gotta adopt that into my broadcast language. Presumably is a good one because that does cover, like allegedly, and presumably is a better word. Now, will my mouth allow me to actually get through that? We'll see. Makes me focus a little bit more. Worcestershire, dude, do not fuck with me right now. I got it right I got it right. Do not, because now I see yours and I'm like, did I get it wrong? Like, wait a minute, is he that? No, you're not. I do love how, like, this is all of a sudden become a thing. It's like, I can't say this word right. Oh. You know, we're going to smoke. Stan just totally abandoned me. I've been stabandoned. Ew. What? Stan-banded? Okay, back to what I said earlier, Tragic. Yeah, that was a... Man. I don't think that I smoked the Sour D. I have to be honest. I totally feel a different buzz. And the other one is Gas and Glue. And that one... that one was a little bit more powerful. That would explain something. Listen to the guy who lives 30 minutes from Massachusetts. It's Washa. Worcestershire. I can't anymore, guys. This has not helped. This has not helped. I'm still gonna carry this into my everyday life where it's just like, okay, so what are you putting on that burger? I couldn't even say burger. Jeez. What are you putting on that burger? Worcestershire. Worcestershire. Right? No. Shit. Because they don't last 100 mg. We're just gone in a day. Yeah. I only do that like for like concerts and stuff like that where like I just know it's like I'm not looking for an all day thing. I just want like a little pick me up. Totally understand what you're saying. But no, you guys don't. How do you say it? Worcestershire. Worcestershire. There we go. See? I'll just keep it to that one because she doesn't make fun of me. Worcestershire. They're good for concerts. I was breaking the from. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, you gotta take vape breaks for sure because vapes they hit a little bit differently, and especially like when you start getting sick or something and you feel that like heavy lung. Ugh. It's not something that I'm really a big fan of. But hey, real quick, welcome everybody. I kind of just saw that more people were rolling in here. How you guys doing? Hope you're all doing well. We're about to get to the second story here. All right, here. This one really pissed me off because it's really irresponsible reporting from every single source, which I found myself doing this thing where I was like, come on, Ground News, do better. But then I was like, wait, Ground News isn't a news source. Yeah, you know what? There we go. Also, if you haven't hit that like button over on YouTube yet, please hit that like button. It will really help me out in the algorithm, guys. It's the game that I gotta play. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Oh, by the way, hold on. Before I get into this, Mitesh, I have a new. I tried the Tazo double Earl Grey tea. I highly recommend this. So, Worcestershire? I hope that Worcestershire Shire. Worst. Like I have to do like this thing. Like, did you see that? I literally worst. Are you, Robin? Please tell me that you're the one. Worcestershire. Worcestershire. Right? Worcestershire. And here we go again. Right back to square one. I was just about to hit the peak and I'm just like, I'm going to get it again. I'm going to get it. Oh! Wow! Son of a bitch, that. All right. Well, hold on, guys. I do have to. Let's get serious here for a minute. This is a story that just pisses me off specifically. As I was saying, it's irresponsible reporting from pretty much everybody. Autism rate among U.S. children rises to record 3% in 2022. CDC study shows. Gee. I wonder why. Like, this is one of those situations where just reading the article, you're kind of like, okay, so were more people diagnosed? First question. So, U.S. CDC reported that 1 in 31 children, more than 3%, are diagnosed with autism in 2022. Yes. Let's hear. Was the autism spectrum increased recently? 2022. Look at that. That's wild. That's freaking wild. Starting in 2018 going to 2022. Oh my God. You're kidding me. So, as I was saying, this is it's just what, like, the way that they're reporting on this is super fucking irresponsible. A new study from the CDC and shows that the autism diagnosis rate has increased among U.S. children. 1 in 36. Wait. Yeah, about 1 in 31 children was diagnosed with autism by age 8 in 2022, up from 1 to 36 in 2020. All right, so the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services launched what it called a massive testing and research effort last week with a goal to identify what has caused the autism epidemic. It's called fucking diagnosis. The people asking these questions are the ones that are a little bit higher on the spectrum, I would say. Dude. I say this as somebody that has been diagnosed, so it's like... Again, it's just because that you could probably even say that I might have been part of that increase, because that's where I got my diet. That's about the time that I took the DS9 or whatever, DSM-9 and or DSM-5. I keep mixing up the numbers. And yeah, it definitely seemed like they increased the range of what would classify you to be on the spectrum. That was definitely something I noticed. You know what? Right. Improvements in early identification of autism have been apparent, the authors of the CDC report said, and differences in the prevalence of children identified with autism spectrum disorder. Sorry, guys. Boys have consistently had higher diagnosis rate or higher rates of autism diagnosis than girls. There is a 3.4-fold difference in rates among 8-year-olds. Okay, so now this makes me wonder, how much did the pandemic have to play into this? What's up? Yeah, all right. Reports. What's going on? I was definitely saying it was close, but not close enough. Okay. Autism diagnosis was also more common among Asian, Black, and Hispanic children than it was among white children. A shift from that was first identified in the most recent past reports that captured trends for 8-year-olds in 2020. In recent years, diagnoses have also shifted to become less prevalent in wealthy neighborhoods than in socially disadvantaged neighborhoods. What could the common thread there be, guys? The reversal of these patterns is consistent with increased access to and provisions of identification services among previously underserved reports or underserved groups. Shit, hold on. There we go. The reversal of these patterns is consistent, okay, and then, but the disparities persist in identifying autism in children who also have an intellectual disability. More than half of Black children diagnosed with autism at age 8 also had an intellectual disability compared to with less than a third of white children. HHS Robert F. Kennedy has pushed the idea that autism is part of a chronic disease epidemic among U.S. children. This whole generation of kids is damaged by chronic disease. And you guys weren't? Like, dude, this is the one thing that really does fucking... What made these assholes think that they were like the Ubermensches of like the fucking, like, of all these generations? Like, holy shit. The thing is, I do have to say, like... say that a little comfortably. Because a lot of people I know are like that. They act like they never had, like, you know, sicknesses. They act like, you know, mental institutions weren't a thing. And the fact that they just locked these people up. No. You know? I'm sorry, guys. This is actually making me a little sad. So, I just don't see anything good coming from this, because I kind of feel like they're gonna start saying just like, oh, well, time for us to create these special hospitals for these people. These people need to be helped. Literally every generation dogs on new gen for everything else they had. I mean, I've started doing it. I found myself doing it because my buddy's got a 13-year-old daughter who she is, like, I guess, like, we're all into comic books, right? And she just kind of said that she's not into, you know, superhero books or fantastical books at all. And I'm like, that's cool. That's cool. So what are you into? And he just said, like, her dad was like, slice of life. I was like, slice of life? And the first thing to pop in my head was Norman Rockwell. And sure as shit, I wasn't that far off, because it was her favorite artist is the guy who does the covers for the New Yorker magazine. And I was like, what? What? And then literally I just was like, wait, so what's your favorite show right now? And she was just like, Daria. And immediately I was just like, oh, cool. And it kind of made me feel like, number one, super old, because now kids are into the shit that I like grew up with, and it's like the ironic, you know, vintage way of doing it. I'm like, oh, that was real. And also I was kind of like, that's what really? What a boring okay. What a boring ass generation if that's what they're into. But I'm not gonna judge them all by one kid. Norman Rockwell paintings are kind of boring. That I've always hated them. I've always like my mom. She used to talk about like how great of an artist Norman Rockwell was. She also liked Thomas Kinkade. So she had great artistic taste up to a point where it's just I don't know. Before she passed, she unfortunately was getting a little, fooled with some of that AI art stuff. Like, she would send me something, and I'd just be like, I hate to burst your bubble, but that is AI. Daria is the shit, though. No, Daria is great. No, do not get me wrong. Sylvie, I think I may not have made the point that it's just... Number one, it's the I feel old moment where I'm just like, oh shit, like, kind of like the way I was into Led Zeppelin, where it's just like, oh shit, yeah, Dad, Led Zeppelin, and my dad's like, and now I get it. Funny enough, now I kind of get like his whole attitude towards it, where it's not like I'm mad. I'm glad, I'm glad that people are discovering like Daria and enjoying that kind of stuff. Although again, if this is what's happening, though, like, if this is, like, what's really popular, I'm kind of like, oh, okay. Because I had that moment, too, where, trying to tell me how popular, Daria and stuff like that was. I'm like, it was popular, but not that popular. It's popular with a very, like, small subsect of people. But, hey, it was also, like you said, it was an awesome show. It was way ahead of its time. I will give it that. I recently watched it. I tried to watch Aeon Flux, but that show did not hold up. I gotta say. Stop trying to get me to say that crap, Tragic. I know what you're trying to do, and I've caught on to your game. Oh, God. Oh, God, he's here. Oh, God. All right, have fun, guys. Here, let's really piss him off. I'm just the same way. I was into a lot of semi-older shows because... Yeah, no. The thing is, like, I was this... Yeah. But I also watched a lot of... Not even... Now they're old because of when they were on. But, like, with my family, I used to... like, our family night show was Roseanne. We used to sit down... even my sister. It was kind of like, hey, dude, I'm literally fucking working right now. Like, do you not see that I'm on here every day? Like, what? That's wild. Okay, guy. Like, are you one of those dudes that you're consuming streams while also, like, trying to rip on streaming and streamers as, like, a profession? Because guess what, dude? That's fucking weird. Just gonna say. And you wind up wasting your lives. Yes, your life is so productive. Again, watching a dude stream, going on about how unproductive he is. Hey guys, I was about to say something. Never mind. People who waste their lives, people who waste their drugs living lives are lost. At least streaming is somewhat productive. Somewhat, thank you. At least I got the somewhat from them, guys. Speaking of being productive, we are in the middle of the ground news segment. So if you guys would like to support the stream, this really helps me out. Gets me a little bit of credit in some of the advertising space with ground news. You guys can get yourself you can get yourself 40% off a membership at the link in the description here. I saved a man, Tragic Mammal. Like, you're doing that thing where it's just like you keep saying wild stuff. Nah, you're joking. I know you are. Okay. Let's update. See if there's any update here. NVIDIA expects up to 5.5 billion charge in the first quarter. Oh, great.
What was once a winning message for President Trump is now appears to be a growing liability. Harry, just stay here for a second.
Okay.
New polling shows independents are turning somewhat sour from President Trump's economic leadership right now with the rollout of his tariff agenda. And that's exactly what Harry Enton was doing, looking into the numbers to bring it to you. Okay, look, we're focusing in on independence on this one.
Yes.
So where does he stand with independence? Just kind of base.
Yeah, we'll focus in on independents here. And independents feel that Donald Trump has vacated the center of the electorate, catering to his base. What do we...
Man, I came from an era where if you were on a talk show, they gave you a cup. There was nothing in the cup.
Talking about? Well, let's talk about the overall...
I remember somebody saying that in an interview. I was like, what?
Net approval
And
ratings.
that like stayed with me.
Worst ever at this point in a presidency. The old record among independents for the worst ever was Donald Trump back in 2016, a net approval rating of minus 16 points. Well, Donald Trump has broken his own record here. He now holds, in this particular term, the worst ever net approval rating at this point in a presidency among independents at, get this, minus 22 points. He is 22 points underwater with independents. That breaks the old record that belonged to
That's such a
Trump. He has set the new record. He is completely underwater with the center of the electorate, Kate Baldwin.
And this is overall. This is on all.
People tried to claim this was his electorate, though. Wait a minute.
All the issues.
Hold
now,
on.
focusing specifically on the economy.
Yeah, let's
numbers into
focus in on the economy, right? What is driving this overall approval rating for Donald Trump among independents to go underwater? Let's take a look at the economy, and let's take a look at Trump's net approval rating on it, and look at the trend line over just the last few months. You go back to January, he was slightly above water with independents at plus 1 point. Look at this drop, Kate. Oh my. Minus 29 points. That's a 30-point drop in under 3 months of time. What independents are hearing from Donald Trump, they hate. They hate what they're hearing from Donald Trump, and they are abandoning him in record numbers. At this point in his last presidency, he was about at 0 points in terms of his net approval rating on the economy. And now
like how that's good.
He's at minus 29 points. You go back through the record.
Wait a minute, dude. Okay, the American standards. We've always had great standards, guys. 0%. That's good.
Put, Kate Baldwin, can't find
it's above
anything
water.
close to this. This is such a record that there is no historical analogy to be 29 points underwater on the most important issue of the day with independents. This right here, my dear friends, is political poison. If an election were held today and Donald Trump's net approval rating in the economy was minus 29 points with independents, I'm not quite sure how Republicans can hold on to the House of Representatives.
Is it all tariffs that are driving this?
Yeah, okay. So let's take a look here at tariffs. This is definitely part of it. A clear plan for tariffs and trade among independents. Look at this. 57%.
We can't get a straight answer from the guy. I mean, can I just be real for a second? What really pisses me off about this is like they don't treat us like we're just Americans at this point. They are like Democrats and the Republicans. He's down 57% among independents. It's just like, all right, can I just, again, as an independent, just say, what the fuck? Like, you're not talking about us like we're actually people. Like,
say no. He doesn't even have a clear plan for what he should be doing with tariffs and trade. And
also, who the hell? Like, where are they getting these numbers? I hate to be that guy now, but for real.
When asked whether or not they like the idea of additional tariffs, guess what?
Although I did just get, like, I just got a offered to take a poll from CNN. So
percentage of
maybe that's how they
independents
do it.
say no, that they oppose it. It is 2/3. It is 66% of independents who oppose new tariffs. They don't like anything that's coming out of Donald Trump's right now, absent maybe immigration. But
wait a minute, do you have to sign up for their newsletter for you to get polled? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, that's just as bad. That's just as bad as like the Nielsen rating thing, where because back in the day they used to say that they would use the Nielsen ratings book to then target those people with the calls and just be like, well, they're very engaged with, political content. So you can call this number. Like they were using this tactic way back in the 90s.
Comes to tariff, it's a threesome for negativity among independents. They oppose. They simply do not like the words that are coming out of Donald Trump's mouth and the plans that he is putting forward to the American public.
Showing that it's not just economic risk that he's taking with the just wait, it will get better on his tariff plan. He's also, it's a political risk as well, which is just wait, it'll get better. So.
You know what? They can wait, what is it, about 18 months until the midterm elections, but eventually...
Can't come fast enough.
The bill.
This is also why we do have to focus, because 18 months is not a lot of time to really get a bunch of grassroots people up. So this is when to do it.
Will come due, and
I gotta do a report on the girl that's trying to run in my district. I'm not very happy with her.
Time whether or not independents turn around on Donald Trump, it would have to take something historic for it to occur.
Let us see.
We'll see.
John.
All right, with us now is Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill, a Democrat from New Jersey. She is running to be governor of that state. Congresswoman, thank you so much for being with us. As we said, you're out there running for governor right now. What specifically are New Jersey voters telling you about the president's tariffs?
Bloodstone by Stars could tell us about those.
I think New Jersey voters are telling me what you were seeing in that poll. They're very unhappy with these tariffs because they're affecting people's day-to-day lives. I mean, here we are having an affordability crisis in New Jersey. I'm running to make sure we can drive down the cost of housing, drive down the cost of utilities, improve the broken healthcare system. And yet Donald Trump is throwing everything into chaos, making everything worse. So I just talked to a local developer who told me he's paused all plans on development because his HVAC guy said that prices were going to go up 30 to 40%. So
is that true, Kirk?
People cannot make future plans because of this chaotic
Dude, HVAC prices were already insane, and they never really came down.
Tariff regime that's going on right now.
You spent a lot of your time on Congress battling China and trying to be tough on China. You were a big backer of the TikTok ban, which is not into effect, and it doesn't seem like will be in effect anytime soon. But that aside, what do you think Xi Jinping in China thinks of
what up, Brian?
The president's tariffs now and how he's
Holy
operating,
shit.
given that these exemptions
coming in hot
keep on popping up?
I think President Xi is just looking at this thinking, great. I have been trying to topple the predominance of the United States' economy for years now. And to grow China's, and Trump is delivering.
Seems to spend a lot of time on this stream.
It right into his hand.
I mean, dude, I know over on Twitch he's got enough to, hand out some bits or something.
This chaos is not only bad for citizens of the United States, but of course our trading partners across the world are looking at this and thinking we're going to have to look for markets elsewhere. The United States is no longer.
They're saying this publicly.
Here.
Like this is one of those really weird situations where Donald Trump forced them to just go out in public and go like, no, we're doing this against the U.S. No, we're going to start trading with like other people. No, like we're just going to put our strategy out there and just let you know what we're going to do because he kind of forced our hand.
So where are they going to look? China. That has the other.
I'm doing actually pretty well today, Ryan.
Really
I'm feeling pretty good.
Large economy in the world.
I was just explaining earlier how today is like the first day that I kind of feel like myself since everything happened. So it's kind of like a welcome back.
Trump is just delivering to Xi such an economic benefit that it's really jaw-dropping here.
So if you win election in November, you'll have 3 years to deal with this Trump administration. And the question is, how will you do that as a Democratic governor? Governor Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan just took a trip to Washington. I think she was supposed to be meeting with the president.
Yeah, did you guys see that? She like put her folder
president on the
face.
Issue of National Guard bases in Michigan. Instead, she found herself.
She's just like, oh, I don't want to be seen.
All right, guys. So Vitaly is absolutely.
Whoa.
In the Oval Office during some signings of executive orders that dealt with, among other things, the 2020 election and election denialism. She hid her face behind folders because I think she didn't want to be seen there. What lesson can you take from this in terms of how you would like to deal with the administration?
I think I can take the lesson that everybody should be taking. This is an administration that is totally into, how Trump can self-deal, he can enrich himself and his family and his billionaire friends. So I have to tell you, as we look at what's going on right now, people being picked up without charges, deported to El Salvador, and
then him essentially doing his hey, Wouldn't it be funny if we had some, 5 more prisons to send some of those, bad hombres? We got to send the bad hombres out.
With the Salvadoran president and
Everybody forgets about that one.
and sort of yucking it up about how they're just going to ignore that. Everyone should be concerned because then you're next, right? I have served in places across the world where this kind of thing happens.
Seriously, what
and
the hell is
I will
going
tell
on
you,
with
it
this?
doesn't stop here. It goes on to encompass people who speak out against the dictator in charge. So everyone should be concerned, and working with him has such downside risks. So when you see him picking off law firms, when you see him picking off schools, they think they can work here and kind of keep their heads down. It never works out that way. You're always put in that kind of position that we see where it somehow emboldens, enriches, helps Trump, and destroys you and whatever you are on a path to do, including all of the values of this country.
Does that mean you think it's a mistake? You thought it was a mistake for Gretchen Whitmer, the governor of Michigan, to go try and work with him on things?
Look, I think right now what Democratic governors have to do, what I am running to do, is to provide a different pathway forward from what we see coming from Washington. Not only protecting rights and freedoms in our states, but also working on how we, as Democratic governors, are going to build out the future. How are we going to invest in homes?
They
How
are
we
kind
gonna
of doing
drive
like this coalition of governors thing right now with blue
down
states.
utility costs? These are the things I'm hearing from New Jerseyans is, look, I need you to fight against Washington right now because everything they're doing is destroying our economy and destroying our freedoms. And I need you to deliver on affordability because right now it's just too hard here.
You've been outspoken also on U.S. support for Ukraine. As you mentioned, you are a Navy veteran yourself. This is what the president said in the Oval Office just yesterday about the Russian invasion. Listen.
When you start a war, you got to know that you can win the war, right? You don't start a war against somebody that's 20 times your size and then hope that people give you some missiles.
Basically saying Ukraine started a war against Russia, which is 20 times its size. Your view.
All right. Wow. Somehow missed that. What?
And nothing
God, dude, we live in such an insane news cycle that wasn't even reported.
could be more false. Ukraine did not start this war. Russia invaded Ukraine. And so Ukraine was not, had no other opportunity unless they simply wanted to accede to a former KGB agent, dictator, somebody who...
Here, I'm eating my words. They're like, well, now we're making a big deal of it. It's like, okay.
Trump seems to admire very much, and Putin. Ukraine fought for and is fighting for its freedom. And for Trump to somehow misstate history and rewrite history in this nation, that is what dictators do. That's why we need to fight in New Jersey for a different pathway forward. I have a large Ukrainian American community. They have been stalwart in defending freedom and democracy here at home and certainly for their family in Ukraine. I have long been an outspoken supporter of the Ukrainian fight for freedom. This is what we have long protected at here and abroad. And to think that now our president of the United States is cozying up to Vladimir Putin at the expense of all of our values, making weird relationships with...
I mean, and the thing is, it's just they're bombarding us with so much bullshit where it's like just not seeing the obvious, where, yes, he's alienating us from our allies. He's alienating us for economically from our allies. He's trying to rob the poor and just make sure that everything is kind of nice and cozy for, the upper classes, because I think that he really is trying to start WW3. I'm going to just say.
North Korea. I mean, this is a president who is taking us down.
He is a narcissist, so why would you be surprised if, you know what? It was me. It was me all along. They were talking about me in the Bible. They called me Antichrist.
Path that was never envisioned by the people of this country.
I thought it was kind of a cool name.
That is contrary to the vision.
Ever since I heard Antichrist Superstar by Marilyn Manson.
Of our founding fathers, and it's something that here in New Jersey.
Jesus Christ Superstar. Wait a minute.
Wait,
no, it's Antichrist.
Going to stand against.
Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill, thanks so much for being with us this morning.
I saw our favorite man there, Mr. Carville. Mr. Carville. See, by the way, this has been happening a lot with my recommendeds, where it's just completely black, and It's just, there's nothing. There's one video. It says dark times. Dark times.
All right, guys, welcome to the show.
It's time to... Wait. Yeah, I got this one. All right. Let's go with Mr. Kalinsky. Let's start up here because he always likes to do his...
Joe, we got a lot to get to today. Some of the stuff absolutely blows. Just hideous stuff, if I'm being honest with you. So in just a second, Trump goes mask off fascist with zero plausible deniability next to Nayib Bukele, the president of El Salvador, in the Oval Office. I'm telling you, man, the stuff I'm going to show you is absolutely despicable. I mean, this is a new low, even for him. I know how loathsome this guy is. I know how pathetic he is. This is above and beyond anything that we've seen to this point, man. And it has gotten... Dangerous is not the right word. We need a new word, which is above and beyond.
But I've seen this, though. Like, call me naive, but I've seen Fox News, like, raising the alarm about the whole, like, sending Americans to... camps. That's why they keep saying it, because they're like, is he serious?
Beyond dangerous for what we're witnessing here. So we're going to talk about that in just a second. We also have the Republican Speaker of the House decides to go after gamers. Gamers. Bad idea, dude. They're a very active bunch politically.
That's actually interesting. I have a story about how the gaming industry is about to change, like, majorly, and it's all from a very surprising source.
Then we'll get to red-faced Jordan Peterson blubbers over absolutely nothing to Piers Morgan's face. We have American tourism is absolutely collapsing in front of our eyes, and I'm sure you know why that is. And then later on in the show, the Trump regime is now seizing colleges and universities and trying to do a hostile takeover of them.
Yeah.
Again, some heavy stuff in today's show, man.
Yeah, it's like the whole threatening federal aid.
If you don't want to hear some serious talk, perhaps this is not the show for you to watch right now. So everybody do me a big favor. Please like the video, subscribe to the channel. That helps out massively and costs you nothing at all.
How do I do this? Like, where, like, I somehow go through all the serious stuff, but, like, we make we have fun here.
And, of course, much love to everybody who supports this show on Patreon. It could not be done without you. This is real independent media. I've never had a conversation with an advertiser. I've never done an ad read. I've never talked to a billionaire or a government or anything like that. This is real grassroots media, and you guys make it possible.
It is.
So I'm deeply, deeply appreciative.
Dude,
and
Kyle's really, I got to give him some credit. Like, I try to do this every time that I watch one of his videos, but for real, he's one of the best at this.
For those of you who aren't supporting, please consider it. Links below for Patreon. A lot of people give $2 a month, or you can tip with that thanks button on YouTube. Or sign up for Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack, where you get the full interviews, the full video of each interview. And also, by the way, we've been doing a lot of Kyle and Corins lately. Those are over on Corins World YouTube channel. So if you want to see the old school Kyle and Corin podcast, go subscribe to Corins World YouTube channel and enjoy. So, all right, let's go ahead and dive into it. So, guys, it's hard for me to even come up with the right word.
Yeah, it's been going on for weeks, but at the same time, this one is the first time that he's actually withheld. Like, it happened yesterday here, real quick. Oh, you know what? No, he's
to describe how horrific this is, what I'm about to walk you through. But this is chilling, man. This is chilling what we're witnessing here. So I got a few videos for you. But the president of El Salvador visited the United States. And remember, the president of El Salvador is the guy that Marco Rubio made a deal with at the behest of Trump. Like, hey, can you please take our criminals? Can you please take people that we want to deport? And we'll give you, however many millions of dollars, and you basically will act like a penal colony for the United States of America. That's the idea. Now, allow me to say up front, all of that is wildly illegal. In fact, any iteration of it you can come up with is wildly illegal, whether it's sending undocumented immigrants there, or sending undocumented immigrant criminals there, or sending U.S. criminals there. However you want to slice it and dice it, there is no configuration that would be legal for them to do this. So the whole idea is an idea straight from the pits of hell. Now, having said that,
you have people in his own administration going, maybe you shouldn't be doing this.
Was a bunch of big Supreme Court cases recently, or a bunch of decisions from various courts and won by the Supreme Court. And basically what the Supreme Court said is, in regards to one particular person, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who was sent to this slave labor camp in El Salvador, they were like, look, he's innocent, right? We learned that from a massive amount of reporting, but effectively, the U.S. has to try to facilitate his return because the DOJ admitted in court, yeah, this was kind of an error. It was kind of a mistake. And we sent this guy, like I said, a lot of detailed reporting came out. He's never committed a crime in any country he's been in. This was all just, it was all just a mistake, and it was all horrific. So you had all the detailed reporting. The Supreme Court says you have to facilitate his return because not only is he innocent, but you didn't offer any due process whatsoever. Not any due process whatsoever. And of course, that's wildly, wildly illegal. So now Bukele's here with Trump in the White House.
Eating Andy Caps and brisket mac and cheese. Ooh.
And so the media,
brisket mac and cheese. Ooh.
You know, starts asking the most reasonable questions of all time. What follows next is just...
Damn, I might need a snack.
Mind-boggling. I mean, this is just... This is a catastrophe if I've ever seen one in my life. This is full mask off fascist. This is no...
Yeah, dude, I was straight up panicking when the very first report of this, I was straight up panicking, going, dude, this is it. He just declared himself as a dictator and nobody's paying attention enough to just go, oh, that was it. He just declared himself over the Supreme Court. That's it.
What's about it? No wiggle room, no gray area.
No.
It is just straight up, in your face, no holds barred, unabashed, rampant fascism. Here we go. Let's watch.
If he was your neighbor, you would move right away.
Everything.
So you don't plan to ask for anything to get him back?
And what was the ruling in the Supreme Court, Steve? Was it 9-0?
Yes, it was a 9-0.
In our favor?
In our favor, against the district court ruling, saying that no district court has the power to compel the foreign policy function of the United States. As Pam said, the ruling solely stated that if this individual, at El Salvador's sole discretion, was sent back to our country...
No, it's not.
...that we could deport him a second time.
Well,
no version of this legally ends up with him ever living here because he is a citizen of El Salvador. That is the president of El Salvador. Your questions about it, per the court, can only be directed to him.
Okay, all of that is wrong. Literally all of that is wrong. So first of all, the whole reason he came to the U.S. is because he was escaping the gangs and the cartels and the criminals in El Salvador. So he has an asylum claim. There was a special law. It's like a withholding law. Like basically, it's a protection from deportation law, which says you can't deport him. That's what it was. So he had that legal protection.
Garlic steak, Doritos.
Then these guys swoop him up, lie about him, ship him to a El Salvador slave labor gulag.
Garlic cheese Cheetos.
And now they're unapologetic about it. He lied and said it was 9-0 from the Supreme Court on our side. No, the point that the Supreme Court made is you, the federal government, the executive...
May not be Andy Caps, but man, these are good.
...branch, you need to facilitate this man's return. That's what they said. It's only a minor difference from what the lower court said, which is you need to facilitate and effectuate his return. So basically what the Supreme Court is saying is, look, we have no jurisdiction on foreign policy matters, but this isn't really a foreign policy matter. El Salvador is acting like a contractor. So at the very least, you have to ask to get him back. You need to try to get him back. And they all agreed this man's due process was ripped away from him. They all agreed. The other thing is...
The fact that, like, Stephen Miller really is just, like, such a nerd, and he's just, like, you can tell he's got so much pent-up just energy where he's like, yeah, look where I'm at. I have the ear of the president.
These guys keep lying that he was a gang member.
Like, he's trying to show off to his school bullies, and, like, those are the only people he's trying to get back at, but that's why he's doing these policies.
There is zero...
Like, his school bullies were immigrants and, you know, leftists.
Evidence he was a gang member. In fact, it's been proven it's the opposite. He's never had legal problems in any country he's ever been in, and he takes care of multiple special needs kids. All right, but we're just getting warmed up. So I was Stephen Miller, a.k.a. modern-day Goebbels. This is Pam Bondi, the Attorney General. And here's what she says.
Let's hear the question from this
Keith Edwards called him Pee Wee German, and that made me legit spit take.
very low-rated anchor at CB.
So Trump, of course, doing the whole fake news, low-rated anchor, as they're asking, like, hey, could we have basic due process in this country? Do we have a constitution at all anymore in this country?
To ask President Bukele to help return the man who you're mistakenly deported. The man who was mistakenly
Smallest possible dick energy, for real.
deported to El Salvador.
Well, let me ask Pam, would you answer that question?
Sure, President. First and foremost, he was illegally in our country. He had been illegally in our country. And in 2019, two courts, an immigration court and an appellate immigration court, ruled that he was a member of MS-13.
That's a total fucking lie.
Yep.
They did not rule that he was a member of MS-13. That's point number one. Point number two is his executive order is about Tren de Aragua, not MS-13. So even under the law that he's invoking, that wouldn't fucking make any sense. And they said the evidence to declare him a member of MS-13 was he was wearing Chicago Bulls attire. That's what they said. Oh my God.
And he was illegally in our country. Right now, it was additional paperwork had needed to be done. That's up to El Salvador if they want to return.
It's not additional paperwork. It's that you gave him no due process. He didn't have a hearing. The whole point of having due process and having a hearing is to make sure you're abiding by the law and getting things right. And by the way, they've done zero due process for any of these people, which is why 60 Minutes reported a minimum of 75% of the people, the 238 people who were sent to the slave labor gulag, are totally innocent of any wrongdoing whatsoever. The low number is 75. The high number is 90% of the people. And by the way, of the ones that have a criminal record, most of them, it's totally nonviolent. So it's lie on top of lie on top of lie on top of lie. It's been proven this man is completely and utterly innocent of any wrongdoing. And they're just casually letting him, Lord only knows what's happening to him. He's in a slave labor camp. Yeah. He's probably fucking getting tortured.
Yeah.
And so these people should all be charged with kidnapping and torture for what they did to this poor innocent man. And by the way, I'll go a step further, because the way the law works, even if he wasn't an innocent man, even if he was somebody who was an undocumented immigrant and had committed a crime and was in a gang, this is still wildly illegal because you're not giving anybody any due process whatsoever. That's not how civilized, developed, modern countries work. They're shitting all over not just the Constitution, the fucking Magna Carta is now gone.
Yes. And that's what's really fucked up, because even sovereign citizens are kind of just like, what?
Gone full fucking emperor, overlord, God king. Trump is the fucking mad king. Who's going to be our Robert Baratheon?
That's not up to us. The Supreme Court ruled, President, that if, as El Salvador wants to return him, this is international matters, foreign affairs, if they wanted to return him.
Marco Rubio knows that they're so full of shit, he couldn't even sit, like stand it. He was just,
We would facilitate it, meaning provide a plane.
Okay, she just made that up. The definition of facilitate, she just made up. Facilitate means you have to at least fucking try to get him back. You have to ask in good faith to the president of El Salvador, bring this guy back. It was a fucking mistake. He's an innocent person. Their dodge is, hey, this is foreign policy matter, so the court has no say in it. But it's not really a foreign policy matter, because El Salvador is acting as a contractor to the United States. This is not the same as dealing with a hostile foreign nation where the executive branch has authority and Congress has authority. God, on top of being...
Kyle and the president of El Salvador are dressed the same. They probably go to the same suit.
These people are liars. They are absurd liars. But I'm still not done yet. Let's go to now. I believe this is the first time that Bukele speaks, right? Here we go.
How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? I don't have the power to return him to the United States. But you can release him.
I don't have the power to return him to the United States? Excuse you?
They say it. They say all the shit where they know that the press will cover it, but they will never say it in court because it's perjury. Yeah,
contracted with the U.S. illegally to take all of these innocent people and put them in your slave labor gulag, and you don't have the authority. Well, who the fuck has the authority? So the White House is putting the onus on him, and he's putting the onus back on the White House, and they're all shrugging like, tee-hee-hee, what are you gonna do? Look, if these people were fucking smarter, they would have at least grabbed somebody who does fit the bill with everything that people would say, I don't give a fuck about that guy, right? So in other words, if you had somebody who was an undocumented immigrant, who was a violent criminal, who was a gangster, you had evidence of such things, and you shipped them there, it would still be illegal. But at least in the court of public opinion, people would look at that and go, okay, I really don't care about that guy, so whatever happens to him, who gives a fuck? But they're so fucking incompetent that in the midst of doing their fascism, they take the most innocent man alive and kidnap him and torture him and then fucking act like, tee-hee-hee, there's nothing we can do about it. There's fucking everything you can do about it, Bukele and Trump.
The way that
all it would take is one serious comment from Trump. Hey, we made a mistake. Bring that guy back. And he'd be on a plane within fucking 20 minutes, bro. 20 fucking minutes. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, but I'm not releasing, I mean, we're not very fond of releasing terrorists into our country. I mean, we just...
He's not a terrorist. Oh, my God. Oh, I'm going to fucking lose it. They're just lying. They know they're lying. Every word. They know they're fucking lying. They know he's not a terrorist, but they're casually referring to him as a terrorist.
Turn the murder capital of the world into the safest country of the Western Hemisphere, and you want us to go back into the releasing criminals so we can go back to being the murder capital of the world? No, that's not going to happen.
He's not a criminal. He's not a criminal. That's the point. That's the point. Oh, we were the murder capital of the world, and now we're safe. You want us to go back to being the murder capital of the world? That's not what anybody fucking said. How immensely full of shit. What's so crazy to me is how the fascists are not only evil, but they're just immense liars.
They're fucking dumb, though. Their lies suck.
And immensely stupid. I can't get over, like, you would think the movie trope is true, that the villains, the super villains, are like these clever, plotting characters who are really high IQ and, like, you know, they're just brilliant even though they're evil. No, it turns out the evil people in real life are also fucking morons, are also colossal dipshits. You think, who is this convincing? When there's fucking detailed reporting on how innocent these people are. Oh, you want us to release terrorists? Nobody fucking said that. You don't know nobody fucking said that. Oh, my God.
Well, they'd love to have a criminal, you know.
Yeah, they love it. I mean, the left, they love criminals. They want full anarchy.
I mean,
He just said to the media, they'd love to have a criminal release.
These just colossal putzes.
What are we supposed to fucking do with this? When the whole point...
do I have to use the R word? REBEL?
Like I said, 75 to 90% of the people have zero criminal record. Of the ones that do have a criminal record, they're fucking nonviolent. Some people, wait, it's going to get worse. Here, I'll bite my tongue so you could hear it from their own mouth. Here we go. Ready? Listen to this.
That you're open to deporting individuals that aren't foreign aliens but are criminals to El Salvador. Does that include potentially U.S. citizens, fully naturalized Americans?
If they're criminals and if they hit people with baseball bats over their head that happen to be 90 years old, and if they rape 87-year-old women and
but you'll kill a 90-year-old by taking their health care, no problemo. You fucking asshole. Like, dude, there's no jokes here. This guy is like, dude, if I was still a Christian, I legit would believe he was the Antichrist. I legit would. I'm not even kidding.
Coney Island,
this would be it. Like, I'd be thinking that it's like, guys, it's coming.
Brooklyn. Yeah.
Hey, Ryan, can you do me a favor? Since my school said that you're technically a placeholder for me, can you go put a lawn chair on the field of Harmageddon for me?
Yeah, that includes them. What, do you think there's special category of person? They're as bad as anybody that comes in.
So, first of all, they are literally a special category of person according
People
to the
more power than sense. Dangerous.
laws of this state. You're a full citizen. If the laws of this...
in the book of Revelation, that little plot of land, Harmageddon, is technically, you know, we're God's chosen people. I'm not sure if you knew this.
Country are, you have full citizen protection.
You got a whole bunch of white fat KFC, you know, filled Americans coming to your land to go, I'm going to get raptured.
That's point number one. Point number two is, you think
it's going to be the grossest and most like BO-ridden pilgrimage ever.
This guy is that, oh, don't worry. I'll be really...
I had my KFC on the plane.
Be careful and
they let me bring a bucket.
Be a stickler for the details and the facts and make sure that when I send U.S. citizens to the foreign slave labor gulag, it's all going to be the right ones. Well, why would anybody believe that when right now it's 75 to 90% totally innocent people that have been sent to the slave labor camp in El Salvador? Why would anybody fucking believe that? You already have proven you don't give
The thing is, people already forgot this, that these same camps were already being investigated by the frickin' international criminal courts for human rights abuses, but we're just not going to talk about that right now because we have to focus on just getting our guy out of the fucking prison camp.
The fuck about the facts, and then when it's demonstrated that you're demonstrably, verifiably,
It really does
provably
hurt.
wrong,
Like, it hurts my
you
brain to
triple
think
down
about
and
this
quadruple
and how
down
stupid this is.
down and say things like the media just wants us to release criminals. That's what they want. They want us to release criminals. It's not that they're really concerned about this innocent man who had no due process whatsoever and is now being tortured. It can't be that. It's got to be that they're evil and I'm brilliant. No, you're the fucking evil one. I've never seen anything more evil than this. I'm still not done.
Yeah.
Ready? So if that wasn't clear enough, we got more.
This shit.
I'm not here supporting. I want him to do, homegrown criminals next. Yeah. I said homegrowns are next.
So I know it's hard to hear, but he said, quote, homegrowns are next. The homegrowns. You got to build about 5 more places. It's not big enough. As Melanie Diorigo says, it only took 84 days to get to deporting citizens born in the U.S. to dangerous foreign prisons without due process. I really don't think you guys get what we're looking at here. I got one more for you. Ready? From Documented New York, they report that one of the Venezuelans deported to El Salvador is a 19-year-old with no criminal record and no tattoos who wasn't even the target of an ICE operation, but she ended up sent there anyway. An ICE agent even said he's not the one when arrested. Do you all understand what we're witnessing?
Yeah.
Do you all understand what we're witnessing?
Yeah, and the thing is, like, dude, I'm not sure if you guys are watching Daredevil, but there is an interesting reality, or like, there's an interesting, like, oh my God, parallel to reality in this one where Fisk has a task force that is not beholden to anybody, only him. So the cops, like, they literally can't do anything. This is just like that. And it's insane because, oh my God, like, he was kind of saying, no, it's not even like we can't even get like a cool mayor. Like, I don't want to say like Fisk is cool like that, but, comic book villain-esque. It's like, no, you get this guy. You get, hey, hold on. Did I spill a little bit of ketchup on my white shirt? I have a red tie. I'll just put it over it.
Nobody has rights anymore. There are no more rights.
Yeah, they're literally taking our rights away, and they're doing it like silently, and they're making people cheer for it. Like, their base is just like, yay, this is great. They're getting all those Browns out of here. Yippee! Are you telling me all I have to do is accuse them of a crime? What?
There are no more civil liberties. There are no more protections. They have, in a short period of
the trumpets are sounding, the end times
time,
are
in
nigh.
about 3 months, in power.
I think my next protest, I'm going to just have a full body sign. The end is nigh! The end is nigh!
They have totally decided the Constitution does not apply. The laws of this nation do not apply. They can do...
That goes full circle. I'll never forget the first time me and my dad watched Die Hard with a Vengeance, and when John McClane goes out there with the sign, he's just like, that would be you.
It to anybody.
I'm like, wait, be a cop being used for... He's like, no, the guy with the sign saying the end is nigh.
If they can willy-nilly ship these people off to a slave labor camp in El Salvador, and it's 75 to 90% people with no criminal record whatsoever, and now we have fucking 19-year-olds who they admit this is the wrong person. They admit there's literally zero evidence of anything, no criminal record, no tattoos. There's not even anything they can make a bullshit argument about. Mm-hmm. They made a bullshit argument about the gay makeup artist because they had a tattoo, I think, that said mom and dad. Another one had a fucking autism awareness tattoo.
Yep.
They had these bullshit arguments they make.
Yeah, but they ignore Nazi tattoos. They ignore the white. Like, again, this is where now it's like, oh, no, so now the argument is, oh, so you want to get rid of the so you hate white people? Like,
now we're at the point where they don't even bother to have a fucking cover story. Yeah. They don't bother to have a bullshit argument they can make. It's just, we fucking shipped him out because we can. What are you going to do about it? There's nothing you can fucking do about it. Yeah. And even when the Supreme Court of the United States comes out and says, you got to facilitate their return, they go, ha, that's a good one.
Yeah.
We're not doing that shit.
Like, guys, like, this is dead. Like, this is this is so serious.
They're not going to stop.
And I'm cope laughing because, yeah, this is fucking, it's insane how they were so effective at doing this, and it's all because of just the just blatant stupidity of America. Like, we really are. We kind of deserve this. I hate to say that. Like, it's not because America bad. I'm saying it's because we're fucking dumb. As a collective nation, we are dumb.
Literally, how is this any different from the notion of a gulag or a concentration camp?
And I'm going to say it right now. Where the fuck are the Democrats on this one? Where the fuck are they? Somebody had pointed out that they're not getting media appearances. It's because they're not demanding them. They're not putting their faces out there. I don't know what they're doing. They're playing it safe for the midterms. They're literally using the James Carville fucking approach to this, where you just got shit on your hands and let them just, shoot themselves in the face. Just watch them grab that gun off the table and just, hold on. Then they're just going to, pow themselves.
Literally, how is it any different? Please explain to me. Please explain to me how this is different. Please explain to me how this is different. They have no standards. They have no standards. It's, who do we not like?
Yeah.
We don't care about the specifics. Ship them out. And then when you try to, God forbid.
And the thing is, they're black bagging people, so it happens so quickly that by the time that you are being processed out of the fucking country, it's already too late. And that's what they're saying. They're saying, oh, well, once you're past that line of the Gulf of America, then it's too late. It's too late. International waters, you're too late. You can't turn around. We can't. Oh, what do you mean? You
try to prove, hey, I'm not the right person, and this is
the courts do if the Supreme Court does not hold somebody in contempt for this, if they don't start really pressing this, we're fucked. This is it, guys. I think today I can speak to this. I just have been processing grief for the past few months. This is kind of like the shock process of what happened when I found out.
This isn't correct, and this doesn't make sense, and I have no criminal record, and I'm here legally, and all that stuff. Who's going to fucking heed your call?
Nobody.
Who's going to heed your call?
Literally
Nobody's
nobody.
going to heed your call.
You can't trust or you can't trust lawyer. You can't rely on lawyers being there at all.
Because there is no process.
Yeah.
There is no recourse.
Yeah.
There is no ability for you to...
Even if there was a lawyer, they just sit there shock Pikachu face, just like, you did what?
Get on the record. And so now, what's so crazy is we're talking about this one case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, right? Which got all the way to the Supreme Court, and they said, yeah, you gotta facilitate his return. They still fucking dismissed that. But think of all the people who are there who seemingly have no fucking recourse, right? And then how long it takes, even if you file a habeas petition and stuff and you try to get it through the courts, think about how long that process takes. The entire fucking time. You are illegally detained. All of your freedoms are taken away.
Yeah.
You can't talk to your family. You can't talk to your friends.
Which is insane.
You're behind
you do realize that if the cops pulled this shit with you right now, that you have so many so much ground to fucking sue on. Number one,
fucking bars. They shave your head. They put you in league with fucking gang members and violent criminals. This is not what this country is about. This is not what this country is supposed to fucking be. And what I need is everybody of good faith to ramp it up a couple notches. I need the media to start calling a spade and stop asking questions about, oh, are you going to send Americans? What kind of fucking question is that? Are you going to start sending Americans there? The wildly illegal actions that you've already taken, and now you want to do even more wildly illegal actions. You do realize this is unacceptable. You do realize this is fucking impeachable. Congress, where are you? I get it. The Republicans are fucking crazy. They're probably not going to vote for any Trump impeachment no matter what. But guess what? History's watching. You got to fucking try. If this isn't fucking impeachment worthy, destroying the Constitution, taking away due process, taking away habeas corpus, what the fuck? Right? Are we kidding here?
Yeah. And I'm glad that he's doing this, and I'm glad that I can also kind of contribute with my what the fuck response too. A guy responding to a guy going, what the fuck? This is just
By the way, just to show you, this is not
all right, guys, now it's your turn to react to me going like this, reacting to Kyle, and we'll just keep it going.
Limited in any narrow way. Ready for this? Just in. The Associated Press was blocked from Trump's Oval Office press gaggle, ignoring recent court
ignoring
ruling.
the court order. Yep.
There's no subtlety here, y'all. There's no subtlety here. What's happening right in front of our eyes is court after court, decision after decision. The White House is just disregarding whatever they don't want to do and continuing ahead as if there's no problem whatsoever. And it looks like Trump is fully of the mindset now. I found a loophole. I'm going to do whatever I want because who the fuck is going to stop me? They absolutely positively need to impeach. They need to impeach him ASAP. We need millions and millions of bodies in the street standing up, fighting. I need every Democrat. I don't want to hear another fucking word about bipartisanship ever again. Ever.
I'm tired of that too, and I was saying that a few years ago, but
no compromise, no negotiation, no middle ground
ridiculous.
with fucking fat.
No, and if they get power back and they fuck it up again, then it's like, you know what?
Fascists.
Holy shit.
They're destroying.
Because we're living through that right now. I hope they realize that their whole game caused this. Like, the Democrats cannot sit there smugly just going like, oh, it's almost like we told you this was going to happen.
Every good, decent thing about this country right in front of our eyes. And to people on the right, oh, don't even get me started on you, man. All the fucking assholes who yelped and whined and bitched and moaned about free speech and law and order all these years. Well, guess what? It hasn't been that long, and free speech is gone, and law and order is gone. It's not even fucking close. It's not even close. Look, as I said, it would be one thing. The public would swallow the pill of, oh, sure, they're deporting people overseas to a slave labor camp, but they're undocumented and they were a violent criminal and they were in a gang. So whatever. I don't really care. But, and that still wouldn't be right, by the way. It still wouldn't be legal or constitutional or acceptable. But the public would be like, okay, in this instance, 75 to 90% of the people of the 238 that were sent there are completely and utterly innocent of any wrongdoing. No criminal record whatsoever. None. You get nightmare stories about this guy takes care of 2 special needs kids. This one has an autism awareness tattoo because, their younger brother.
Yeah, they're good people.
Has all.
Yeah, the common thread here is they're good people. Now, you know what nobody's reporting on? Their political views. I'm sure that if you were to kind of look into these people's political views, did any of them dissent against the Trump administration, or maybe, I don't know, have opposing views to the right wing? Like, I'm genuinely curious about that.
Autism. This one has a mom and dad tattoo, and they were.
That is something nobody's asking.
There for that. This one is a gay makeup artist, right? Yep. You hear these horrible, that 19-year-old, like we just discussed. It's illegal. It's unconstitutional. It's immoral. It's unethical. And you're not fucking fooling anybody with your tsunami of lies and deflections. You're not fooling.
If there are no due process rights, there are no rights at all. Exactly. The thing is, somebody, I think Emma had somebody like on call into the show and ask about this, about like talking to their family. It's like, no, this is the stuff that you have to hammer into everybody. I don't care how right wing they are. If they do not agree that due process is needed for the rule of law, then they don't give a shit, and you can just, you then know that they're perfectly okay with you getting locked up for having opposing views to them. And I'm not sure what that does to your relationship, but I know what that would do to me, where I'm going to fucking gladly walk out of that fucker's life. I don't care how close of a family member they are.
Bukele isn't fooling anybody. Trump isn't fooling anybody. And if we don't draw a line here, the message that sends is there are no fucking lines.
It's a civil offense to be here to be undocumented.
There are no lines.
Yep.
You do whatever you want, and we'll just fucking play catch up.
Well, yeah, that's what they're doing at the borders too. They're trying to literally scare people out of even coming here for like vacations and shit. Like,
a line's got to be drawn.
It's insane.
People got to fight. People got to stand up. People got to protest. People got to get out there in the streets.
And then you have the fucking Trump administration coming out and just being like, you know what, we're going to start punishing people for not, they're not sending their people over. We're having impacts to business. Like, I saw this report come out recently from a Trump administration head where they were like, yeah, there's impacts to international business ties because, people are scared to come across the border. What are they hiding?
The Democrats,
like, Jesus fuck.
They're start impeaching. If you're a Democratic politician and you're not fucking screaming at the top of your lungs about this, shame on you.
Yeah.
Fucking resign.
Yeah, honestly, like Sean, there's this guy, Sean Caston, who is one of like at one point he was the representative of my district, but I recently saw one of his fundraiser things that legit made me more angry at him than anybody on the right wing.
Why are you even in politics? Why do you even have this position?
Yeah, trying to sell me like he's I've been a fighter in this position. No, you have not.
If you're not going to fight back aggressively over this,
Yeah.
This is everything. This is the whole ball game. Guess what? It might sound crazy, but it's not. That could be you in the fucking gulag.
Yep.
You piss off Trump enough at any given point,
Yep.
they could chip you off, and then when the Supreme Court says you can't.
Yeah, but notice how every Democrat is starting to do this. They're doing the CNN pivot. That's what I'm going to call it, the CNN pivot, where every anchor looks like they've lost their souls. They legit look like they are just going through the motions, like they have people with guns in their studio, just say something against Daddy Trump. Just say it. Report something bad about Trump.
Can't do that. They go, well, it's a foreign policy issue, so fuck off. Or they lie and say, you fully ruled.
Guys, we're not even 6 months into his administration. You guys, and people are still trying to argue he's not what do you mean authoritarian? You guys are, I got told that yesterday. They're like, oh, look at you guys using the F word, fascism. You guys are already using fascism. You call me Nazi next?
With us, even though you didn't. Then Bukele says,
constitutional amendment to add repercussions for noncompliance.
I have no power to do it. And Trump goes, I have no power to do it. And here we are. That could be any of us in there. Any of us. Any of us.
Me and Kyle literally
us.
Hey!
Never in a million years did I think we would get to the fucking point.
I mean, if we share a cell, do we start a podcast?
Where Donald Trump makes George W. Bush look like Noam Chomsky.
Yeah.
But that's where we are.
Yeah, that's what's really weird.
There's this notion called the imperial boomerang, where all of the civil rights abuses or human rights abuses that we've unleashed on the rest of the world, the imperial boomerang means eventually the sorts of suppression that we do to people overseas, it comes back home.
Yeah.
And that's what we're witnessing right now. And they were never going to stop with undocumented immigrants who are violent criminals. They were never going to stop with just undocumented immigrants. They're doing green card people. They're doing permanent legal residents. They're doing people with zero criminal record whatsoever. And eventually it's going to get to citizens who are criminals. And then it will become citizens who are not criminals. And then it's just whoever the fuck Trump wants.
Yeah.
And it's thought crime.
And this could literally happen in a matter, not even a year. Not even a year.
You know? You said something he didn't like. You thought something he didn't like.
Yep.
You were a little too anti-MAGA. You were a little too this, little too that. Lock him up and throw away the key.
Yep.
And who's going to come fight for you? Who's going to come fight for you?
Nobody.
Right? Who's going to come get you out?
No, the Democrats aren't.
We're living through history. And everybody needs to understand how horrific the moment is and how
we're always living through history. That's kind of a dumb statement.
How dire the moment is. And they already laid the precedent.
But we're definitely living through something that's going to be recorded in the modern, in the history books. That's definitely, I would say that we're at a footnote of history. There, I'll say that.
If we just ignore court rulings, right? It's only going to get worse and worse, worse
footnote?
And worse. And either we lay on the ground in a chalk outline of ourselves, or we do something about it.
Fascism is when imperialism comes home is a famous quote. I don't remember who.
I know which path I want to go. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notification. Now, we've talked a lot about the way our elections work recently. I'm going to go ahead and recommend that all you guys take a look at Greg Palast came on Crystal Kyle and Friends. You could type into YouTube Greg Palast Secular Talk, and it'll probably come up. Or you could also sign up for Substack below and see the full interview we did with Greg Palast, which I highly recommend. There's a lot of really interesting facts in there.
Oh, wait, this isn't it. Hold on. No, it's Democracy Now!
On Thursday,
I thought that he was had the interview.
Deleted a post on X with a graphic that said, quote, if it crosses the border illegally, it's our job to stop it, and showed the words people, money, products, and ideas. This week, Homeland Security said it's now surveilling the social media posts of international students and immigrants for alleged anti-Semitic activity amidst the crackdown on international students who exercise their free speech rights.
But notice how, it's all going to be Palestinian, protesters. It's not going to be anybody that has, a swastika on their arm. No.
During Palestinian Solidarity campus protests last year,
man.
New felony vandalism and conspiracy charges that are some of the harshest yet were filed Thursday against 11 Stanford University students and one former student involved in a building takeover last June. Meanwhile, on Sunday, Customs and Border Protection at the Detroit Metro Airport detained a lawyer a U.S. citizen, representing a pro-Palestinian protester facing a felony charge stemming from an encampment at the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. Civil rights attorney Amir Maklad and his family were returning from a spring break trip when he was detained and asked about his clients and asked to hand over his cell phone. He's based in Dearborn, Michigan, and is joining us now. Welcome to Democracy Now!, Amir. Explain exactly what happened.
Amy kind of looks like she's rocking from the vault.
Well, good morning, Amy. Thank you. What happened is I was returning home from spring break with my wife and kids, and as I approached the passport control desk, an agent asked
Amy's preparing
if there was a TTRT agent available. I didn't know what that acronym meant, so I did a Google search, and it meant Tactical Terrorism Response Team. That's when another agent summoned me and my family members to a secondary screening room, and at that point, I was separated from my family. My wife and children were allowed to continue and leave, but what happened next was quite interesting to me. It didn't seem as if this was a random stop or a routine search. This was targeted. The special agent that approached was wearing plain clothes. He knew who I was. He knew that I was an attorney, and he knew that I had been representing, individuals in high-profile cases as of late, which was a reference to the case of Samantha Lewis. Samantha is one of my clients who has been charged in the encampment at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. At that moment, the agent asked if my cell phone was with me. I said yes, and he handed me a pamphlet. The pamphlet had an explanation of the federal statute that allows for at the border for federal agents to seize my communication device, my telephone. I told him I wasn't ready to give up my phone because my phone contains a lot of confidential information and probably over a decade worth of emails and text messages and files from my work as an attorney. At that point, he brought in a supervisor, and the supervisor indicated to me that if I write down on a legal pad everything that I believe could be privileged, we won't go through that. Otherwise, we're taking your device. Knowing that the government could take my device, I still pushed back and said, no, I'm not going to engage the government in this exercise of writing down what could be confidential and what could be privileged information. That's a futile exercise and an impossibility to do in this setting. Last, they come back to me and say, look, if you show us your contact list, we'll give you your phone back. Otherwise, we're taking it. And so at that point, I acquiesced. I said, okay, I didn't want my device to be taken by the government because in other cases, I've known that the government could take your phone for days, weeks, or even years in some extreme cases. So I didn't want to be in that position where I didn't have my device. And once it was outside of my control and custody, who knows what the government could do with all the information that was contained.
Yeah, I mean, come on, guys. They're targeting civil rights attorneys, but you're going to, again, the Fox News crowd just going, yeah, you know what, man, he was helping out the illegals.
In regards to my client's information. They came back with a list of questions about individuals on my contact list. That's when I said this has gone too far. I cannot divulge whether individuals on my contact list are going to be clients, friends, or otherwise. So I told them...
Kind of crazy. We just kind of skipped over that whole, Civil War part.
Whoever's in my phone is going to be a client, a friend, or a family member. And that's all I'm going to engage in. And the reason why I feel that this was a targeted approach is because they knew my history. They knew my travel history. They knew that I had been traveled overseas several times in the past years. They had a whole profile about me. And that showed to me that this wasn't something that was random. This wasn't a routine search. This was targeted. And the fact that they brought up my cases, including the high-profile case that I'm involved in right now, showed and was, to me, an intimidation attempt. It was an attempt to dissuade. And when I look at what the current administration is doing, they're attacking attorneys. They're attacking immigration lawyers in federal court for what they claim to be as frivolous filings for asylum seekers.
Yeah, they just, there's one in Washington, D.C. that was, I think, representing the girl that got black bagged, who was, they showed up with, an intimidation squad where they had pictures of him walking his dog, and they were drone shots, and they were just like, if you don't do this, then
they're attacking.
It's dude, they're literally mob tactic. Dude, this is fucked up. ICE straight up, they made into the SS.
Big law firms in Washington, D.C. Through executive orders.
Right
and so
now.
This is another example.
They just don't, they're not wearing Hugo Boss, and I guess that's enough for people to just go whatever.
Of our current administration.
You ever seen the show The Shield? They look like that.
Pushing back and trying to stop the individuals who are speaking up on the...
Then you find out that all these guys are freaking cop dropouts. They couldn't even they could not even be cops.
Warren Gaza.
It legitimately is from Daredevil. The thing is, Daredevil was written and filmed over a year ago.
Our client in this situation, Samantha Lewis, has decided to take a position in the University of Michigan encampment case to fight back. That case is involving the criminalization of free speech. None of those students were engaged in anything that was violent. They were peaceful demonstrations with an encampment. And the campus safety police came in with a very strong showing of force, wearing riot gear, holding batons, and engaging in mace and other type of chemical repellents, and started busting up this encampment as they were walking in unison in riot gear. and whatever was in their way, whether it was a tent, a desk, a chair, these officers were using their batons and showing force and destroying anything in their path. And that included protesters. And those who resisted that were charged with felonies.
Now, I mean, is the border some kind of no man's land? You're a U.S. citizen. You're an attorney. Our phones now contain so much information. It's like police coming to your home and demanding to get in, right, into your office. Do they require?
It's essentially also, it's shutting off ports of entry to American citizens, because now any American citizen that knows about this, they're just going to be like, no.
Warrant. And why didn't they in your case? You are a U.S. citizen and you're a lawyer.
I was born in Detroit, Michigan. They do not require a warrant. They can have a warrantless search without probable cause, without any reasonable suspicion. The statute at the border gives a wide range of authority for government to seize devices. Now, it's supposed to be done in the sense of national security. That's the claim. But at this point, everything has been, as you could see from the current administration, even political dissenters are now looked at as a threat to national security. Somebody who protests the war on Gaza is a threat to national security. So it could be anything. But the question becomes, of these warrantless searches and of all the devices that the government has seized in the years that they've been doing this, what has led to actual convictions? And I don't believe that the government even knows what that figure is. It's an unreasonable search, and it's a trample on our constitutional rights at the border. Our rights shouldn't be stripped at the border crossings. We shouldn't have the ability to have the protections of the Fourth Amendment because we're entering back into the United States at a border crossing.
The thing is, even if it kills it, then, like he said, he's losing 10 years. The thing is, our phones are just, like, not everything is clouded, dude. So, like,
My advice to...
And no, honestly, we shouldn't be put into a position where we have to do that. Like, I don't like this acquiescing to fucking losing our rights.
Anybody traveling that's worried about government getting into their data is to take a different device without all of your data on your phone. You'd have to almost travel with a burner phone, and for lack of a better word. This is the only way that you can adequately protect yourself from not having your phone confiscated, because they have the right to do it.
And at this point, do you know exactly what they took from your phone?
No, I would have no idea. I gave them only authority to look at my contact list. In fact, I wrote it down, and I said only my contact list is not going to be what I claim to be privileged. And whether or not they took information outside of that, I would have no idea.
So what do you recommend to people who are not lawyers and are traveling? Most people don't even know what a
set up your own cloud
burner
server
phone is, and require what's in their phones to contact people.
So my recommendation is don't unlock your phones.
The thing is, Dave, I've already lived through this. I already lived through the fucking tinfoil over your fucking phone. I've lived through the fucking don't get Alexa because it's listening to you. Like, dude, all of this. Like, every part of my streaming service is essentially fucking is spying on me right now. No, at this point, it is just kind of like, no, just be aware of it. Fuck.
If you're coming through the border, keep your phone off. And if an agent does request a secondary...
Somebody tried to even be like that. Like, they're just like, oh, well, you're just going to get rid of this shit. It's like, it's never going to stop.
Screening and your phone.
What am I supposed to do? Never have a phone? Go completely off grid? Like, okay, yeah.
Phone
cool.
is subject to a search. You can keep your phone turned off. You don't have to give them your password. You don't have to give them facial recognition. You don't have to comply with opening your phone and showing agents what's in your phone.
Yeah, that's the smartest thing to do when you go through customs, is just turn your phone off.
And if they do decide to confiscate your phone, there are redress programs. There is an ability to get it back. The question is how long. And those are the CBP policy, Customs and Border Protection policy, indicates that the actual confiscation of a phone has to be done in the most extreme cases where there's a high level of national security concern. Now, we don't know exactly what that test is. It's not a bright line rule, and most individuals coming through the United States should not be, especially as citizens, considered as a national security threat. But, you know, at this point, we have no idea.
Amir Makhlid, I want to thank you for being with us. Michigan-based civil rights lawyer, U.S. citizen, defending a pro-Palestinian activist at the University of Michigan encampment. He was detained and questioned Sunday at the Detroit Metro Airport when coming in from a family vacation in the Dominican Republic. Asked about his clients, told he had to surrender his cell phone.
Don't do it. Make your phone literally do that right before. Like, don't give him the countdown. Just all of a sudden it just go... Boom! All right, now that would actually be a little bit funny. Obviously, it's a violation of the Fourth Amendment, but all of that stuff went out the window with the Patriot Act. No, it didn't. Not really. Because even the Patriot Act, there you still have, as an American citizen at, like, American ports of entry. No, again, dude, this idea that so many Americans, number one, either think they know the fucking law, and the ones that just blatantly don't know the law are pretty much the same fucking people at this point. Because, like, god damn it, no. Like, it's either we don't have our Constitution, which kind of like what Kyle was saying, you know, yeah, that could actually be that could be the fucking problem right now. We're in this really in between like this really weird in between. Because if he can start breaking constitutional fucking rights without any recourse, then what? Then what? And this is why Kyle was panicking, is because we're not seeing any patterns of anybody being there to stop this fucking train. You have people that weren't in the know of the other shit that are panicking on the financial side of this, because they are like, oh my God, we were told that this was going to help us financially. And he keeps going, you know what? Hold on. And like, now they're also kind of doing that whole thing where it's like, oh, he really does not give a fuck about any of us. It's like, you just learned that. You just learned that the only person that guy cares about is him. He doesn't even give a fuck about his own kids. He doesn't give a fuck about any of us. He gives a fuck only about the orange hair, his perception of being seen as a god king. Yeah, he needs to be seen as a god. Like, seriously, I'm not even I made the joke about the Antichrist thing, but I would not put it past him to just be like, you know what? I am the Antichrist. I'm in the Bible. They talked about me in the Bible. That's how important I am. Like, for fucking real. It is insane how we got to this point again. This isn't even the first time. That's what really gets me on this one. And everybody's just like, oh, be mad at MAGA. It's like, there are people to be mad at too. Like, just be mad at America. Be mad at America. Like, as an American, I will just say, be mad at America. We all in some way fucked this up. Now's the reflection point. Not saying the left, not saying the right. Literally saying all of us. All of us did something stupid. We all ignored some of the warnings. We didn't do enough to pressure like certain politicians. Like, there's just so much of it where it's just like, And everybody just wants to like find that pinpoint, like you wanted to do with the Patriot Act. And everybody wants to either go back to that or Citizens United, any of it. I hate the American electorate. I'm starting. I do too. I do too. This fucking monolith attitude that the Democrats take with them too. You know, I absolutely hate it. Because they're not good at placating to people who are actually mad. They would rather have, again, they want, Duke, you actually, I think that you might have said this, where it's like, yeah, they're trying to play bipartisan politics all the time, and like, that's part of like what makes them fail. Like, they're trying to always have this air of decorum, this air of, well, we're actually trying to play the political game. We're trying to actually like help people. No, you're not. Also, our rights have been are largely protected by norms and people's willingness to fight for it, as we see now. Well, that's, I mean, the fact that we have more protests like coming up, the fact that like I'm seeing a lot of people engaging with it too, that you never would have seen this. I'm telling you right now, there's a few people in my life that are going to some of these protests that just back in November, they cast that vote for that orange idiot, but they fucking regret it. Like, dude, so many people are legitimately hurting right now. And now we have the whole, like, we got the media completely, it's all about the stocks. It's all about the stock market. It has they're not talking about the fact that we're getting just completely graped at the fucking grocery store. They're not talking about the fact that they're taking advantage of the tariff narrative and they're raising prices unilaterally. Like, they're conditioning America to just get used to it. And that's what's really fucked up. When he said, you just got it, it's gonna hurt, it's gonna hurt. That's when I actually knew. It's like, oh God, this is gonna be really bad. Like, this is going to be really bad, because if he's going to say something like that and convince these people to just, for like the next 6 to 8 months, go, hey, you know what? It's going to hurt. You know, you gotta get some scars to grow, you know? It's like, man. And it's never the people that are actually going to get hurt. That's what's really fucked up to me. And I know I'm just kind of like repeating a lot of what other people are like frustrated about, but it's true. Like, there is something fundamentally frustrating that these people speak with this authority. And then, like, not only just authority, like they've been gifted, ordained in their position to just make it like, I got mine, I got my car, I got everything that I need, my kids are set, fuck everybody else. And that is the American mindset, man. Like, so many people think like that. It's disgusting. You see, it all started with this gorilla. You see, back in my day, before the dark times, it all started with this gorilla, you see. The great Harambe. It really did. I know we're joking about it, but God, if it didn't just all start going to shit after that. Like, literally, that day was like, and then it was just like, boom, 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 boom. Yeah, that makes sense about the server. Appreciate you explaining. Duke is definitely right about the fighting. Just like, only way through this to better is if enough of us meaningfully fight back. Well, yeah, but the thing is, there might not be any way to fight back. Like, dude, they're already trying to block married women from voting. And do you know how many people know about that? Like, the Safety Act? Do you know how many people actually know about this shit? Or the SAVE Act? What up, Squish? I caught a little bit of your stream yesterday. Cambodia? What the hell are you doing over there? I saw you're seeing family, but Cambodia? Shit. But yeah, man. Hope you're doing well. Safe travels. Also, getting back into the States. Make sure that you are, all good to go. And like, if you missed the this specific portion of the show, just remember to turn your phone off when entering through customs. That's important. Like, make sure it's off. Like, yeah. Not just that, just black screen it. No. Turn it off. Dave was going to say capitalism breeds sociopathy and narcissism, especially neoliberalism. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, Duke, no. You're too political brain sometimes. And I'm not trying to insult you, but for real, that's not just special to the neoliberalism. That's not... Like, maybe the way that, like, our capitalist... Like, you nailed it with capitalism, because capitalism encapsulates everybody. Everybody plays into that game. So everybody... Like, it's the way that... Pokemon. Let's use Pokemon as the... do you think that, like, Pokemon enthusiasts are doing it, like, with politics in mind? Or, like, to maximize their capitalistic ways and, or, like, whatever? No, they're already kind of shitty human beings. They're already... They have it in them to be that piece of shit to go scalp. Just saying. I knew about it. All my 60 to 75-year-old women friends know the SAVE Act is shit for women. Well, okay. Well, it's a lot of, I guess my millennial and like Gen X crew they don't give a fuck. They're not paying attention to it. I had a friend do that. I'll keep my company phone on because I don't have anything on it. Nice. Yeah, there you go. He's got a good boy phone and a naughty boy phone. That's a Jimmy Norton joke. Capitalism does reward greed, though, which is indeed a fundamental... Yeah, no, it is. No, like that... Yeah, no, and Duke, you were right about that. It fuels it. I wouldn't... Yeah, that's the different... I guess that would be the different term like that I would use, is it fuels it, not breeds it. Like, it's not directly a consequence of neoliberalism as much as it is not a consequence. You know what I'm talking about, like a direct cause, as much as a consequence. That's what I meant by that. Man, I really can't talk today. This hyper-individualist ideology, greed is good. That was called. See, this is why I hate this shit. Honestly, Duke, this is why I get like really shitty at that kind of language. Is because number one, a lot that like 80-something% of the populace immediately tunes out. Because I lived through the neocon days. I lived through all this bullshit. You know what never really stuck? Any of that bullshit, because it all evolved. Just to say capitalistic America and the way that, like, because again, people hear neoliberalism and immediately they're just like, oh, so you say liberal bad, me tune out now. Like, just literally say greed bad. Like, fucking A. Not everybody needs a thesis. Sorry. And I know that, like, in this, like, here in this chat, that's fine, but I'm more so saying in, like, if you're engaging with people about this topic, just literally just be like, dude, everybody's too fucking greedy. Everybody's too fucking selfish. Nobody appreciates what they have. It's always the next thing. Trust me, I'm conditioned that way. Do you know how many times I've had to have, like, legit, just like a meditation ritual to stop me from having fucking FOMO? Like, dude, marketing is, like, one thing I do not take very kindly to is people that like severely shit on people that are victims of marketing, like marketing techniques, and just shaming them for it. Like, and that's why this kind of plays into that, where I'm like, dude, no. Like, people don't think about this, dude. They literally go to the store and go, oh, I can afford this, I can't afford this. This is what most people think about. Do you know, this is why we're in this position. And people aren't going to want to get educated, like, having these discussions. Like, that's why there are all of these subsects online. That's why, honestly, like, on my show, I have prided myself on being able to be accessible to just your average idiot who doesn't want to get steeped down in theory. Who does, like, that's not, like, you can go watch Vosh for, like, people can go watch Vosh for that. If you guys want to fucking talk about deontology and all that bullshit, then that's literally where I'm like, okay, there are, like, I acknowledge it's like, no, we have other, like, avenues for that. But at least here, this is where I'm, like, trying to be like, no, we need to try and cater to the normies. So, like, the only reason, and this is where I'm saying with you, and this is why I want to work with you to try and rebrand, to discuss, like, using your take on it, which is right, but rebranding it in a way that we can speak to these idiots. Because honestly, this is why Trump wins. This is why the Republicans win. We get so up in our own ass with a bunch of fucking, I got the perfect thought that's gonna fix everything, instead of just going like, nah, like, hey, drill, baby, drill. Yay! Like, or whatever the fuck. But that's my, I've been making this point since I started this show, is that one thing that is blatantly a bad thing on the left, I couldn't even, is specifically their marketing and the way that they approach talking about politics to normies. Because the thing is, like, that's another thing, they come at it from vilifying, like, normies. Like, that's another thing I'll say about right-wingers. They don't talk about that. Like, anybody that's not, like, anybody that's even normal, they're just like, or normal, they're just like, oh, well, so are you woke? Like, they literally ask that, and then you get a lot of people that are like, I don't think I'm woke. Like, oops, I have to go to work. Don't you just love when that happens? Well, have fun at work. Politics is for the lazies. Who are you now? Are you trying to be a repentant man? But no, again, this is the only reason that I harp on it a little bit, man. Like, I know that you know that, and I know that we're pretty much revisiting it, but that's also why, like, now is the perfect time to just pivot. Like, how do we simplify this, man? Like, let's workshop this neoliberalism. How can we even, like, repackage that term into something that's just like oh yeah, you know, the billionaires kind of like trickled down into your brains and made you think that you need more. Reread the sentence. Lazy? Yeah, wait. In my experience, it isn't the left. It isn't that the left can be exclusive, it's that they are, or they can be downright anti-inclusive. Yes. Like, dude, I see it on Discords all the like leftist Discords are, I mean, I'm not trying to single it out as much, but the Majority Report Discord is toxic because of that. Do you know how many people they've actually pushed rightward because of their antics? Because of the fact that they won't even engage in good faith discussions? Like, that's the kind of shit that, honestly, that started me where I'm just like, nah, fuck this, dude. Like, if they have that type of attitude and don't think that that's good, like, and then they have the smugness, this fucking smugness about just, oh, no, they were gonna go rightward anyway. Go fuck yourselves. That's so intellectually lazy on their end, because it's like, no, you just copped out of actually teaching somebody. Instead, you wanted to fucking be on a high horse. You wanted to use that as your moment to get the good feelings that you know what you're talking about. I'm right. Like, fuck. It's smug. It's the smugness, and it turns people the fuck off, man. Sorry. That's... You know, but the thing is, I know I'm right about this one just because it is a fucking problem. God, I've said this about Sam Cedar sometimes, where it's just like, dude, can you just, wow. Like, when he's in a mood, he's in a mood. And he will definitely, it's like, oh, you're not trying to win anybody over. And it's not always the libertarian shit. It sometimes does come like from just like smaller disagreement. He's been a lot better about it recently, but oddly enough, you're recovering from, oh, nice. Well, I hope that you're recovering, lots of electrolytes. I mean, it doesn't help that you have Fox News out here telling people that solution to crime is more prisons. But the thing is, we have put ourselves into a position of not supporting MSNBC because they're too corporate. We have put ourselves into a position of not accepting corporate money because corporate money and morals, and then sitting here with our thumbs up our asses going, why is nobody listening to us? Why don't we have more exposure? Because honestly, like the Poly Market Studios thing, I kind of thought about that while I was listening to the Vanguard podcast about like, and I actually kind of hit that point where I was just like, oh, fucking enough with this. Who cares? If they're using the money for the right thing, that's what you should have been focused on. But instead, you shamed him for who it was, and then you shamed him for taking money. And then, honestly, it goes back to the Hassan bad thing for having money. Like, that shit's getting a little bit to me. Like, here we are fighting literal fascism to the point where, like, guys, it's happening. Like, it's happening. And then I saw this yesterday where somebody was just like, yeah, but you know what? You know what? No, I don't see anybody focusing on what Trump's doing about Gaza. We need to really bring more awareness to that. I was just like, you know, as much as I am, you know, free Palestine, and I am all for this, I had that moment where I'm like, I'm kind of focusing on something else right now, guy. And also, if we're actually going to focus on that, I don't think that you're going to fucking like what we're going to discuss, because this has gone from, oh, you know, Genocide Joe, he provided more weapons, to now they want to actually send our fucking, like, they want to use it as a state. Like, I'm actually really pissed about that one, because you know what nobody's talking about? How blatantly worse it is for them. How much blatantly worse it has gotten. That one, don't want to talk about, because then we might have to vote shame. We might have to actually, like, start talking about some uncomfortable fucking positions that were held. They won't give the money if they don't think it's a safe bet anyhow. That's my point, man. And then we had the grassroots movement. And now here I am thinking, like, oh, is that going to ever be fucking, like, plausible again? Like, because now even Bernie bros are jaded with this shit. Like, God, Bernie kind of burnt, like, I'll be honest, he kind of burned me because he sold my information to the fucking DNC. I signed up for his list. I donated to his campaign. Then what do I get inundated with? Every freaking campaign email or every campaign text message that you could fucking possibly get. And it all stemmed from his PAC. So these are uncomfortable realities that we have to recognize, guys. And I know, like I know that people don't like it when I talk about this shit. Like, and I know sometimes it gets contentious with this because I know that we don't always fully agree on this because it does turn into, well, it's not really our fault. It's like, no, I didn't say it's our fault. I said we sat here and watched it happen, though, while focusing on other shit. Also, like, for all this talk about the Democrats not doing anything, like, I see Bernie and AOC. You know what I've seen? I've seen a few content creators going really, really nuts. Like, about this and going like, woohoo! Like, there's, like, True Hopium. I'm one of them. But then I've seen other ones doing the fucking, like, literally going full nihilist with this shit. Like, just going, oh, you know what? Too little, too late. Are we really supposed to back AOC? I had to block Act Blue. Yeah. Same. The war's been going on for a year and a half. Fucking exhausting. Yep. How's the Pokemon DSA tournament going? Actually, I mean, from what, you know, the Comic-Con, pretty good. I think there's definitely a market for it, so. But right now, no, I don't think that the fun activities is exactly, like, dude, I have noticed this in my own life that enough people are, like, they're clamping down, they're staying home, they're like my friends that would usually want to go out to a bar or something, or like go get some dinner, don't want to do, like, none of that's happening anymore. I mean, to be fair, I'm also not really keen on that. Especially now. There's a cool Bernie hype video that posted on his channel today. Cool, I'll watch that. I'll also, yeah, I'm gonna cover some of the Bernie stories here. Give me 1 second. Here, let's get this update on Trump defying the court, because CNN is, the nice part is to see CNN actually, like, kind of doing their job, like going, hey, this isn't good, this isn't normal. The fun activities is what gains the people power.
I want to get.
Yeah, I know, but I can just say, like, I can barely focus on it when I'm, like, for instance, like with the protests that are coming up, I'm more focused on going and doing those than I am doing the fun stuff.
Some more right now in our top story, the legal saga over the fate of a...
Euphemisms for neoliberalism could be trickled down, or free market capitalism, I guess. These words aren't going anywhere through, though, and people do need and enjoy education. Maybe not everyone. No, and actually, no. You know what most Americans don't do? They don't educate themselves as much. They educate themselves with entertainment. It's called edutainment. If you give them edutainment, like fucking, I hate to do this, but if you can Blue's Clues this shit, then I'll respect it a lot more. But that's how it is, man. You're acting like, here's the difference between me and you, Duke. Like, you see people as being open to actually sitting and having having a lecture, sitting at a lecture, like, and actually, like, taking their time out of their day and going to a lecture. That's not what people do. People like shorts. They like feeling like they're getting a bunch of, poignant information in little neat packages. That's why YouTube is a thing. But that's where I'm saying, like, if we can package this like Blue's Clues, and again, euphemisms for here, I'm going to read it like Ben Stein. Euphemisms for neoliberalism could be trickled down, or free market capitalism, I guess. These words aren't going anywhere, though, and people do need to enjoy education. Well, no, okay, sorry, I won't. But, like, just stopping at neoliberalism, like, if you can Avengers this shit, then maybe, just maybe, you'll sell it to the American people in a way that because like, again, I don't know why this is like breaking news where it's just like, this is how Trump won, guys. Like he was entertaining. He was funny. He spoke to the masses in like the dumbest of ways. And then the Republican Party finally went, yeah, you know what? Yeah, you know what? We don't like these college educated assholes. And somehow in the last 20 years, they fucking won with that shit.
Man mistakenly deported to El Salvador.
You're kind of saying you browbeat me and insult me nonstop. I'm sorry.
The White House.
I'm not trying to browbeat you, man. And if I'm insulting you, that is unintentional. I'm just reading your comments here and just saying that there's a different way of bringing, like, because I see your frustration in this. This is where I'm trying to address, Duke. Like, you don't see where you're coming from in this. Like, you come from a place of frustration that people are not getting engaged, are not listening to these things. But then I bring up why. And then it turns into, well, I guess I could make a little pivot, but yeah, people like to get educated. It's like, yeah, that's what I'm not arguing, that people like to get educated. What I'm literally saying is people like to get educated with the dumbest fucking, like, explosions, whatever the fuck. Like, you have to package it like for these idiots.
Doubling down right now on its
and I know that I'm not articulating this all that great, but for real, like, this is going to be my thorough line on this show for however long I'm even able to do this anymore.
Abrego Garcia back to the United States, despite a U.S. Supreme Court order to, quote, facilitate.
Because, God, I want to make I do want to make a political comic at this point where it's like us getting shipped to fucking Venezuela, but then us arguing about this.
His return to the U.S.
And that would be a perfect encapsulation of the times.
Also not infringing on the president's ability to conduct foreign affairs. Let's get some serious analysis right now from the former U.S. District Court Judge Shira Scheindlin. Judge Scheindlin, thanks so much for joining us. Here's what President Trump said about this case on Friday. Listen to this.
People think conspiracy theories are educational nowadays, and it's due to decades of defunding and destroying education in America. Not necessarily. That is such a fucking cop-out argument, dude.
If the Supreme Court said bring somebody back, I would do that. I respect the Supreme Court.
President Trump is now saying something very, very different. Is he defying a court order?
Well, he certainly
That's a good idea for a sketch.
Isn't facilitating the return of Abrego Garcia. And that's what the court order requires him to do. I can't find any act he's taken that facilitates that return. I hear narrow construction that facilitate means, oh, I'll send an airplane if they want to let him go. And they, El Salvador, doesn't seem to want to let him
No, education has definitely been, destroyed.
go. But I think that's
No, because this also plays into my argument, dude. The parents do have some fucking degree of control. And, dude, we live in the information age. We live in an age where in your pocket, you have the ability to find information on anything you are curious about. No, the problem is people have a fundamental lack of curiosity anymore, too.
Disingenuous at best. The president of the United States has a lot of power. El Salvador is a little country. The president could say to the president of El Salvador, I want this guy back. And that would be the end of it. Then he'd be on a plane and then he'd be returned. So I think the judge today is going to be very stern and is going to say to the lawyers for the government, what have you done?
This is also why they're trying to block,
to facilitate
That's why they're trying to block
return.
colleges. This is why they have defunded the schools.
And they're not going to have.
But dude, when I talk to my niece, this is what really bothers me about this shit is per what you're saying right there. I should expect her to just come up to me like, hi, 2 + 2 = donut.
Have an answer. They're going to say, we can't get into foreign policy. That's foreign policy. And I don't believe that for a moment.
Right, that they're seizing on what was also in the Supreme Court opinion.
Exactly. It's too much information, though. Humans haven't evolved to access all human knowledge at any given moment.
And about the president having the ability to conduct foreign affairs and how the district court judge should really factor that in the decision. But the bottom line here, right, is that the White House says Abrego Garcia is under the control of El Salvador. The Salvadoran president says he has no power to release him. So who determines this man's fate?
Oh, I don't think the El Salvador president.
Also, Duke, if you're, I just realized this. If you're perceiving this as browbeating instead of having a conversation,
doesn't think he has the power to do it. The El Salvador president said,
now I'm confused. It's like,
I won't send this terrorist back. I think he does have the power, but I think he's made the decision that the man is a member of MS-13 or of the I can't say it right, but the other terrorist group.
right. Trendy Agua.
Thank you. But the fact is, there's no proof at all. There's no evidence at all that he's a member of.
It's kind of nice having an attorney explain this.
So that seems to be just another excuse. The U.S. has said, we made an error in sending this man out because there had been an order called withholding of removal, which means he can be removed. But he was. So we've admitted an error. We're not telling El Salvador to do it, and we should be. And of course, the El Salvador president has the power to do it if he wants to. But I think he thinks he's working with President Trump to not return this man. So yes, I see it as defiance, and I think the judge will see it as defiance. Then the question is, what can the judge do about it? Is she going to consider contempt proceedings? If she does, and if she holds the government in contempt, that brings it back to the Supreme Court, because there would be an appeal to the Fourth Circuit, then there would be the Supreme Court, and we'd hear from them again as to what's going to happen here.
As you know, Judge Sheindlin,
El Salvador killed the man. They're killing prisoners. No one will ever leave. They're over capacity, yet they bring in more people. Truk and Bukele, that's what it is. Have made an agreement to this. Trump knows. Yep.
Trump administration is claiming that the U.S. Supreme
Court. Yeah, but literally, dude, look at her.
Court's ruling.
She knows. She knows what is happening. Everybody kind of we're all doing this thing okay, where is he? How come we haven't been able to even just get an interview with the guy? Weird, huh?
Work with the government
just to kind of put people's mind at ease
of El Salvador to try to bring Abrego.
And how come nobody is blatantly saying this? Is this man alive?
Garcia home. They seem to be taking advantage of the court's vague language about, quote, facilitating his return. Do you think that argument will hold up?
I don't. I think they're trying to spin it favorable to the government. Each side here has claimed a victory, which is kind of interesting, but a 9-0 decision that brought every member of the court together, to me, is very clear. It means he didn't get due process, he has to be returned, and you have to facilitate that return. So I do think that the judge, as I said, will have very little patience for the government's position.
People in CCAT aren't even allowed to talk to anybody, even their families.
And will consider what can she do about it.
I'm just saying from Bukele's fucking standpoint, where it's just like,
what can the court?
Because that's what it's going to turn into, guys. I hope you know that, eventually, we're talking about this now, but this is going to hit the mainstream airwaves probably by next Monday, I'd say.
Is she really without power?
Right, that's a big question. Before we let you go, Judge, I want to get your thoughts on President Trump freezing more than $2 billion in funding to Harvard. And just moments ago, in a post on Truth Social, Trump now says the university should lose its tax-exempt status and be taxed as a political entity. Is this constitutional?
Well, if it is, then we're taxing a bunch of churches coming up.
No, it's not. And what Harvard has to do is what the law firms have done that are resisting Trump's orders. It will have to become the plaintiff in court. It will have to go to court and ask for an injunction and try to stop this order and take it through the court system, because it is not constitutional to lose its tax-exempt status. Yes, federal funds can be withheld by federal employees, that's for sure. So sooner or later that can be done. But it is inappropriate to talk about taking away its tax-exempt status. So I don't see that. But Harvard has taken a position that I think it had to take, because its faculty very much, 800 faculty members, I'm told, urge the university to stand up and fight this clearly unconstitutional order, as are the unconstitutional orders directed to the law firms.
Judge Shira Sheindlin, thank you so much for joining us.
The president taking this even further, saying that he's asked Pam Bondi to now study the law, potentially sending, he would say, violent U.S. citizens, deporting them.
Yeah, look at her eyes. Just
real
quick, guys. There is an emptiness here in just knowing that they are watching the literal downfall of America, and they like, I think that she must go to bed at night just like with the weight of knowing that she's contributing to it.
El Salvador. Legal grounds for that
And
are
that and the thing that kept her from going to that place before was the idea that at least I work for the centrist, the centrist network, but now she works for Fox News Light.
Non-existent, Kate. I mean, I think it's worth reminding folks, one of the complaints that we had in the Declaration of Independence.
Again, it looks like one of her kids was kidnapped, and they're holding it's like
at the beginning of the American Revolution was that King George was sending criminals to faraway prisons. It's almost like history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. There's no legal authority to send a U.S. citizen to serve a U.S. criminal sentence in a foreign.
Well, she's supposed to go off script and get fired.
And Kate, it would
a little bit of this is opinion, though.
be pretty striking if there
A little
was,
bit.
because that would mean any of us could be effectively disappeared
not saying like there's an actual
into a
news
prison
script,
with
but-
no U.S. legal constraints, with no potential human rights limits, no matter what. And that's a pretty scary proposition just arising out of this one immigration case.
Which is why getting your take is important, and also the fact that the president says he's asking the attorney general to then study the law when there is no legal grounds for it is noteworthy. Let's take it back then.
I like how you called it noteworthy.
Remember hearing you describe the Supreme Court's decision with regard to the Abrigo case as maddeningly vague. Is that then this was
Hey, it happens to the best of us.
what happened now the necessary result of that vagueness? I mean, is the Trump administration
She forgot to proceed her question with I know this is a dumbass question, but is this constitutional?
continuing to ignore a judge or a justice's ruling just
That would've made it
exactly what
better.
they were going to do, given how vague it was?
100%. I mean, Kate, I think a lot of us, at CNN and elsewhere, were saying Thursday night when the Supreme Court handed down its ruling that by switching from what Judge Zenas had done, which was say you must return him by a date and time certain, to this, wishy-washy word facilitate, the court had created exactly this wiggle room. And, Kate, maybe the Supreme Court was hoping that the Trump administration would take the hint that that decision was unanimous and would actually try to exert some pressure, diplomatic pressure, financial pressure on El Salvador to comply. I think we now know, even if we didn't last Thursday, that that's not going to happen. And so
I'm going to go sleep so I can survive public nice. Hey, Ryan, thanks for stopping by today. I really appreciate it, dude.
to the question of, so what's the
Take
step in
care.
court? I don't doubt for a second is going to order the government to take more aggressive steps to facilitate Abrigo Garcia's return, to put diplomatic
What happened?
pressure, to put economic pressure on El Salvador. If the Trump administration says, we tried and we can't, one, Kate, that's a pretty stunning concession of impotence on the part of this administration. But two, I think the other piece of this is that's going to create a lot of pressure on federal courts in every other immigration case to not let anybody be removed from the country until we're absolutely sure that all the I's have been dotted and all the T's have been crossed.
Now I want to play for you how President Trump's aide, Stephen Miller, is trying to interpret the Supreme
Kiwi German.
Court's decision, how he believes
love
it
that.
leaves them with no obligation to do anything further. Let me play this from yesterday.
No due process.
Yes, it was a 9-0
In our favor.
in our favor against the district court ruling.
Hold on, Mr. Chair speaking.
Saying that no district court has the power to compel the foreign policy function of the United States. As Pam said, the ruling solely stated that if this individual at El Salvador's sole discretion.
Dude, look at everybody else looking around, just like, what is this fucking guy doing? And why is he speaking with like...
Was sent back to our country, that we could deport him a second time.
Dude, J.D. Vance looks such like a cuck right now. It's... Ugh.
Well,
no version of
Oh my God, he's got major cuck energy.
this legally ends up with him ever living
And then you got Pam Bondi sitting there knowing full well this is complete legal horse shit
here
because she's an
because he is a
actual
citizen
attorney.
of El Salvador.
Just want to get your take on his interpretation here.
I mean, Kate, it's not a very long decision from the Supreme Court. It's about 2.5 pages. It doesn't say anything like what Stephen Miller said it says. Folks can read it for themselves and see that.
Yeah, at El Salvador sole discretion. What the fuck are we paying them to hold them for? Exactly.
I think it's quite.
He's on the couch.
Telling.
He's sitting there. You know that he rubs it. You know that he does like the soft little rub where he's just like, yeah, later when we're alone.
That Stephen Miller has to try to spin the decision as saying literally.
He stares at the gold cherub in the corner at the top of the of the doorway.
The opposite of what it said in order to justify what the Trump administration
Don't
is
judge
doing.
me.
But Kate, if we step back for a second, there's a larger point here, which is no court has ever actually determined that Mr. Abrego Garcia is a member of MS-13, as the Trump administration claims, that he was properly removable. And so we're at the point, Kate, where if this is an argument that anyone finds persuasive, that means they can do it to us too. They can say, I'm a member of MS-13.
Don't make
they can
JD
say,
jealous.
Joe Citizen is a member of MS-13.
That's how you make JD jealous. You start petting a pillow.
And use that as this justification for removing them, disappearing them right into the Salvadoran prison. If that's a world in which the courts are going to be powerless, Kate, again, I think the key is courts are not.
Oh my
going
God,
to
he's
take
like
that
the Deep from The Boys.
lightly. And I think the result will instead be courts imposing far more onerous restrictions on the government's ability to remove folks from the country in the first place, ironically thwarting, right, the whole sort of justification for this policy in the first place.
Again, at least CNN is doing the reporting on this, because that's what's scaring me even about Fox News. Like, listen, I knew that Fox News was going to Fox News, but holy shit. At one point, even they pivoted and were just kind of like, all right, how do we spin this? So you got like Peter Ducey that's just like, huh? Oh yeah, here. I actually got that one pulled up because this is funny.
Is it legal, or do you need to change the law to do it?
Well, it's another question that the president has raised.
Oh, actually here.
The Abrego Garcia case, it is emblematic of a larger issue, right? That the bounds of executive power, how far can it go as it pertains to immigration policy? The White House has put out some confusing and contradictory statements since Abrego Garcia was deported to El Salvador by mistake. It's a lot to keep up with, so we wanted to bring in our senior reporter, Daniel Dale, with a fact check to help us understand what are the facts. So Daniel, from the beginning, the White House has admitted in court filings that this man was sent to El Salvador by...
Again, look at her eyes. Every anchor on fucking CNN legit looks like they are, it's not the camera pointing at them.
Mistake. But listen to what one of the president's top aides, Stephen Miller, told Fox.
He was not mistakenly sent to El Salvador. A DOJ lawyer who has since been relieved.
Oh my God, is there any more hateable human being than this guy?
Of duty, a saboteur, a Democrat, put into a filing incorrectly.
Dude, if I had the choice, but like to Thanos snap either him or Trump, I would actually choose him.
This was a mistaken removal. It was not. This was the right person sent to the right place.
So what are the facts here?
Pam, Mr. Miller's suggestion that some lefty saboteur at DOJ is the reason people are calling this deportation a mistake is just wrong. Various Trump administration officials have also called it a mistake. So here are the facts. Mr. Abrego Garcia was under a 2019 court order that said he could not be sent back to El Salvador because he had a credible fear of facing persecution from gang violence in that country. And then this year, of course, the Trump administration did send him back to El Salvador. Now, the particular career DOJ attorney Mr. Miller is calling a Democratic plant, who was quickly put on leave after he expressed frustration with the administration in court over the case, did say this deportation should not have happened, but he wasn't.
This is a white person deported in error. Would this even be an issue?
Rogue.
Depends how Scandinavian their name is.
Insane.
If they're like, say they were from like, Peru or something like that, and
that ICE and DOJ,
they looked white, but had like a
DOJ officials have told the courts at least 3 other times that sending
Hispanic
Mr. Abrego Garcia to El Salvador was an error. First, in March, acting ICE Field Office Director Robert Cerna told the court under penalty of perjury that it was
that dude or Stephen Miller,
quote, administrative error. Then this month, DOJ lawyers, including senior officials appointed by Trump, told an appeals court, quote, he was sent to that country due to an administrative
Stephen Miller all day.
error. And then days later, the Solicitor General, John Sauer, the Trump-appointed lawyer who represents the administration at the Supreme Court, so a top lawyer, told the Supreme Court, quote, the
Tom Holman also makes the Thanos snap shortlist.
The United States concedes that removal to El Salvador was an administrative error. So Mr. Miller pinning the idea that this was an error on one sneaky Democratic plant at the Justice Department is nonsense.
All right, so the Supreme Court's ruling backed in part the previous district judge's order that requires the Trump administration to, quote, facilitate. There's a lot of emphasis on that word, the return of Abrego Garcia. But in the
Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny how they're playing word games with the facilitate word?
office yesterday, Miller made it sound like
Did she really just fucking smile at that?
White House came out on top in this ruling. Take a listen.
So it's a 9-0
in our favor.
In our favor against the district court ruling.
Can we just call these out? What the fuck is this? Like, what the fuck is this shit? Where, dude, Biden never did this shit, and when he did, it was like a rarity. And then they'd even call it out and be like, "Oh, it's because he's so old." Blah, blah, blah. And yeah, we found out a little bit of that. But this shit, like, dude, even Kristi Noem knows that she's part of a fucking fascist regime right now. Like, everybody in there knows that they're part of a fascist regime. At least, like, this fucking chick in the
saying that no
pink here, she's one of the ones that you can tell she's going to be one of the first ones to resign soon.
Has the power to compel the foreign policy function of the United States. As Pam said, the ruling
Stephen
solely
Miller, the true
stated
president. I mean, Elon's gone, so notice how he hasn't been in the spotlight at all.
if this individual, at El Salvador's sole discretion, was sent back to our country, that we could deport him a second time.
All right, what are the facts here?
There are a bunch of issues with Mr. Miller's description of that ruling. I encourage people to read it for themselves. It's pretty short. So 4 things here. First of all, Miller did not mention that the ruling said the Trump administration has to, quote, facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador. The ruling did also say the administration is owed, quote, deference in foreign affairs, but the court explicitly said they have to facilitate him getting out of jail in El Salvador. Now, the administration is arguing, as you guys have talked about, that the order to facilitate doesn't mean they actually have
They'll double down on a white person being deported. I don't know if it's about race anymore. That war is for the masses. Trump is looking for control, yeah. And the thing is, yeah, they're going to just even say, like,
anything at
you know
all to
what?
get him out of this
He was a bad
prison.
hombre.
They
He
argue
needed
that
to go.
in the context of
And plenty of people will do it. Plenty of people will fucking cheer for it.
Immigration law. Facilitate just means they have to take domestic steps to make sure he can get back into the U.S. if El Salvador independently chose to release him. It's not clear how that's going to fly in the courts. Regardless, it's not what the plain language of that Supreme Court ruling says. And second, that wasn't the end of the ruling. The Supreme Court also wrote, quote, that the government should be prepared to share what it can concerning the steps it has taken and the prospect of further steps. And so far, the administration has been sharing only the vaguest, slimmest of steps updates to the district court judge who ordered those updates. Third of all, it's worth noting the Supreme Court did not explicitly guarantee that Mr. Abrego Garcia can be deported again. It simply wrote his case should be, quote, handled as if it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador. Yeah. Now, that might very well mean deportation. CNN and others have reported he is deportable to anywhere other than El Salvador, but the Supreme Court didn't actually state anything about a second deportation. And then fourth and finally, regarding Mr. Miller's claim of a 9-0 ruling, the Supreme Court's 3 liberals actually signed on to a statement saying they would have let stand the district court ruling that required the government not only to facilitate Mr. Abrego Garcia's release from custody, but to, quote, effectuate...
They don't want to keep admitting on looking that. They don't want to keep admitting on mistakes, looking bad, and they're doubling down on everything. They really
to
are.
The U.S. within days. Yeah. The liberals wrote that it's plainly wrong to say the U.S. government cannot do anything to help someone once a deportee crosses the border from the U.S. So this suggestion from Mr. Miller that all 9 justices are on board with his own claims about the limits of the administration's responsibilities and powers here is clearly not true.
Yeah, right. On that note, I'm just reading, it's only 4 pages. The liberal justices said, I agree with the court's order that the proper remedy is to provide Abrego Garcia with all the process to which he would have been entitled had he not been unlawfully removed to El Salvador. There's a hearing later today, a lot at stake there. Daniel Dell, thank you so much.
Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen from Maryland, where Abrego Garcia was living when he was arrested by ICE agents last month, has now said he's requested a meeting with the president of El Salvador during his visit in the United States while he's in Washington. Van Hollen also said he's prepared to go to El Salvador himself if Abrego Garcia is not returned very soon, writing to the Salvadoran ambassador to the United States. This, in part, I have met with Mr. Abrego Garcia's wife, mother, and brother, and as you can imagine, they are extremely worried about his health, safety, and continued illegal confinement, as am I. And joining us now is Senator Van Hollen. Senator, thank you for your time. You requested this meeting with President Bukele while he's in D.C. Is the meeting set? Have you heard back?
Kate, it's good to be with you. I did request it. I've not heard back from the president of El Salvador. And as I said in that letter...
No, but he was on the PBD podcast today.
If I don't hear from him and Abrego Garcia is not quickly returned, I do intend to go to El Salvador.
I wonder if Vinny was able to get out from under the desk, stop blowing him.
This week to show solidarity with his family, as you indicated. The Trump administration itself has admitted that he was abducted and sent to this prison in error, and he should get his due process.
They show no intent of doing anything to bring him back anytime soon, that is for sure. If by midweek, that could be tomorrow, nothing happens, you go to El Salvador, do you have a hope of leaving with him when you come back, or what can you accomplish there?
Kate, I hope to meet with officials of the government of El Salvador. I don't know if the president is going to be in country at that time. I also hope to visit this notorious prison, to see Abrego Garcia, to let him know that his family and friends are very worried about him, as am I. I think that the situation for both the Trump administration and the president of El Salvador is unsustainable because the Supreme Court, as you reported, by 9-0, has said the Trump administration has to facilitate his return. And you have the president of El Salvador saying, well, I don't have the power to release him. Both things are untrue. The president could, of course, facilitate his return. After all, the United States is paying El Salvador money for this prison. And of course, the president of El Salvador could release him. So at some point, I think this becomes unsustainable. People are going to keep calling for his release because the Trump administration itself has admitted he was wrongfully whisked out of the country, and we have a 9-0 decision from the Supreme Court.
This is very important, obviously, to you, as he and his family are constituents of yours. But I heard this somewhat debated last night. And what do you say to someone, I'm picking a random place, Idaho? Why should we, the collective we, care about this one case?
Well, we should care about this case because of due process. Every American citizen is due their due process, and people who are in the United States
it's almost like
under
this should be
legal
hammered.
protective status, like Abrego Garcia was, are entitled to due process. So if the president gets to shred the Constitution and ignore the Supreme Court in this case, it is a very short path to the president ignoring court orders in other cases. So every American should care about this.
Yep. The thing is, this is the stuff, and this is the time to get them into this because they're paying attention to some of like Trump's nonsense because they're starting to feel like the financial pressure. This is so dumb. We'd release actual murderers from prison if there there wasn't enough evidence in, I just, the blatant bullshit, dude. It is the gaslighting, all of it. It is getting to be a lot, man. I'm gonna be completely real with y'all. Like, I'm trying to make it as funny as possible, but a lot of this is not funny, and that's also why I think that I kind of got a little, bogged down on like the language of trying to bring people like into the movement right now. Now's not the time to put up, fences and just be like, no, you don't agree with me on this, or like, no. Anybody, even if they like voted for Trump, accept them, accept their sign, like with their signs. If it says, fuck Trump, you did this to me, like whatever. This is where I'm saying, man, now's the time. All right. And that's all I was really saying, Duke, by the way. I'm sorry if I got a little bogged down and at this, seemed like I was calling you out. Because, as I said, man, I like discussing this stuff with you, but I'm not trying to insult you when I see that you're like the representative of it. Or like in the conversation, in the context of the conversation, like you're representing that that side. All right, I'm gonna play this one. I'm gonna hop upstairs and take a pee real quick.
All right, y'all. Got to be honest with you, this is one of my favorite stories of the day. This is incredible right
There we
here.
go. Little fun.
So there's a few parts of it, but bear with me. So first we have this. This part is not my favorite, needless to say. Elon Musk responds with laughing emojis to stories of workers' lives he ruined. Report. Billionaire Elon Musk has gone on a mass firing spree of federal employees, and Rolling Stone reports he's been immensely enjoying himself while doing so. According to sources who spoke with the magazine, Musk has regularly privately messaged associates and confidants about reports from federal staffers about how their lives have been wrecked, and has been known to react with laugh crying emojis to their stories. Musk's cavalier attitude toward fired federal employees, was also confirmed on the record by Ben Vizachero, a wildlife biologist with the Los Padres National Forest, who had been fired by Musk earlier this year. In an interview with Rolling Stone, Vizachero described an encounter he'd had with Musk after seeing him at President Donald Trump's address before Congress. Quote, when a Democratic lawmaker invited Vizachero as a guest to Trump's joint address to Congress in March, he found himself seated near Musk. He took the opportunity to confront the world's richest man, according to Vizachero. He described his job to Musk and asked, am I waste? He says Musk, with a very condescending smirk, hit him with a line from the 1999 movie Office Space. What would you say you do here? The Rolling Stone report also outlines the way that even many Trump officials have grown completely fed up with having to deal with Musk on a regular basis. So, to that point, check this out. Trump officials growing tired of unfunny and irritating Elon Musk. Quote, he's just the most irritating person I've ever had to deal with. And that is saying something. Here, let's get more specific. This is incredible. Ready? This is my favorite part here. White House officials are struggling to hide their disdain for Elon Musk's irritating behavior, with senior cabinet members said to be deeply annoyed by the Doge chief's painful sense of humor. Quote, I've been in the same room with Elon, and he always tries to be funny. And he's not funny, like at all. A senior Trump administration official told Rolling Stone. He makes these jokes and little asides and smiles, and then he looks almost hurt if you don't lap up his humor. I'm using the word annoying. A lot of people have to deal with, people who have to deal with him do. Oh my God. By the way, I'm sure you've known people like this in your life where it's like they think they're funny and they talk like they're in the format of like a joke, where when they're done talking, they expect you to laugh. And then if you don't, they sort of like look at you and wait for the, like, I said the thing. Did you hear it? You gonna laugh? And you're just like, that's what Elon is like in person. He thinks he's funny. He makes these comments. And if you don't fucking genuinely laugh at it, he's hurt by it. Oh my God. Quote, but the word doesn't do the situation justice. The word annoying. In other words, he's beyond annoying. Elon just thinks he's smarter than everyone else in the room and acts like it, even when it's clear he doesn't know what he's talking about. Musk's insufferable behavior has caused several high-ranking officials to walk out of important meetings and sincerely question if he was high on drugs. Answer, yes, he was. Homie is gacked up on ketamine all the fucking time, according to some reporting. While Secretary of State Marco Rubio is said to be barely able to hide his immense dislike of the Doge chief, and State Department officials routinely call him crazy Uncle Elon behind his back. Quote, talking to the guy is sometimes like listening to really rusty nails on a chalkboard, the White House insider claimed. He's just the most irritating person I've ever had to deal with, and that is saying something. Other officials have suggested subjecting Musk to a mandatory drug test, which he has said is a great idea for federal employees as a way to push him out of the door. The Tesla CEO has denied taking any illegal drugs, although numerous people claim to have witnessed him use LSD, cocaine, ecstasy, and mushrooms behind closed doors, the Wall Street Journal reports. An attorney for Musk said he is regularly randomly drug tested at SpaceX and has never failed a test. Oh, please. Further irritation has arisen over Musk's decision to install Starlink internet terminals across the White House campus and the degree to which his nerd army of Doge staffers, many of whom are in their early 20s, have become embedded within government agencies and routinely threaten to call Elon if their demands are not met. Jesus Christ. In February, Doge lackey...
I'm going to call Daddy. I'm going to call him Daddy.
Chris Stanley became embroiled in a standoff with a Secret Service agent after he tripped a silent alarm while installing a Starlink terminal on the roof of the White House, while others have been accused of asking extremely specific questions about highly classified material and using AI to monitor communications channels for anti-Musk sentiment. Jesus Christ! Why do these fucking kids know this? A DoD employee asked in bewilderment when asked about a top-secret plan to build a space defense system known as the Golden Dome, according to the Rolling Stone. Musk, meanwhile, an unelected special government employee, has set up an office for himself in the Eisenhower Executive Building on the White House complex across from the West Wing and next to the office of the Vice President. According to the Times, the Doge chief has installed a massive TV and a gaming PC in the room, which he uses to play video games, and is said to hole up in the government building for days at a time, sometimes sleeping on the couch or at his desk. His young son, 4-year-old X, is also around quite a bit, although it is unclear if he also sleeps at the office when not pestering the president during press conferences in the Oval Office. By the way, Elon always takes this kid to like fucking UFC fights at like 12 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock at night, 12 o'clock at night. That's no way to fucking raise a kid, bro. You are not fit to be a dad if that's how you're fucking acting. And they say he actually uses the kid for like literal protection reasons because he knows I'm less likely to get assassinated if I have my fucking son on my shoulders.
It doesn't help that he literally said it. Like, he literally said the thing. Oh, I just realized I was blind.
Guy's low, bro. But while the trappings of office have mostly insulated Musk from in-person criticism, online is a different story. A recent attempt to live stream the game Path of Exile 2, we talked about this. People ruthlessly trolled him and basically told him he's a horrible person and he's going to die alone and pay his fucking child support and et cetera, et cetera. We covered that the other day. Meanwhile, a February order demanding all federal employees message him 5 bullets of what you accomplished last week or be fired saw his government email leaked to the public, resulting in a cavalcade of very rude pranks and extremely graphic, scatological replies. I know Elon probably won't see it, but I really hope he sees it, said a former government employee right after emailing the billionaire a picture of someone's behind and resigning from their role. Oh, my God. Oh, my fucking God. Now, so this was, off the record, top Trump officials being like, I fucking hate the guy. He's irritating. He's annoying. He's beyond annoying. He's the least likable man on the planet. You can't be around him. Something's off with him. But it gets better. Now we're at the point where even in public, some of the Trump people, like Transportation Secretary, what's his fucking name? Sean Duffy. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. Now some are starting to say it publicly. Ready?
I want to talk about Doge for a second. Okay, I know there's been a lot of people there's been some freak out, there's been some concern, there's been a lot of emotion. And I would just tell you, do I want to make our government more efficient? Do I want to be able to do a little more with a little less? Because then I put more money into the great work that we do? Yeah, I want to do that. But you can't do that without good people, right? And so, though I want us to be more efficient, I also look, and as I think of Doge cutting things, I don't know about that elsewhere, but we actually build things here, right? You can't cut your way to a new road. You can't cut your way to a new bridge. You can't cut your way into a new air traffic control system. So we're actually going to build in this department. And if I don't, and you don't all build with me, the president's going to come back in probably 4 months and go, where are the roads? Where are the bridges? Where's the airspace revamp? And he's going to give us a very hard time.
So that now publicly, they're starting to throw Elon Musk under the bus. Now, at the same time, you ready for this? This is why.
There's definitely
the Wisconsin Supreme Court race was really a referendum on Elon because he spent a gazillion fucking dollars and went there and personally campaigned and also did a massively corrupt bribe where he was paying people to fucking vote, right? And this was viewed as, okay, this is on Elon. Whatever happens, it'll be Elon. If the Republican wins, okay, I guess we got to deal with him because they view him as popular, etc. But he got draxed, bro. He lost by double fucking digits. Double digits. So guess what? New polling tracker from Nate Silver. We just launched an Elon Musk popularity tracker to accompany our Trump approval tracker. Currently, he's at -14 as compared with Trump's -5. Look at the numbers. Look at what happened. The unfavorable skyrocketed. The favorable plummeted. 39.6% approval rating. There are some polls that have him as low as 30% approval rating. Why? Because he's the face of the fucking chaos of destroying the social safety net, of destroying Social Security, of being fucking smug about it and zig-heiling all the time, right? Look at Elon's response to this Nate Silver popularity tracker. The inevitable outcome of having a political propaganda war waged against me while I have almost no countervailing campaign and at times digging my own grave way better than my enemies do. With 2 fucking laughing, crying emojis. What a fucking loser! As Evan says, he's so depressed. This is how he talked when he got booed at the Dave Chappelle show. And remember, he came out, he's like, actually, it wasn't 100% booze. It was more like, I forget the number he used. It was more like, it was like 80% cheer and like 20% booze. He said something like that, like trying to nitpick how deeply unlikable he is. Bro, homie is cooked. Nobody's ever been more cooked. And they're trying to sideline him, right? But again, in order for me to really believe Trump fully broke up with him, he's got to be out completely at Doge, out with his fake government agency, out destroying our social safety net and our regulatory agencies. Because unless and until Trump actually kicks him to the fucking curb, I'm convinced there is a financial deal between them, and so he's fucking tolerating him, right? That's my view on it. Because Elon gave him $270 million to win the White House. That comes with strings attached, dog. That comes with strings attached, including, you're going to let me now illegally hack into the government, do whatever I want, right, Trump? And Trump's like, absolutely. You gave me money. You do whatever the fuck you want. Right? But now they're having to manage the optics of it because he's so fucking hateable. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe.
I do love that. That's the fact. Like, You know what? But I bet they all kiss his ass when he's there. And, oh, yeah, I love X. X is great. You know, his son X, you know, it's not weird at all that he named his platform X and then named his kid X. Like, he saw the letter X and was just like, that's it. That's it. How come my dad didn't name me X? Like, ugh.
It helps out big time in the algorithm.
Yeah, it was actually really funny. All right, this is a more important story that kind of went under the radar. Adam Mockler covered it. Let's take a look at the mock.
Were turned off, a bunch of records were deleted. He even started to notice login attempts from a Russian IP address that had the right username and password. Listen to how he describes it.
All right, massive story broke in the middle of the night. A whistleblower testified in front of Congress and revealed that Elon Musk's Doge very well may have accessed, copied, and then potentially exfiltrated, meaning withdrawn, highly sensitive labor data from inside the federal government. And if it's true, this is one of the most alarming abuses of federal access we've seen in modern political history.
The thing is, we kind of already knew this.
And this had to be revealed by an external oversight committee in Congress. So think about that. Elon Musk said that Doge was going to be uniquely transparent, that everything they did was going to be posted online, yet Elon Musk was the one controlling the narrative of what was being posted. It was very selective. And then external oversight committees and Congress were the ones that had to unveil all of this. A whistleblower had to unveil all of this. That is the opposite of being transparent. If you are 2 months into a new department and you already have whistleblowers and investigations, you are doing something incredibly wrong. But before we hop into this article, a whistleblower's disclosure details how Doge may have taken sensitive labor data. Let me start off with this podcast excerpt from NPR's Up First, where they go into detail. Check this out.
A whistleblower told Congress and NPR about what Doge...
Yeah, I mean, is this really is this a surprise? This is just information that, this is just confirmation of everything that we knew.
did when it arrived at the National Labor Relations.
This is kind of weird to see people kind of catch up where, yeah, we were alarmed because we had just figured out real quickly that it was just like, yeah, guys, he's going in with the USB and he's just going to steal all this shit. You're telling me he stole all the shit? What?
We're joined now by NPR's Jenna McLaughlin, who covers cybersecurity. Good morning, Jenna.
Good morning, Michelle.
Is
So
he
what
really
sort
just
of
going to
things
listen
did
to
the
this NPR? He is. He's just going to listen to the NPR article. Okay, yeah, never mind. Well, yeah. Fuck that.
Laura C. that made him...
Sorry. All right. Candace Owens. This was one of the funnier ones that I really wanted to get to. So let's get to that instead. This is a newer channel that I found today because, gotta say, he hit my algorithm for once. And like I have had this problem where like newer channels, like newer leftist creators have not been like really hitting my front page. It's all just a bunch of like established people that I've either followed before or that like I unfollowed. Like David Pakman, dude, I unsubscribed from his channel. It like for a small time, it was all that would pop up. It was, they were trying so hard. And I'm not sure like if that was actually like him, because he doesn't really have the discretion to do that. Or just YouTube being like, hey, but you like leftist content. Why would you not watch this anymore? What's wrong with you? But this guy is named Reese Waters. Here is...
And she still believed that she was suffering from the trauma of the racism she says she experienced as a high school senior in Stamford, Connecticut. So much so that she wrote a letter to the local newspaper and talked about it. Hey, can you get a... Does that Wayback Machine still work? Can you find that? Can you find that letter that she wrote? Huh? The print was too dark. Hey, shout out to all of the subscribers and members here on the channel. My name is Reese Waters, and I'm troubled. We
awesome
all know
Bob Marley,
exactly why we're here.
Three-piece there.
Because Candace Owens has officially filed her application to rejoin the community.
I will never accept racial supremacy. I will never accept ethnic supremacy, even if it's Black people, even if it's my own people, okay? I just won't accept it. That's just the reality. And now we're arriving at that exact same thing happening. It's not happening under Biden. It's not happening under Obama. It's
kind of funny watching her hit it, like she hit that wall where she was just like, oh yeah, you know, definitely, you know, women, nah, and I can get over that. Well, wait, now you're saying that white men, like white, it's
happening under Trump, okay? And it is under the guise of fighting anti-Semitism on college campuses. And that this is an epidemic. And you've got the Human Health Secretary, RFK Jr., saying, oh, we have to declare this an epidemic. And what we're really talking about is people voicing opinions against Israel's policies on blowing up Palestinian kids. You can accept that or you cannot accept that. It is just the reality.
Now, your side on...
So you're like, I kind of heard that she like changed her point of view on Palestine, and I know that her and Ben Shapiro had a falling out because of it, but hearing her say that, like just that, like you take that and you just say, like you take that to somebody like a leftist that doesn't know Candace Owens' voice, but they know her face. Play that, they'll probably go based, and then you'll just put and
what's happening to the Palestinians aside,
because trust me, I'm confused. It's like, did she just I mean, did she just,
because I happen to support you in that regard.
Isn't she a Holocaust denier? From my understanding, yes.
Here you're talking about
but I could be wrong,
the anti-Semitism on campus, right? As in the hearings that were had last year before the election, as in when they brought Harvard's president up and then brought her up on trumped up plagiarism charges to run her out over DEI.
What was that? You say my name?
Under the guise.
Sorry, I hear Trump and I just go, what?
Of fighting anti-Semitism. Isn't that what Elise Stefanik said? Where was this energy? Where was this energy? When we were making the point last year about how there had been rampant anti-Blackness that had been unleashed on social media, we were free to call literally any Black person a DEI. I mean, really, you've done it, but you want to talk about you don't accept any racial supremacy. I'm just wondering where... You know what I mean? Where this energy is at. Now, magically, we are aware of supremacist feelings within the administration. Well, you know, it's a shame that they didn't lay out exactly what they had intended and exactly what they had planned to do. Oh, wait, that whole
I love that Ben Shapiro is also now kind of doing shock Pikachu, just like, whoa, they're saying they're anti-Semitic? What?
Project 2025 thing. They literally published it. They literally published.
You're telling me that every time that they brought up George Soros? God, I can't do a good Ben Shapiro.
Plan for supremacy.
Facts don't care about your feelings.
Now, it's a problem. Is that what you're telling me? Because I would have thought that you might have felt some type of way when they got up at MSG, since we're talking about anti-Semitism, right? I would have thought you would have had a problem when they got up at MSG and talked about crushing jihad, but no, you wanted to spend that time on Kamala Harris's family. That's what you was doing.
So I want to show you this Senate hearing. So they had another Senate hearing, like the one that I showed up on, except this one, it was on anti-Semitism on college campuses. And I want you to listen to what this rabbi got up and said as he called for hate speech laws.
Oh, we all remember you appearing at the hearing. We definitely remember that. And I can imagine that railing in support of free speech would be a cause that a person who's banned from whole countries would adopt. That part definitely tracks.
Wait, she is.
And you
Where's she
know, I
banned
would
from?
love to support you in that regard. I really would. But we have seen the level of censorship that's been widespread on social media, especially on X, especially, or as Mama called it, Twitter. I'm gonna name it Twitter. Especially on Twitter. Okay, we've seen that level of censorship and direct involvement in curating the algorithm and what people see, amplifying certain messages. We've been seeing that for quite some time. And I don't believe I have heard you say much at all about that. I would love to know how you feel about the fact that when I went to go look at the protests for the Hands Off movement, I was sent some links from our researcher, Regina. I had to log in order to view those on TikTok because it was said that it wasn't comfortable for all viewers. And literally it was just a protest. Like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff, like left-leaning hashtags not showing up in the chat. I would love if you had any level.
It's kind of like weird to see somebody reacting to it from almost a non-political way.
Of integrity about this fight for free speech, other than
Candace is quite attractive for someone with fetal alcohol syndrome.
Being they're trying to silence me. This feels very, very self-serving, Candace.
People on the right worship technocrats like people on the left worship Hollywood. That's the reality, okay? And then I see our side engaging in the exact same kind of behavior when it comes to like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Sam Altman. You know, they go to the White House. It's like, never mind, they're on our team. Like they were on our team for 5 seconds. Silicon Valley is the conservative Hollywood, in my viewpoint.
Okay, so Silicon Valley is the conservative Hollywood. Now, if that's how you felt, I would have thought at the point in which J.D. Vance was tapped to be the vice president, when we know that he is Peter Thiel, all made up in a mask, when we are aware of how much Silicon Valley has pushed J.D. Vance upon us, you would have sounded the alarm. And you certainly would have had a very deep issue with the characterization of Kamala Harris as being a Silicon Valley elite, a Silicon Valley Democrat, which somehow J.D. Vance had in his mouth. And as we know, every accusation.
Well, yeah, now it's a little late for the whataboutism. Like, yeah, were you going to say that for Kamala?
I would have thought that would have been that would have been a time for you to voice all
this is
of
where they're coming.
And,
like,
and
this
also,
is
it's
like,
also kind of curious.
What the normies are focused on right now.
Technocrats,
5 days
you're talking
ago.
about people worshiping the elites and whatnot. How you happen to miss Elon Musk and the puppet strings extending from his hands down to Donald Trump all throughout last fall and winter. I don't know how she happened to miss. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
You know what? I don't know. Did she lose her health insurance when she left Daily Wire?
I think
maybe that's what it is.
I mean, for real, I think she did.
And you leave a job, and then that Cobra, that Cobra can cover you for a certain amount of time, but the vision coverage ain't right. You know what I mean? Something wrong with the vision coverage.
The speed at which Trump instantly forgave and welcomed all of the people and just seemingly
Is this guy from the Ben Dixon verse? I think so.
forgot everything.
I mean, he showed up on my algorithm today, so
that these
I saw that this was the topic. I watched about 5 minutes of it. I was like, all right, I want to watch this on stream with everybody.
tech people put the MAGA movement through.
As I said, I appreciate the fact that he's not like an overtly political commentator who's tackling somebody like, our favorite Candace Owens.
And it's been very embarrassing for me as a conservative to watch people.
I know, not clever, definitely, but it's fun.
Who are completely unable
It's
to
fun.
call
Come on.
out their behavior that does not align with conservative principles, or at least to attempt to more truly assess what their aims are.
You know what don't align with conservative principles? Donald Trump. Yeah, he certainly does not. Hey, why don't we raise that debt some more? Yeah, that really don't align with conservative principles.
Yeah,
So
they're still talking about like, wait a minute, but Doge, they're gonna bring down the debt. Don't you want to bring down the debt? Don't you care about the debt? It's like, you don't care about the debt because you're perfectly fine with the tax cuts, but the tax cuts are good. The tax cuts are gonna help me. They are fundamentally unserious people that just want to be told that they're going to be given something. This is why the stimulus checks work every time, and nobody ever thinks of the tax repercussions and always get shocked when tax season comes up and they're like, well, how come I'm not getting a tax return? It's like, well, because you took some stimulus and you didn't apply the tax implications to this, and now you have to pay this. It's just like, what? Government?
Oh, unless we're gonna go there, I ain't trying to hear nothing you talk about. Now, you really, you playing with it now. Don't be out here playing pocket pool with your political commentary.
It did.
What conservative value does Elon Musk
I think, per the last estimate, they've already outspent.
hold dear
Which is funny because with all the, saved money,
that made him worthy?
And then it was really funny because even if the estimates are correct, it was something like $200 billion, right? And $200 billion is a lot of money, but then you break it down to the actual budget, and it turns out to only be 0.002%
of his proximity to Trump's administration.
Oh, well, that's easy. Abraham Lincoln.
But they know that their constituency is a bunch of morons that hear, oh, big number, billions. They said billions with a B. That means lots of money. And that's coming back to me because they said donkey check. I'm going to get a donkey check.
Ulysses Grant and Benjamin Franklin. Those are the conservative values that he holds dear, that conservatives cannot resist.
And please don't say you went all in on Doge. Like he was the only person cut for the job of cutting government spending. Get yourself a forensic accountant. There are entire firms that specialize in this. You don't need a celebrity. You don't need someone who likes rockets and space to do that.
His team was previously a forensic accountant. That is a fact.
So it can't be that. You can't be. I hope we're not that fickle.
Yeah.
Well, that much has been clear to anybody with an operable brain that you wouldn't send hackers in to cut funding in order to give you like a real accounting of our federal government, people who specialize in computing and programming. That doesn't really. That would be like sending you to respond on behalf of the black community. That's exactly what that would be. We've been making that point for quite some time.
Is it a stance on family? Is there anyone who's had more baby mama drama? He's being taken advantage of. Poor trillionaire with 19 baby mamas. He had no idea. He had no idea who Ashley St. Clair was. Oh, yeah, sure, he runs 3 businesses. He could have gone over everything she's ever put on the internet. But no, he's a victim.
Now, Candace, I know how much you like to wear your faith and your Christian principles. So I don't disagree with you when it comes to your characterization of Elon Musk and his baby mama.
No, the funniest part is if people like figured out what she was doing, they would call her a grifter.
Quite ghetto. It is
because that's kind of what she's doing.
It is quite hood. Quite
The fact
frankly,
that she did the Justin Baldoni thing and like hopped on that and somehow became one of the biggest names covering that shit. That is, man, I regret not covering that story.
If Elon Musk
didn't know that had
was an
like
episode
the legs that it did
of Maury, I couldn't watch it.
Meanwhile, I sat there ignoring it like, who?
I'd be like, this is too
Jojo, what's up, dude?
This is too much. You know what I mean? They have gone too far.
Hello.
They're not gonna make us look this bad. You know what I mean? African Americans been fighting too hard, you know, for this to be broadcast to the world. I don't disagree with you in that regard, but what's the line where it becomes something that is a beacon of Christian principles and family values and Elon Musk? Is it 4, baby?
Yeah, he's gonna be part of the Ben Dixon crowd. Because like whenever Dixon starts getting into his like pastor mode, I immediately go, oh boy, here we go.
Is that what it is? Because
people love gossip, especially conservatives and their celebrity
Trump
gossip.
is furious right now. You know what I mean?
I love gossip. Like
he is furious.
No, we love leftist fucking infighting. That's why like every fucking Destiny versus Vosh, not non-debate video where it was like where they're talking shit about each other, like, and that's why don't try to pretend that you're better than it.
Right now, he can't get booked on the show. You know what I mean?
Just admit that you like some goss, and you admit you.
Is it the 4 baby mama, Matt? Is that what it is?
And he's sniping at her.
Unless you truly don't, then I strive to be like you, where I could just ignore it all
on X. And it's embarrassing. He cut back her. I guess
not much. I'm old. I hate around 27% of my own species.
Money he was giving her was $100,000 a month, and he cut it back by 60%. So now she's getting $40,000 a month. When he wrote under, I think it was Laura Loomer's tweet, he's like,
it's under 30. That's all right.
Know if this is my baby.
At least the majority still is okay.
But I've thus far given her $2.5 million. It was petty Betty.
Did you say Petty Betty?
Petty Betty.
Hey, can I send that as reason for application rejection? Petty Betty. Now, because she don't even know God is good all the time. All the time God is good, but she going with Petty Betty. I mean, that's my grounds for rejection.
God is good. All the time, and all the time God is good.
Most left-wing girlfriends I've had don't even know who most actors are, but the right-wing girlfriends I've had are all obsessed with celebrities in some way. Yep. That actually, okay, that tracks.
It's from a movie.
People love Bad Empanada because he's a drama whore and he, not his praxis.
And this showed to me.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like the Bad Empanada content that I've even consumed is usually like to kind of fuel like a drama thing or get like a drama explanation. But yeah, not once have I just been like, you know who I like? That Bad Empanada guy. He's got good takes.
That he is an emotional man and he will make his children suffer to get back at their baby mamas if he wants to, right? There's just no reason that she's having a Tesla tote. It's just weird. He's not a victim here. As I said, this is like his 15th child. So it couldn't have been his stance on family that drove you towards Elon Musk. Was it his stance on faith? Are you a Christian? Or were you one of these Christians that got behind him? Because I'm pretty sure that he's a part of the transhumanist movement. And some people just don't have the courage. I guess everybody's just a bandwagon fan, blocking accounts and taking away check marks because somebody disagreed with him over H-1B visas. And I struggle to believe that he is heading up 3 companies if this is how he acts. And every time he does something that's completely ridiculous and indicative of the fact that he's snippy, people excuse it. Oh, well, he's autistic. That's why he's taking away and publicly embarrassing one of his baby mamas. Yeah, she's the problem.
Now, as I mentioned, I've been challenged to find where I agree with people by my mama. So I will say to you, I would agree with your confusion with how he runs 3 companies with the way he behaves. Then it becomes apparent the trajectory of said companies, be it X or Tesla. So, and I know there are others that are doing better when it comes to SpaceX and things of that nature, by virtue of our money that we're it's that government check. Yeah, so I know when it's a government check involved, he good. But when he's off to his own devices.
Or you have the in between. My wife is, she's liberal. She's just not like so politically brained. Like she'd rather like use her time off work. Like she'll watch obviously this. She'll discuss it with me, and I'm sure that she gets like she likes news. She gets her news in the morning. She's always done that. But yeah, she likes to tune out. People just there's nothing wrong with a little just tuning the fuck out and turning your brain off.
That behavior becomes quite a bit of a liability. Yeah, that is exactly.
That's what books are essentially. They're guiding you. So
disagree with you there. But you talk about him being in the transhumanist movement. Is that a new stance? Or was he a part of that?
Somewhat lib. She's still clinging to hope that Jesus will come and save us from the stupidity.
Last year,
I got news for her.
When he was funding and doing his damnedest to get
she going to pass away, and somebody else is going to still think that, and they're going to pass away. It's going to be so on and so forth.
Problem then, but now it's a problem. As far as how he polices X, I have no idea how anybody is still on that platform. I really, when you know how manipulated the algorithm is, and you have to stand in line.
Yeah, it's funny because I don't use it. The algorithm really doesn't know what to do with me. So like it'll give me like follows and like the mentions and all that shit that I've like had in the past. But as far as the actual news algorithm and all that, it has no idea.
And stroke one dude's ego in order to continue to thrive. How much fun can that be?
We're all hoping for the Jesus mulligan.
That must have been what it was like to play for the Bulls in the 90s. Ain't that right, Scottie Pippen? Now,
you always go to Scottie Pippen. Never Tony Kukoc.
Unless we understand the past, we are doomed to repeat it. And Candace Owens, this is not your first attempt at trying to rejoin the community. Why don't we look at how your last one was processed? Let's go back a year ago. And this is from Monique Judge. Shout out to her over at the...
Oh my God, I forgot that she's already tried this.
Rio.
Ooh, that bang look did not work.
I've always viewed Candace Owens as somebody who's very dangerous for black people, much like Jason Whitlock. She is willingly putting a black face in front of all the anti-black rhetoric. Some white people wish they could spew without catching flack for it.
Her eyes are like a little bit far apart, so she kind of has like that pug dog look.
Candace Owens is anti-black, and what makes it so egregious is she wasn't always like this. She, like Whitlock, seemingly realized there was money to be made in being the black spokesperson for white people's anti-blackness. So she jumped on the train and started parroting the white supremacist rhetoric of those signing her checks.
Yeah, absolutely.
There was a time when Candace Owens was actually very critical of Republicans, conservatives, and especially Donald Trump. Up until 2016, she ran a website called Degree 180, which bashed Trump during his 2016 run for president, and even had an article questioning and mocking his penis size. Does that Wayback Machine still work? All right, get us. Yeah, find it. Huh? What'd you say? The print is too small. Well, she has up until recently been making her living denying the existence of institutionalized systemic and individual racism in America. Degree 180 wrote about these topics quite frequently, calling out people like Ted Cruz for being transphobic. The flip-flop for Candace seemed to come along sometime in 2017. She was hired by Turning Point USA in November of that year to be their director of urban engagement, which is code for...
They didn't. Charlie Kirk was not that on the nose with it, where he's just like, we're going to put you in charge of urban development. And she was just like, how much was that check? Okay.
We need somebody dark to talk to these darkies.
Yeah.
I mean, if you would have literally went and found anybody else, And it would have been more effective. Unless you were trying to reach Stephen A. Smith. If Stephen A. Smith was your target audience, then that was a great selection. Stop selling us our own oppression, Owen said. Stop taking away our self-confidence by telling us that we can't because of racism, because of slavery. I've never been a slave in this country. I could tell you that her statement revealed an incredible amount of ignorance on the part of Candace Owens, but instead I'll remind you that she made these statements 11 years after winning a lawsuit against her former school board, and said lawsuit was rooted in an accusation of racism she made against several of her high school classmates. I'll tell you that even in early 2016, Candace still believed in racism, and she still believed that she was suffering from the trauma of the racism she says she experienced as a high school senior in Stamford, Connecticut. So much so that she wrote a letter to the local newspaper and talked about it. Hey, can you get is that Wayback Machine still work? Can you find that letter that she wrote? Huh? The print was too dark. In the letter, she details what she went through after receiving alarming phone calls from her classmates, calls in which not only was she threatened with physical harm, but she was called racial slurs and had racist things said to her.
There we go. We're back. All right. Interlaced video is not supported. What? What the hell does it mean by interlaced data? Do I have the new? Oh yeah, here. Here. Hold on, guys. I'm not gonna do anything too crazy. I'm just gonna. All right. Music. All right. I'll try and finish that in a minute. It's still saying that I'm having internet issues. Hold on one second. So I just send it through here. This will work. Okay, there we go. Have I tried reversing the polarity? Oh, shit. I did this. It's because I set my fucking frame rate different from, Twitch. I did that yesterday to save stream. Forgot that I did that. Hold on, guys. Every, TNG. Oh, yeah. Here. Here's the Discord link. All right, cool. Everything is good. All right. Stream crashes over on Twitch. Killed everything. Great. And killed everything over on YouTube too. All right. Well, I'm glad that you guys stuck around. Thank you for anybody that's still here and kicking. All right. Where are we at? 353? All right. Let's try. Hold on. Now I need to see. Did it work? Did it work? Come on, give me. Sorry, I'm running a internet diagnostic real quick before I commit to anything too heavily. You're kidding me. Come on. Oh wow, so Twitch just literally started a new VOD. Okay. Interesting. Oh, shit. You know what? I never put this up, did I? Here, guys. Here's the donation link for my mom's memorial fund. I appreciate everybody's support. I totally forgot to put that up earlier. And then, on top of that, we're good. All right. One more time. Or try this one more time. All right. Because again, man, it's easier if it's like if I was dealing with a copyright hit or something like that, because it would like give me a warning. But yeah, like just losing internet and just being like, you are not connected anymore. It's like, what? Let's try it.
Dare say anything about any group of white people, and she made that fateful mistake. Still, don't fall for her latest jigaboo switcheroo. Now, Monique Judge, you mentioned her in conjunction with Jason Whitlock, and rightfully so. And so, Candace, I thought you might want to see some of Jason Whitlock's mentions because they might help inform how we got to this place.
Everybody knows. And everybody's sick of it, especially in the conservative space, that blacks.
So this guy definitely is at least part of like the new political media sphere.
Have had it easy. It is, and I don't doubt that he's a sincere person. I'm sure he's a sincere person. I'm sure.
Because I always assume, like, if anybody knows who Nick Fuentes is, then you automatically are engaged in a very small. Like, do you understand? Even with the conservative viewership, like people who like listen to Tim Pool, who know who Sam Cedar is, who know the Young Turks, it's kind of the same thing where it's like the way that we know, Nick Fuentes, Steven Crowder. It's such a small subsection of people, and then you have like the people that. They all know who, Anderson Cooper is.
He's genuine.
Even though they don't watch CNN.
You are playing by a different set of rules, pal. You have training wheels on. You think you've earned it? Everything you have. Take a look around at your studio, your contract, your employees. If you said the stuff that you said as a white person, your ass would be fucking gone. And everybody knows that.
Uh-huh. Yeah. He didn't say nothing wrong. He told you exactly what it was. Yeah, I would take that with you. I would keep that in your wallet at all times. Now,
I mean,
you ready? You ready to hear from the people? Okay.
Do it.
Okay, what we're not going to do is help rehabilitate Candace Owens. This woman has fought tooth and nail against black people and tapped into conservative hatred of black people. Not here for this.
But this is where I say, like, the valuetainment of it. Like, there is a valuetainment in this shit. Like, I'm telling you, like, what sucks is that it's political and it affects our daily lives.
Revisionist history, no ma'am. Candace Owens, you are not one of us. Candace Owens sued someone for racial discrimination and then made a career telling people discrimination is not real. She's a grifter no matter what side she's on. Don't fall for this nonsense. Ain't her husband a literal Proud Boy?
Yeah.
I don't know that to be true. But if he was, he's certainly not now. You couldn't possibly be that proud.
Black folks, we need to talk. If you are not black, keep it pushing. You can stay, but be quiet. Understand this. There's not a lot of things I call on the black community for, right? Don't y'all let Candace Owens rebrand herself. I don't give a shit. I don't care. She does not fall into the category of the rest of the black women. Don't let Candace Owens do this again, because when Candace wants to pander to that group of people again, she will damn sure throw the black community under the bus like she always has. And stop letting Candace throw a few black facts in front of your face and so you can simply say, oh, wow, she's spitting facts. She's not spitting facts. Because anytime she needs a leg up or a boost, she only runs to one community. She does not run to the community that she panders to. Mm-hmm. When they fired her off them networks, when she was struggling in her career, when she was facing racial discrimination, she went to one group of people. And simply because we seen a black woman, folks supported her. I never supported her, but folks supported her. And now she's trying to say she does no longer support Trump. Okay, cool. And she said, oh, how she didn't see it and how X, Y, and Z. No. Let her sit with her tribe.
Yep.
Let her, she's good in MAGA. Leave her there. Please, leave her there.
No, ma'am. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We're not gonna do this. Not in 2025. So you think you're gonna try to rebrand yourself? You think we just gonna forget all the things that you said over the past 8 to 10 years? Not even past 4 years. This
now she repents. Maybe.
Whole time, your whole thing since 2016. That's almost a decade. You think we finna get a decade? Almost a decade of slander? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
No, but let her put the work in. Like, again, here I'm all about reform, though. Like, if she is truly trying to reform herself, fine. But yeah, come on, guys. Like,
and then
that's what this whole video has been about. Is just how like blatantly grifty she's being. So
you're trying to blame it on Christianity. You're saying Christianity is the reason why you can no longer support this man. If Christianity now is the reason why you can no longer support this man, why wasn't Christianity a reason you couldn't support this man almost 10 years ago? Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed about his character. And if you're talking about Christianity, you're talking about this man's character. Nothing that this man does is Christian-like. Period. In his whole life, can't nobody point to anything this man has done Christian-like. So don't blame it on Christianity as the reason that now you can't support this man. Because it was
what are
truly
you talking about? I held a Bible
the
once.
reason you can't support this man. You would have never supported this man. Because again, there's nothing this man represents, does, or supports that has any type of Christian values whatsoever. And I stand on that. You can go somewhere else with that, man. I don't even like talking about you. I blocked you everywhere. Because I don't even like, I keep the negative energy out my space. But nah, we ain't finna let you come on here and gaslight us and let you come over here and try to pull the wool and make a whole nah, man. Nah. Like 9/11, we never forgetting.
Well, shout out to Bernard Taylor for that, who's running for Congress, by the way. I'm personally hoping he gets elected so that he could pass some legislation on capping the amount of applications you can submit to rejoin the community. Because this is ridiculous. You know what I mean? We got to get on it, Bernard. We got to get, we can't do this every year. We can't. But for you, Candace, I can say the people have spoken. Yeah, the people have spoken. If I was you, maybe it's like another far off country and land where you are not banned from, and see if you can rejoin that community. You know what I mean? They might have, you know what? Maybe you can take them Christian values and principles. You know, That 3 baby mama max. Thank you for supporting the channel. It is a new season, and with the new season comes new things. And I'm very excited to announce I'll be bringing guests on to my 8.
Oh, yeah. I just got into his content, so I'm going to look a little bit deeper into it. I did share it. We'll see if we watch any more of his stuff. But I appreciated his take on Candace Owens. Candace Owens live from Belarus.
PM live starting.
That's her rebrand. All right, guys. Now for the fun story. Oh, we're almost to the fun half. Okay, never mind. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Because I actually have a fun half planned for once. Yeah, the IRL streamer that got arrested. I really want to cover that story because when on my off time, that's what I watch is a bunch of like the Patrick CC and like like the deep dives into just annoying streamers. Atozy, like he's one of my favorite guys to watch, and he's been covering specifically Johnny Somali, which if you guys don't know about that, it is an interesting case. He's an IRL streamer who is just a certifiable annoying piece of shit who does everything possible to like get clout as far as like breaking Japanese customs. And like what he did is he goes to different countries and essentially just uses the whole, like he treats the whole country like they're a bunch of NPCs and he's the main character of his video game. But he fucked around and found out a little too hard, got banned from the country of Japan, ended up going to South Korea, and you had multiple other streamers start following suit, especially people that were like kind of losing their audience. So there's this YouTuber called Vitali, who he started on Vine, and he was somebody that was kind of on my radar. Like he was the original like asshole that was like the prankster dude that I've always hated. Well, it turns out that he was trying to make a comeback, and he did some shit and he made it. He's being made an example of. So I'm really excited to get to that one. But we're gonna do one more political segment before we get to the 420 fun half. Why do I know all about this stuff? Am I too online? Coming from a streamer who, it makes sense for me to know this. Yes, yes, but you know what? It's okay because this is the fun stuff. Like for real. Like let's be real. The Johnny Somali stuff, I didn't even know who that guy was until I started seeing him pop up on like the Atozy stuff. And dude, Atozy made it his whole career essentially just following these idiots and getting updates on their cases. Like he went to South Korea and reported on Johnny Somali's South Korean case. So that's still wild. Only pranks I like are classic Winston CC mess arounds. Like, yeah, like the new clout like prank shit is, I hate it. I absolutely hate it. Like even Jack, like it's bad when you got the guys of Jackass going, yo, all of our stuff was like cordoned off and we were fucking with our friends. Like what you're doing is you're fucking with people that have like they want nothing to do with this. He's like, no, that's called being a criminal. Like there's a difference. You always gotta love when somebody like Johnny fucking Knoxville is the voice of sense in the room.
You only got the teaser clip
right,
on the main YouTube channel. But so Greg Palast is an investigative reporter, and he went deep on the last election and tried to get as many official numbers from official sources as he could and crunch the numbers to see, hey, what really happened in this last election. And according to his calculations from very publicly available numbers, evidence that's available for anybody to see, Kamala Harris actually won, I believe the number was 3.54 million more votes, something in that ballpark, about 3.5 million more votes than ultimately was counted for her. Right? So he says, this is straight from him. He says, if the election was free and fair, Kamala actually would have won 286 electoral college votes.
Yeah.
This is what he says. You don't have to take my word for it. You can go watch the interview yourself, or he's been on Tom Hartman's show. You could watch.
That's kind of weird because now I have to eat a little crow because the Kamala contingent that I saw on Facebook, which was a bunch of 60-something-year-old liberal women who were just, that's all they would talk about was, this was stolen, this should be talked about more, this was stolen. And even I was kind of like, okay. Oh, turns out they were onto something.
He's been on Mark Thompson's show. You could watch him there. And look, bottom line is Greg Palast he's thorough, right? Like, he's thorough. And he's not, you got to understand, it's not even the theory of Elon Musk illegally hacked into the voting machines or hacked into the satellites and changed the votes. Because some people believe that theory. Greg Palast, I asked him this in our interview. Again,
randomly, Mitesh, you are the 86th member of the Discord. 86 happens to be one of my favorite numbers.
And go watch the whole thing. He literally outright rejects that theory. He says, I've seen no evidence of it. I don't believe it. That's what he says about the Elon hacking in theory. But according to his numbers and his report, he says Kamala Harris did win the election and she did get 3.5 million more votes more, but it's all because of the standard voter suppression tactics of the right. Like, that's literally the whole argument is, hey, here are the laws in these states. Here's how many ballots they threw out based on these basically old school Jim Crow laws that they revitalized. Yeah. And they have all these tricks that they use, right? So first of all, provisional ballot, nearly half the provisional ballots don't get counted. There are some states where all you have to do is challenge the right of somebody else to vote and say, I don't think they could vote for whatever reason. And then it defaults to throwing out their ballot.
Yeah, but then you can sue that person for if they wrongly challenge it. This is the one thing that people need to be a little more aware of is you do have the rights to challenge those people. And yes, you may not get your vote back, but you can get them, like, you can literally take them for everything they're worth. You could sue them out of existence for pulling shit like that. And that's stuff that should be done.
So provisional ballots, nearly half of them don't count.
Like, the second that you find out if your vote wasn't counted, then find an attorney.
There's
look into election attorneys, anything like that, and then just try and kind of see where you stand on that.
All these different tricks that the right uses.
At least that's what I would do.
Like ballot purging. So that's when a red state goes through the list of the people who are registered to vote, and I'm
sure there's a Morgan and Morgan that would deal with that.
Throw out names. And oftentimes what they do is if you have a traditionally sounding black or brown name, they'll throw out everybody by that name, right? Like, say, Leonard Johnson or something, right? Just, hey, one of them passed away, but there's 150 of them here. Throw them all out, right? So there's ballot purging. There's what's called ballot spoiling, which is, hey, there's a little something on the ballot that's a little abnormal, right? Like, oh, you put the date wrong, or it doesn't have the date at all when it's supposed to have the date, or it has the date when it's not supposed to have the date, or you put a middle initial when you're not supposed to put your middle initial, or you were supposed to put your middle initial, but you didn't put your middle initial. They have all these ways of basically taking the areas that they know are densely Democratic, more Democratic votes, and trying to get rid of as many votes from those areas as possible. Don't take my word for it. This is all on the record. Go watch the interview and you'll see what I'm talking about. Okay. Now, having said that, guys, this is terrifying because the right is truly high on their own supply. They think they are invincible now because they've largely gotten away with everything. Trump got away with January 6th. He got away with the fake elector slate. He got away with 91 crimes. Now he's acting like a total dictator in no uncertain terms. And so now the right is realizing, hey, we got away with everything already. And why don't we go further? So you ready for this? Having set the table for you by going through all that. Look at this. This is from Mark Pocan. Under Republican SAVE Act, your driver's license won't be enough to vote. You'll need, number one, a passport, which more than half of Americans don't have and costs at least $130, or a birth certificate with your current legal name, which nearly 70 million married women lack, or military service papers, not a military ID alone, with sensitive info. And he goes on to say, I'll be blunt, this is a modern-day Jim Crow bill that restricts access to the ballot box. So in other words, the SAVE Act, they would categorize it as, oh, we're just doing a standard voter ID bill, and so we're just trying to keep our elections safe. That's all we're doing. In reality, what this bill does is it disenfranchises millions more voters. Millions more. In fact, just take Pocan's point here. A birth certificate with your current legal name, nearly 70 million married women lack it.
Here's the thing, though. Just based on literally who follows this shit, this could actually be good for the Democrats and this could be good for the left because they don't fucking pay attention to any of this. So as long as we
This is a backdoor attempt to take away the right to vote from many women. The whole point of voter suppression is put as many hurdles in front of you as possible to make it annoying and make it difficult to vote and have your vote counted. That's what this is. As I said, they've already done it in a lot of red states, reviving old Jim Crow laws, ballot spoiling, ballot purging, nearly 50% of the provisional ballots not counting. They already have this down to a science in a lot of the red states. Now, they're trying to go further. By the way, Trump signed an executive order also on elections. What was that? It was literally an attempt to bring these Jim Crow voter suppression rules that are in red states, to bring it to every state in the country using the federal government. That's what his executive order did. That's what it did. So you got that going on, and Elon is supposed to oversee the elections. Elon is supposed to oversee the elections. And now you get the SAVE Act passed the House. Hasn't been up for a vote yet in the Senate, but if this thing passes, believe you me, it is brazenly an attempt to suppress the votes of millions of people. Make it very difficult. The whole thing about voter ID too, that people, just the general idea of voter ID, people know what the impact of that is, right? First of all, we don't really have voter fraud in this country and like people voting multiple times or you're not a citizen and you vote. That doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. They've studied it. It doesn't happen. And so, I mean, look at this. This says it all right here. So what actual voter ID does is it makes it so that you put up more barriers to try to disenfranchise poor people and people of color from voting, right? You could easily be, you could easily just not have a driver's license, right? Or you don't know where your fucking birth certificate is, right? And so if you don't have a driver's license and you don't know where your birth certificate is and you didn't get a passport because you don't fucking travel anywhere, to do voter ID is effectively saying, hey, the poorest people in the area, the minority communities, we're just trying to make it so that fewer of them can vote and have their vote count. That's the whole point of voter ID. It literally has nothing to do with, protect our elections and make sure illegal immigrants don't vote. It's got nothing to do with that. It is a trick. The cover story is, we're trying to safeguard our elections from people who shouldn't vote voting. But when we know there are studies and we know that doesn't happen, it is so incredibly rare, then the end result is what I just described. You disenfranchise people from voting. You effectively try to put more hurdles in the way and take away the right to vote for people who have the right to vote. And like I said, now they're going above and beyond. They're going further. And this is it right here. This is like, between Trump's executive order and the SAVE Act, they're really trying to make sure that Democrats can never get back in power. That's the goal. Now, again, this hasn't passed the Senate yet. I don't know what's going to happen with it, but if Trump's executive order needs to get slapped down by the courts, and the SAVE Act absolutely cannot become law, because these hurdles, they chip away. This is how you chip away at democracy. It's never going to be something as brazen as like they just pass a law that says we're taking away the right to vote for minorities or for women. But like functionally what these laws do is they take away the right to vote for minorities and for women, right? And lower income folks. That's what it is. And so now you know. They never evolved. This is the thing. They never evolved. Their ideology never evolved from the old school ideology. From a genuinely racist, a genuinely sexist ideology, it never evolved. Because if you evolved, you would never try to get something like this through, knowing what the impact of it is. You would never try to get it through. You'd never support something like this. But they do. And what does that say? And by the way, just remember, if they haven't evolved on this, they haven't evolved on other shit either, which is why over 100 Republicans in the House of Representatives voted against gay marriage in like 2022. It was like 160 something, I believe.
A lot of the women
So
I know
even though we
that are
have
married
gay marriage,
didn't take their
this is one
husband's
of the
names.
things people like take for granted. If they see the opening, bro, they would try to take that shit away like that, just like they would try to take away the right to vote for people they don't want to vote. And that's what we're witnessing right now. It's happening right in front of our eyes. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as...
All right. We're going to go into the fun half here in a minute. Let me... Got 1 minute countdown for the 420. Let's go. Now that is it. I've got to contact my internet provider. I am going to get a credit for this. My state ID has an X as a gender marker. I don't have a passport. I don't know where my birth certificate is. So my ID and my certificate don't exactly match. Yeah, but I think you can still apply for a maybe not the passport, but in your state, you can still get the real ID, and I'm pretty sure that that would count. Not 100%, but I think so. Otherwise, what's the point of doing that? Watch out. Hey, you. Black in the fridge. Black in the fridge. Well, all right. To bed with you. Whew. Yeah. Well, my suggestion right now is, knowing that this is happening, do what you need to do to possibly either get your passport right now, because this has not passed yet. This is not law. So until it is, I hate it here. Yeah. My new ID might work out, but it still sucks. And with the other EOs and all, I can't even change my name anymore. Yeah, well, no, again, there are challenges that have already been hitting the courts with that, but they're all like, dude, we're just trying to get frickin' people back that shouldn't even be deported right now. Like, they really are just kind of overwhelming everybody. I mean, everybody. So why did they pick passports specifically? I feel like there's an underlying logic to that. Yep. Well, the underlying logic would be that you actually, you can't get an American passport without... Oh, thank you. Oh, thanks for the hug, man. Gave him...
Mitesh $2.
I gave him a nice little...
Stand,
I gave him
heart
a nice
emoji,
hug.
people hugging emoji.
You get 2. Thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate that. Here. Oh. Hold on. All right, here we go. He's just like, yeah. He loves marrow snacks. Absolutely loves them. Everything. All right. It even reads the emotes. Yep. I finally fixed TTS. The thing is, I think that when I did that, I might have screwed up other settings. That's why my my frame rates are completely reset, is because I had to do a hard update on Streamlabs for it. Which apparently I was 2 updates behind. So that also explains some of the more technical difficulties I've been having. So, hey, Soviet Mind, welcome, welcome. Sucks that I had that situation where my stream just stopped. So, apologies for anybody that, you know, got lost in the shuffle there. You guys watch this playback. All right, so we're in the 420 fun half, guys, and this is important because I really, really wanted to cover this story. As I said, I have been getting so sick and tired of the IRL streamers just getting away with just doing the most pretty heinous shit and not getting any, like, not having any consequences that would deter them from doing it again. Well, it turns out that there are countries fighting back against these idiots. So, oh shit. Might help if I hit record on this one. Alrighty, well, let's take a look at the pushback that's finally coming for the IRL streamers who effed around and found out.
So it means it's clear he will not be deported just like that. Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Deported? No, we don't do that. We're gonna make him pay.
Here we go. So, I guess Vitaly, the YouTuber, who was known for a while for doing pranks on YouTube, came back and decided to be a nuisance streamer. Went to the Philippines, f***ed around, and this is what happened.
Nagmotor siya nang walang helmet.
So he went to the Philippines and took a cop's motorcycle.
Yeah. Dude. Oh.
That is a cop, right? That looks like a cop.
Dude, I love his reaction.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
I go to other countries, I don't even look at cops in the eyes.
I mean,
I don't even
to be
know.
fair, whether it's cop or not is irrelevant because you stole somebody's motorcycle.
I want you to chase me.
Diba?
Chase me.
May provocation pa nun.
Love for you. Do you mad at me? Okay. Look at that ass. Sorry, sir.
Emperor Stan's treatment today? Yeah.
Security, come here. I have a question for you. Can I give you a...
No. Is my guy rocking an iPhone 5?
kiss? No, I have a question for you.
That's respect.
I'm going to just show you guys the videos that got him in trouble, and then we'll go from there.
What kind of trouble?
That's something we
Slap on the
discovered.
hand.
Yeah. See, this is my whole thing with it. It's just like too many of these motherfuckers have gotten off with nothing, where they just get like it's bail and then nothing, like, and then they self-deport where they're just like, oh well, I'm not going back there, and then strangely enough they go back and nothing happens. What you would think? How are they getting back in?
This ain't keep it, speed run, jail
So yun na yun, ma'am.
I'm joking. Sir, listen to me. Yes, sir. Dispatch, I'm a homosexual. You have a problem? You have a problem? You have a problem? Yes. No? What are you gonna do? Hello. Hello. No, yes.
Get everything you deserve. Get everything you deserve.
This is how, like, his reaction right there is exactly how I feel watching these.
So yun na yun. Hindi alam ng manager that.
So at one point he got at the airport trying to leave, and they arrested him.
All right, step one. Okay, I love the fact that, seriously, like, the trunk is open. Oh yeah, Mitesh, I'm telling you, if there is a hell, there's a special place reserved for these guys. It's so low tier, being overwhelmingly obnoxious is not a prank. Exactly. But the thing is, you got these like 14-year-olds that like they think it's hilarious. Like, dude, the doo-doo brain. That's what I call it. Bunch of doo-doo brain 14-year-olds go, this is funny. This is what I'm gonna do. We had that happen at C2E2. We had a clout chasing dumbass. You know, he put his stuff on YouTube. He started broadcasting his stuff on all the channels and shit. But you know, he got away with it. All that happened was he got removed from the premises. That's it.
So this is mugshot. So you were saying,
is this like, I'm not really familiar with this. Like people that actually watch this, like they're watching us and they are engaged with that and they love that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Is this, okay, so it is a thing. There's an incentive for them to do that.
Okay, now the Russian vlogger.
So this guy is Zhonovich Remula. All right, he's a big name politician. He serves as the Secretary of the Interior and the local government. So basically he heads one of the biggest departments, which is in charge of promoting safety and peacefulness within the confines of the Philippines. Very, very high-ranking person. You know what I also want to appreciate? You know how serious this guy is? Because just before this video is not just about this. This video is also about the arrest of Duterte.
The search for the truth, as Senator Amy Marcos says, in the surrender of former President Rodrigo Duterte to the ICC.
Which is the...
That guy has very, very, like... his skin is glistening. He's got a lot of moisturizer on.
Guy who used to be the president.
As he said in Hong Kong that he heard that there's a warrant of arrest. We had no knowledge. So we got together. We just talked about, is there going to be arrest? Is there not?
So she's asking him a bunch of questions because he was involved in that guy's arrest. So the guy who was in charge...
Filipino police should make an IRL Twitch stream of him in the prison cell. Now that would be fucking hilarious.
Of arresting the former...
All right, justice may exist if that happens.
President is also the motherfucker that's on this case.
You're fucked.
What is the plan for the Russian vlogger who was apparently, as reporters have written, smug even after his arrest? It's quite unpleasant, but maraming vloggers who do that for show, right?
Dude, he locked up Duterte?
Out for show.
This guy's...
What
holy
did
shit.
he violate?
Vitaly's fucked.
I'm just saying, when you got
the attention of that dude,
when you got the attention of the Filipino G.I. Joe,
Filipino G.I. Joe,
you're fucked.
Ooh, summer's right around the corner. That means that you're...
library draw. I love the fact that he at least does it somewhere else. Wow, it's a full minute. Like,
Filipinos are not to be messed with, man. Yeah. Some of these South Asian countries, I just wouldn't try it. You know what I'm saying? But you all do you.
You got him off his coffee break to talk to the youth about you.
Maduro.
Yeah. Don't take this as slout.
Was that it?
This
Maduro?
is bad news.
Filipino.
No, Duterte.
Those are no jokes. You want to know how?
No, I think it's
they play basketball.
Duterte.
And they play basketball like it's a religion. When you 5'3" and you still fighting up and down the court on every screen, you got a professional league and everybody.
Duterte. Yeah, that's what. Okay, that's what I
as
thought.
hard as they can. You gotta show them some respect. Just say, Filipinos, haven't lived around them since I was young. I respect them.
How come everybody's just like, China? The freaking Trump said that about China. They're proud people. They're proud people. But they'll work with us. They'll come around. But they're proud people.
Clearly, he's been doing this all over different areas already, maybe different countries.
Well, there was vandalism there was unjust vexation, there was burglary, there was video camming someone.
And he recorded all of it
without their consent.
Say it again. Say what you will about my generation. We didn't record our crimes.
Which I had to look this up. In the Philippines, it's actually illegal to record people without their consent.
Oh.
On private property, stuff like that.
Oh, he's so fucked.
That you cannot do that, which he was doing on these malls and these different places. So, just something to be aware of.
I can kind of understand why when we went to Ethiopia, it's like no cameras. You're not trying. They don't fuck around. You're not trying to have cigarettes. You're not have no camera. We don't even want to see your camera. No, you're not even allowed to have your camera. Yeah, it's either you leave it there or you don't come inside. No, we're not playing with you.
Oh,
shit like that already happened.
If he did this in Ethiopia,
no, it's done.
Oh, he ended up in jail.
Done. No.
Disrespecting the local culture, publishing it online. When the government finds out, it's like
the way I saw that you guys are proud. The way that I saw that, I wouldn't.
I mean, listen,
yo,
you know, there's a lot there, but let's move past it,
bro.
Let's go.
And a host of other things. There was theft. He stole an electric fan from a restaurant and tried to make a show of it. He stole a motorcycle from a patrolman of BGC and tried to ride it around BGC. He had a...
It is wild that I have literally seen this guy since like what, fucking before Trump. Because when did Vine go down? Because that's where I knew him from.
Just vexation towards a trainer of a surfboard trainer in Boracay and started making a fool of himself. He has I think 30 videos in the Philippines.
30
of that making a fool of Filipinos.
Dude, he's got an account per video. Oh fuck! He's so fucked.
To be clear, Filipinos everywhere took it personal.
100%. No,
because they're proud people. They're proud people. You came to our country as a guest, and you did all that. Like Filipinos, they make a concerted effort when they travel to other places to be respectful of the environment. So you come in there spitting on people, harassing women, play with their police officers, all this other shit. They not fucking with it. Now, he gave them legal precedent to be able to press charges. I mean, I understand why they all mad. So this politician probably getting emails and
somehow
messages and text messages from everywhere. They sending him videos like, yo, what are you guys gonna do about this? I promise you want to know how mad Filipinos are? They want everybody who helped Vitaly, so that means all the Filipinos who were translating for him, showing him around, they want them motherfuckers arrested because they know that they were just watching.
They're not playing.
Yeah, you fucking traitor. So while these people was running around, you was there helping them?
I don't disagree.
I ain't mad at them.
I don't disagree.
I ain't mad at them, so let's listen to what happens.
His cases now, I think there are 5 cases filed. All of them are bailable. However, upon rules of the Bureau of Immigration, if he is an undesirable alien, the Bureau of Immigration has a right to detain him in the process of his hearing. He has no access to a cell phone. He has an access only to a cell phone to contact.
Well, yeah, I was about to say, like, they got kind of more intense immigration laws than the U.S.
Family or attorney.
It sounds like
he's not allowed to vlog about anything which goes on inside the detention facility. He will live on the national stipend of 3 meals at 70 pesos a day. That's for all 3 meals. He will get special treatment. He will live in a common cell while an air conditioner. And I think that hearing the civil trial, I don't know, it's civil criminal, maybe it's criminal, it will maybe last 2 to 3 years. Then it will.
Wait, his trial's gonna last 2 to 3 years?
The minimum charge, I think, will be.
They don't have speedy trial. Oh, so he's already being punished.
5 years per guilty verdict.
So he's getting 8 years mandatory, pretty much. Like
5 cases, 5 years per guilty verdict.
Oh no!
He's looking at 25 minimum.
Oh, dude, he's gonna be there his whole life.
The thing is, he on camera. The locals fucking hate him. The jury of his peers.
Oh,
the only way
this was so much worse than it was made out to be.
There's no peers in this country.
He's being tried by the Filipino people. You know,
I ain't mad at it.
You mean their jails are nicer than our poor housing?
Magistrates, because I know, like, for example, in Korea, it's like judges who judge you. It's not the public.
You know what?
Oh yeah, with the air conditioner. Yeah.
I don't care.
Oh, me neither.
I don't give.
Damn, Sylvie, good pull.
Shit.
I'll go above and beyond. I do care. And I hope it gets worse.
Mm-hmm.
I hope he's in a Manila prison and he runs into Hang Bak. Yeah. Well, isn't that Thailand?
No, Hang Bak. Yeah.
Yeah, Hang Bak is Thailand.
Yeah. Doesn't matter. I hope he runs into him somehow.
No, but it's not Hang Bak. It's Thailand because that's like a sort of Thai boxing. But it's Filipino.
So I love that movie. If you haven't seen Ong Bak, it's great.
They got a screamer. Don't worry about it. They got their thing. Kali stick up your ass real quick.
Yeah.
Don't even work. Or silat. Is it silat? It's silat. It's silat with the triangle. Oh!
Wait,
go get it.
Are the Filipinos who do that knife combat shit?
Oh yeah.
They be cutting people up and shit?
Yo.
Shout out to Filipinos. But to get back to the topic, I hope worse things happen to him. I hope even if he manages to make it out one day, the Filipinos take a few of his away. You know what I mean? So you don't come back in one piece. They keep a souvenir for anyone who want to fuck around.
Wait a minute,
hang it up there. I don't care.
Bro.
I'm way past.
Ong Bak 3 is the best one.
Thing of like, I hope people learn. I hope these people start losing their life. That's how I feel. You want to go to other places, disrespect them, put your hands on people, whatever. I hope y'all fuck around and find out in the worst kind of way.
Did you see The Protector? That's also a pretty decent. Well, it was. The movie itself not great, but the action sequences are just.
I hope it's
Tony
a permanent
Jaa, man.
loss. You guys are stains on society. Your job is essentially to make entertainment for others by making other people's lives miserable. And you go to low socioeconomic places thinking that because you come from a rich country like America, you can get away with
this. Happens a lot,
with
man.
Abusing the people.
I saw this with a bunch of there were this group of Americans that were on the same tour as me, and me and my mom were so embarrassed when we were in England that we were just like Canada, because they asked where we were from. It was so funny because my mom was just like, good call.
People there. Fuck you. Why? Because
we got to drink with them too. That was fun.
Oh, Abba, how could you say that? What?
Dude, they still had cigarette machines. At that bar, they had a cigarette machine. It was wild.
What? How am I wrong?
But their cigarette packs at that, even then, they had these really graphic warnings. Like they had a dried up lung as a picture on the front of the cigarettes.
This man pays himself by going around and making other people's lives miserable. He goes up, he puts his hands on them, he harasses people, he steals their shit. Fuck this guy. And fuck everybody who does the same gig. Yes. I know a lot of these guys have been
Ong Bak 3 sucked.
Getting ambushed, getting knocked out. I hope it keeps happening. I hope we...
Am I mixing up The Pretender and Ong Bak 3? I thought Ong Bak 3 was the elephant.
Get rid of this whole... Because if the law's not going to do it, the street's going to do it.
Never mind.
You saw what happened to Johnny? Johnny was getting punched out every time he walked out.
Every single day.
Now, watch how to think. It only takes one punch. One to the back of the head, hits the pavement. So you guys are acting like what I'm saying is crazy. It's already happening. Yeah. There is no way you can make it.
It's insane that it's not happening more with these IRL guys, especially when they're going up and attacking people.
A blanket international,
like Jack Doherty. If you guys don't know about that shit,
law for everyone.
No, you can't.
So you know what? Let the streets handle it. These guys want to get in the streets, put their hands on people, disrespect cultures, whatever it is. As a guest, clap them cheeks.
Pause.
Means it's clear he will not be deported just like that.
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! We have what we call a program. Deported? No, we don't do that. We're gonna make him pay.
Okay. Yeah. Even though a lot of it is in Filipino, I understood.
You understood?
Yeah.
Pwede siyang nakadetain ng 2 to 3 years.
For the hearing pa lang yan.
Oo, hearing pa lang yun.
For the hearing pa lang nyo. For the hearing pa lang nyo.
For the hearing.
Pa lang nyo.
And then after that,
Pero so it means it's clear he will not be deported just like that.
No, I just realized what I mixed that up with. It was Ip Man.
Oh no, hindi talagang we made a conscious decision not to have him deported.
We made the conscious decision.
Yes.
That is a corporate decision.
Hey, you know how I think that conscious decision happened? They were sleeping. They went, fuck him up. That's how it happened.
We need to. I think we need to fuck him up.
Conscious decision.
Yeah, that's definitely it.
No, pinapahiya mo Pilipino. Pinagkakitaan mo pa Pilipino. Tapos babay.
Because no, the protector is the one with the elephant. So no.
Walang ganun, diba? Fair is fair.
I like it.
Hey, I don't know what he said, but I can already tell.
But the swag in that.
He's enjoying this. Okay, so they had a press conference with this guy, which is crazy. Now, if you guys want to watch the whole thing, you can. There's only one part I want to play, which is when he starts playing what Vitaly did in front of the press conference in front of everyone.
With Vitaly there. Yeah. Damn.
Oh.
I want to give you money. No, okay. Okay, because you got COVID.
Oh, shit. Oh, God, dude.
Are you cringing?
He can't even look at the screen.
He's cringing?
He can't even look at the
Wow.
screen. Pussy.
He's kind of a time traveler because he has a message for his future self whenever he's going to look at this, a BIWF.
What's that?
He's going to look back on this and he's going to be like, bitch, I was fucked.
Hey, man, he is.
Experiencing some technical difficulties, but later again, may I just remind you that we can have questions.
No! He tried to lead it. You don't
Yo, did you see that? He had a little whip on it.
You don't talk to me.
Hey,
you not going to talk to me. I got an assistant. I got an assistant, and her assistant don't talk to me. You don't get to talk to me.
Facts. Wow. The punishment should include the spouses or Jaywang Pinos who are with him. All caps. He mad. You are shameful because you joined that insult. To insult our fellow Pinoys and here in our own country. Woo! They want heads to roll. The cameraman is just as guilty. Dude goes by the name of Sky King.
Wow.
They doxed his ass.
Wow. Delación.
Make him an example. Let him rot in jail. He's not special. Someone said, when Filipinos are in other countries, they are very careful that they might make a mistake. But right here in our own country, people like that kind of people are just fooling around. John should be locked up in a village so that he can experience the system inside. Ooh. They want him in that gulag.
Oh, yeah. They don't want to miss him. They want him to miss the gulags.
Someone said, Vitaly, you will be in prison for life, and I will be happy. Someone said, what you did to him was right. The policy in the Philippines needs to be tightened so that other foreigners have respect for the country and the Filipinos. Hey, yo, they're loving it. Someone said, no deportation, please. Sue in prison, long time.
See, that's the
We Filipinos don't allow foreigners to insult us. Let's fight. Don't lower our dignity. Yo, I like that. That's the sentiment I want to see.
And these people would be calling for him to be sent to the El Salvadorian prison.
But all this to say, this is the kind of response that...
Although, if you said, hey, we're going to start... If Trump came out and said, you know what? Not even the worst criminals. I'm just talking about those IRL streamers. We gotta send them away. We gotta send them to the gulags over. Wait a minute, gulag. Okay, so technically it's an El Salvadorian prison.
All countries should have. That's it.
100%.
Throw them to the fucking wolves. Let them go spend time in a Manila prison.
Vanilla sounds like vanilla, but it ain't sweet.
So I've heard Manila's a great place.
Manila's nice. The prison, ooh.
Hey, listen, stay away from being a drug dealer. Stay away from trouble. You'll be fine.
That's what I'm saying.
And you know the way that politician talks.
The thing is, man, Legend, like he's gonna lose a lot of that weight in prison. Imagine if in America said this about a foreigner.
Sound like you gonna do some serious.
Oh, have you seen his face?
I just hope
he's having a field trip.
I just hope this is not a bluff. Let him rot. Let every other nuisance streamer who goes to these foreign countries rot as well. I hope they stay in prison for 20 plus years. 100%. Absolutely. You want to go, Abba, you're in their country. Don't like it? Don't go over there and fuck around. Go do that in your country, be a fucking idiot. That's all.
You shouldn't even do that in your own country.
No.
Let alone other people's country.
No.
But, you know, if you're stupid enough to go outside and do that shit, whatever happens to you, happens to you. I don't care. I really don't care.
Nah, I think if you want to be a piece of shit at home, I think that's much more tolerable than you traveling to be a piece of shit.
Sure.
You don't export your garbage. Keep it at home.
Sure.
You know, you want to live.
Abba going full MAGA.
Live in a fucking filth. In North America, we let you, don't we? You're in your house. You're hoarding. There's garbage everywhere. We let you. In fact, we make a TV show out of it. But you take that same trash and you dump it on everybody else.
Then there's going to be a problem.
Okay.
Yes, we agree. Same. Mm-hmm. What are we talking about? It's like, die.
Genuine, I hate these people.
What are we talking about?
I hate these
What are we talking about?
I
bro?
hate these
What are we talking about?
As well for notification.
I love those guys. Here, we got a part 2.
Alright guys, so Vitaly is absolutely panicking right now because his situation just keeps getting worse and worse, and once you see where he's locked up, you'll understand why. This isn't some clean, cushy cell with a mattress and decent food. Where he's at right now is straight up out of a horror movie. We're talking about rusted bars, foul water,
honey vinegar realty,
roaches and rats crawling everywhere,
Hey,
all
welcome.
the while being crammed into a tiny little room with an insane amount
I appreciate
of people.
you stopping by.
So let's just jump right into it. Now, according to the channel Legal...
Yeah, we're having fun, laughing at the fact that this IRL streamer who is just a nuisance, he's started getting in that whole thing where, like, everybody, you know, he thought he was pranking everybody, but he was actually committing crimes. So he ended up going to a Filipino prison for it. So it's kind of fun to watch. I usually do politics here, but this is the 420 fun half, 420 friendly. And yeah, left-leaning, but I'm open to all political positions to discuss, and just, yeah, as long as you're cool and respectful, then yeah.
mindset. Vitaly
Welcome
was
to the
initially
channel.
locked up in Camp Bagong Diwa, but he's gonna be transferred to another Philippines prison to serve his time. And guys, these Filipino prisons are absolutely no joke. And to make matters worse, if he's found guilty of everything they're hitting him with, he could be behind bars until he's 71 years old. So far, they've listed 7 separate charges: attempting
life?
to kiss and grab
Okay.
a security guard, trying to seize a
I
firearm,
guess my math was
taking
off.
videos without consent, mocking local security, filming in BGC without a permit, harassing an elderly woman, and harassing an instructor in Boracay. Now, this is where Vitaly is going to see his entire life flash before his eyes, because according to authorities, he will under no circumstance be released or allowed any sort of bail.
So well moisturized.
Until his hearing. And guess what? The courts are so jam-packed and backed up that it's going to be around 2 to 3 years until his trial even begins. This means Vitaly's going to be spending minimum 2 to 3 years, assuming he beats every single charge. So as of now, he's going to be locked up in Philippines prison until either 2027 or 2028. However, let's just say he gets convicted of even one of those charges, he's going to be sentenced to another 5 years on top of his current minimum. And like I said,
Why did they hand him his hat?
as of now, there's about 7
He took his hat back like he was annoyed. Wait a
charges,
minute, what
which
the
means
hell
if
is
we do
that?
some simple math here, 7 charges times 5 years minimum per charge,
What?
he's looking at a total of 35 years if convicted across the board.
Oh my
Currently,
God,
he's
dude.
33 years old. Let's say it's another 3 years for his trial to start, and then 35 years after he gets convicted, he's gonna be 71 years old when he gets out. And if this actually goes through and they convict him, Vitaly's essentially kissing his
Finding
entire
out.
youth goodbye. And remember what I said in the last video? Filipino officials are looking to make an example out of him. They've had enough of these
Good.
clout demons
I hate this
flying in.
man. And this, I don't know, Kirk, you made a good point. Imagine if Americans were saying this about okay.
Just to treat the locals
Shit.
like NPCs in some twisted video
He's
game.
33.
Well,
He's 33.
according to one Filipino lawyer, he suggests that authorities might use a special
That was
penal
older.
code that instead of requiring proof of malice, the mere act is enough to convict him. So
Jesus,
this
he was like
means
a
they don't even have
teenager.
to prove intent. They just have to prove that he did the action. And you guys already know this idiot recorded everything for his stream, so the evidence is literally right there. All they have to do is play the videos in court and it's over for him.
Oh no, mommy! Oh no, mommy! Oh no, mommy! I'm gonna get arrested.
Alright, now what I really want to show you guys is the crazy conditions in the
prophecy
Filipino jails. This isn't some 2-person prison cell. This place is overpacked. A bunch of people jammed up in one tiny little space, sleeping shoulder to shoulder. There's no AC, and the temperature there gets up to 97 degrees Fahrenheit. He's gonna be surrounded by garbage everywhere. Water's gonna be leaking from the ceiling and walls. But even worse, he's gonna be locked away with all sorts of different inmates. So he could be rubbing shoulders with murderers or, you know, just the worst kind of people
horrifying.
imaginable. Ultimately, he would wish he was locked up in an American prison.
Yeah, I don't think that's water either. I think that's piss.
Forget, just because Vitali's famous doesn't mean they're going to be giving him special treatment either. He's going to get the exact same meals as every other inmate, 3 meals a day for 70 pesos, which is roughly around $1.22 USD, and there's no exception. This is honestly what happens when you clout chase at the expense of other people.
Legend. So, we heard you were gay.
Humiliating them and an entire country all at once. He should have thought this through before doing any of this. Now, let's talk about his mental condition and stability. He's about to get wrecked.
Dude, Vitali! Oh no!
1. Vitali's likely coming off whatever substance or stimulants he was taking. Whether it was party drugs.
Oh, what a good point. Dude. Oh yeah, because like, come on. He's obviously
or other
high.
Things. So he's going to have withdrawals. And being stuck in a place like this, it's going to hit him 10 times harder. 2. No more steroids.
Jesus.
Whatever he has in his body is going to dissipate over time. And when your body suddenly loses synthetic testosterone, your natural hormone levels tank. That alone can trigger severe depression, anxiety, mood swings, and even suicidal thoughts. 3. The condition of the prisons, like I said, is not a little soft Western prison where the inmates get some sort of human rights. This is the Philippines. You know they're way harder on their inmates than any prison Vitali's ever been to in the States. So that's something he's definitely not used to. And lastly, to really shove that dagger deeper up his ass, you add the fact that there's no telling when his trial will start. He doesn't know if he'll ever get to leave, and stuff like that really messes with a man's mind. When there's no finish line to fix your eyes on, panic turns into hopelessness. So all of this added together, you just know Vitali's having an absolute mental breakdown in prison right now. He really thought he was gonna come into the Philippines, disrespect the people and the entire nation, and then just get away with it like all those other nuisance streamers. I guarantee he wishes he never stepped in the Philippines and tried to pull off these tasteless pranks. And I say this is a pretty big win for everyone, cause now maybe this entire wave of clown IRL streamers who just want to harass people non-stop for views are gonna get a little wake-up call, seeing Vitali get
I don't like what he's doing, but nearly his whole life in this place, I don't know, I don't like
his
that.
life thrown away.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's enough of this jabroni.
I don't know. I mean, realistically, I hope he gets like 5 years and then they bring him back for like a probate thing and then he like is just like, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I will never do this again. Like that kind of shit. But I don't know, man. This one, I'm sorry. So like, there needs to be some form of punishment for these people. I'm sorry. Like, I don't agree with like the extent that these guys are going to, but there was one more video on this. How is it? Give me 1 second. And then I got a video game story. Oh my god, come on. There we go.
This scumbag IRL influence influencer can now be facing up to multiple decades in prison in the Philippines, all because he live streamed himself harassing strangers in the street, mall security guards, and stealing multiple items, including a mall security bike. Obviously, we're talking about the case surrounding Vitaly, who was an American-Russian YouTuber who was one of the largest prank channels back in the day, who unfortunately lost his mind and ended up serving some time due to horrifically attacking a jogger in Miami. But recently, he came back to the internet. And
what are your thoughts on local product impacts from tariffs increase and the implications of school districts and households? Oh, okay. Actually, here, you know what? We kind of got the crux of this story. Here, I'll answer that question. All right, so the impacts of the tariffs are being felt significantly. I can tell you just over here in like America or wherever you're from, or I'm in Illinois, we have been feeling like, dude, not just the not just the Chinese goods, but we're seeing it on everything. Like our gas prices just skyrocketed again, which everybody keeps saying like it's not tied to presidents. It's like, you know what? I'm kind of getting tired of that argument too, where I was kind of like, it's based on their policies, though. You know, AIPAC does do it, but this is directly tied to Trump's fucking, you know, his fuckery. So I was fired 2 weeks ago. The tariffs announced on Monday, and I was fired by Friday as the fourth employee of the week. Ugh. I'm sorry to hear that, man. That really sucks. Yeah, actually, one of my friends works in the port industry where they have to calculate tariffs. That's like his entire job, and he said that it made his job impossible to do. But realistically, no, I'm personally feeling it. I've noticed it. Like, I'm not ignorant to the fact that everything got more expensive. Me and my wife have been, you know, rebudgeting our household. We've been, you know, I just went to Comic-Con and I barely spent money, man. And like the people that I spent money with, they were local artists that were also, you could tell that they like discounted all their stuff because they were just like, I have to sell things. Because that was one thing that was kind of scary, is the last time I saw this was right before COVID. We didn't know what was going on and people were not spending money. And that happened this year. I'm in the farming and steel warehouse. Oh, geez. All the products in our items are listed: Taiwan, Mexico, China, etc., etc. And the tariffs were officially announced. 3 other guys were fired from Monday through Thursday. Sure enough, Friday, 10 a.m., I was fired. Damn, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. That really sucks. Actually, if you don't mind me asking, what's your political viewpoint? Now that I know that, I'm actually more interested to know like where you sit politically, and then also where you sit politically now. Like, because let's put it this way: if you were like a right winger who lost your job, and then all of a sudden you're just like, well, what the fuck? I am definitely interested to talk to you. Regardless, I'm interested to talk to you, but Jeff, what up, dude? Good to see you. Sorry, I got a integrated chat over here. I got my YouTube chat also on the main screen. So if you see me, somebody was like that yesterday, like, who are you talking to? It's like, somebody over on you. Oh, I realized that was over on Twitch. But no, what I was saying real quick is, even in like these, like in the industries that are prepared for the tariffs, they're still struggling because they're not going to be able to get their products. Like, one thing that's not being talked about is the fact that this is causing shipping issues. We're going right back to it. Supply chain issues. I'm telling you, by fucking July, you're going to have a right-wing business owner going, you know what? Supply chain. The state office is getting my unemployment going. First payment should be... What the hell is this?
That's half a chicken egg. It's basically scrambled eggs with chicken.
Sweet. Thank you. Sweet, I got Chinese food. Here, I'll put this up here so my dog. Jesus, I didn't realize I had so much shit up here. All right, so the state office getting my unemployment check going for my first payment should come in soon. I've applied for 20 blue-collar jobs, maybe 5 white-collar jobs. I'm a felon. My felony was when I was 2015 as an 18-year-old child. I'm 30 now. It depends on how they have that marked and also like what state you're in. I do know that. Like in Illinois, I know that they have more leniency. So, that. Good. Damn. That's really good. Post felony, I have acquired a college degree. And felony failure to appear. Really? Do you not live in... I'm assuming you don't live in Illinois because that charge would have been acquitted. I had something similar. Not like exactly, but I had something very similar. Or acquitted, expunged. South Dakota. Ah, fuck. You're not a legal state, that's why. Yeah. Not theft, yeah. That sucks, man. I'm sorry. Fuck. Just another reason I love my goddamn state. I really do. 4/2019, if you missed a court, it was a felon. Oh, what? So they automatically would charge you with a felony if you missed a court date? Was there any cap on that? Like, there had to be a cap on that. They weren't just going to charge any misdemeanor. JB Pritzker's a good man. You better follow me, my man. You just said something that actually, like, cheers to that. No, so he is. Like, the stuff that he has done for my state, the people that he has protected, the people, like, the policies that he has tried to institute, I gotta say, man, I dig the guy. Grab a beer. Well, welcome to High on Politics. You're in the right place. Oh, damn. This is really good. Gotta say. All right. While he grabs a beer, always down to have a conversation. I did want to cover this story real quick. Yeah, we did the Vitaly here.
Welcome back, everyone. Today's video is a true bombshell for the games industry. This is one of those things that can have true impact, so let me explain. What just happened is the European Union just rewrote the rules on premium currency in games. Of course, that's the home of Ubisoft, of CD Projekt, of DICE, of Remedy, and so many other companies. And make no mistake, the new rules that they have just laid out could change gaming utterly. Actually change the games that you play. So you know those bundles where you've got to buy more currency than the item that you want costs? Or perhaps the idea of limited time events, of no refunds and digital purchases. These are all being fought against by legislators. And when the EU takes action, it's a large enough block that it can reverberate around the world. And as evidence, how's that USB-C charger on our phone working out? There's a lot to talk about. Strap in. This one could actually, honestly, be pretty good. Oddly enough, you've got EU legislation to thank for the standardized phone charger situation and for many, the ability to play ROMs on their iPhone. But now we seem to have EU legislation to thank for premium currency being threatened, so here's what went on. In September 2024, the EU proposed the Digital Fairness Act that was targeting all the practices online that make using digital services miserable, and in particular, it called out dark patterns in video games as one of the targets, and that's basically the gross manipulative techniques that trick and strong-arm money out of people, obviously especially applying to people who are not yet adults. And this is fairly weighty because in the EU alone, games are obviously big business. Revenues have been going up in the EU. Online game spending in 2018 represented 74% of turnover coming from online revenue and 83% by 2022. That's all of those fun, dark patterns actually working and getting digital currency money out of people. But those dark patterns target the most vulnerable people the most. And there's no one more vulnerable in the eyes of the law than children. Children who spend an average of €31 a month on online games, according to data from Video Games Europe. Well, that's actually went down from 2023. I guess that's good. Everyone's feeling a little bit of the economic pinch, but it's not stopped the EU from taking action to protect kids, basically, from predatory premium currency models. And in situations like this, there's often a great offender, right, that is held up as an example of something doing everything wrong. So you might wonder, is it an Activision game? Is it Ultimate Team from the EA football games? Maybe it was Roblox. No, today, it's a game about horses. It's called Star Stable. You've probably never heard of it, but if this all does turn out good, we'll have the horse girls to thank. This is Star Stable Online. It comes from a Swedish developer called Star Stable Entertainment, and it is the game that may have just rewritten rules and monetization in the EU. So yeah, thanks, horse girls. Now, it turns out that Star Stable just uses all of the premium currency tactics in the book, which makes it a pretty awesome example, right? Especially because it is targeted at a younger audience. So in March 24, the Swedish Consumer Agency filed a complaint with the EU-wide Consumer Protection Cooperation Network. That's a mouthful. And that complaint alleged that Star Stable Entertainment were targeting children and using harmful...
That'd be funny if it was just one legislator that, played the game. Ja, I have to say, I don't think it is very fair that the little horsies, they cost over $30 for the new pack. I didn't like it.
Commercial practices that breached EU consumer regulations.
Sorry, that's my
Now,
best
the findings
Norwegian accent.
corroborated much of those
Swedish.
allegations. They found that the game made direct
Can't even get it
appeals
right.
to children in their ads, that they were using pressuring techniques like FOMO, which is particularly despicable when it's not, on adults, and there was a lack of transparency on purchases and loads more things. I mean, here's an example of one that's particularly rough. They were responsible for influencers promoting the game to kids without any disclosure of the spending risk. So, in short, it's bloody well damning. Star Stable Entertainment now have a month to address complaints and propose solutions with their game, but what matters for our purposes today is the Consumer Protection Cooperation Network, we can just call the CPCN. They have laid out what they want. So I'll spell it
Hey,
out
we just
via
got
an
rid of
example.
ours.
This is what should happen in the ideal
Luckies.
world. You, dear gamer, want to buy yourself a new horse. You see that your new horse costs 300 star coins. The store tells you that's around £5, so it just lets you buy 300 coins exactly. You buy exactly what you need for the horse, rather than the current bundles that exist of 200 coins or 400 coins, meaning that you always have to buy with some wastage, which just ends up giving the company more money. So in short, no obfuscation bullshit, no weird tactics. And worst of all for these companies, this will have them bloody well shaking. You'd have to have a refund
Mostly microwave, but I'll do a Jiffy Pop every now and then.
policy, both for the coins and the horse. And none of this would be pitched as a limited time event where you have got to get the thing right now. So that's an example then of how these policies should be applied, and each is indeed a massive win for consumers. But that would not matter if this amounted to nothing. You could look at all this and think, right, so some Swedish horse game has got a slap
The
in the
organic
wrist.
Jiffy Pop, yeah.
No, it's more than that. This seems to have backbone. So here's the big important bit. These solutions are the backbone of what the European Consumer Organization calls Key Principles for Trustworthy Gaming Environments. And these could cause huge problems for anyone who is using premium currency. When I say this could shake the foundations of the game industry economy, I absolutely mean it. So, these, which I'm going to spell out for you, are the minimum requirements for purchasing and using virtual currencies in the EU. And what's neat is the philosophy behind them. So the CPCN considers these premium currencies as an equivalent to the real money that is used to purchase them. And that for them means that they are just as worthy of legal scrutiny. So you can see how that is, in a way, a mindset
Wow, they took a...
shift
Yeah, that's the stuff that even in the US they would not do.
For actually treating these as they are. So just think about the last game that you played that had a premium currency in it. Whatever that game is, I want you to keep it in mind. And with that in your mind, I'm now going to go through the various different practices that this targets. So, prices for premium currency packs that are a little more than the available product. So you've got to buy extra coins, extra gems, whatever it may be. Obfuscation of how much currency is worth by always pairing currency with other items or multiple currency options. As an example, I think World of Warcraft may actually fall for that because it includes Trader's Tender in one of the new mount bundles. Another one, a complete lack of a refund option for making currency purchases or even for in-game items. So there would have to be a refund policy. That's something none of us are used to in these games. Also, FOMO practices to encourage buying. Those are going to be looked at, so some of those may no longer be allowed. And all of...
I don't know, after the Elon fiasco, I don't see any billionaire having too much influence over Trump after this.
These practices are now
Believe it or not.
that the EU can hold against developers and publishers.
But the misinfo salad's going to get a lot worse, make no mistake.
Even more so if the parental controls of said game are not up to scratch. So it's less a case of me saying, can you think of any game that falls into those categories? And it's more me saying, can you think of a game that doesn't fall into those criteria?
No.
It's fairly humongous, which might indeed be the point here. We know this is something the EU have been thinking about in
Call
other
of Duty's
circumstances
just like the most
Star
egregious.
Stable. As an example, in September 2024, the European Consumer Organization published a report on popular online games, and in that report, they
CSGO might be pretty bad.
targeted Diablo 4, EA Sports FC 24, Minecraft, Fortnite, and a bunch of others, and it was all about how the virtual currencies work. They were not thrilled on what they found in those games, right? Because many of them, well, they did the same things that, Star Stable did that we do not like. And that straight up means we can say that Electronic Arts and Blizzard Entertainment are being directly targeted by this body. That really is something. So it's no wonder that the BEUC will be holding workshops to help European companies implement these new principles. Because it seems
hey, PS3, that's a good system.
They may actually have to implement them. Everything that they previously thought was acceptable pretty much now isn't. And that, here's the shocking thing, that's just...
Look, Little Big Planet 2, it's one of the best games ever made, and it's on PS3.
That's not my commentary. That is what the industry response has been, so we know they are shaking in their boots. It ain't surprising the industry bodies aren't thrilled about this, and a big shout out to one of our Belgrade Games members, Neo Nebulosa, for directing us to this stuff. So, the European Game Developers Federation and the Video Games Europe, or two groups basically, they've published a joint statement that expresses their disappointment with the findings. Let's read their statement. Quote, "We are disappointed by the lack of engagement from the CPC network in creating these principles, which introduce new legal theories and misguided interpretations of EU consumer law that will create confusion and disruption for European customers." Sidebar. Oh no, we're going to be disrupted by sort of annoying predatory stuff going away. What an awful disruption. Back to the statement. It will also present a challenge to the industry's future growth and could even deprive millions of consumers access to their favorite games. Now that last bit is the interesting thing. So understandably, right, these groups, representing the most powerful players in the industry, did quite like things the way that they were. Change is dangerous, especially to the bottom line, and especially change like this. But in a way, they're not inherently wrong. It is true that audiences do actually understand premium currencies by and large right now, and when implementing currencies, these companies were following, their best legal guidance, and now that guidance has changed. I guess just like how so many phones had like a bespoke charging cable until the rules just changed in the middle of the game. So now they've got to get used to these new rules. And what'll sting is the impact on their bottom line. They're not wrong about the potential impacts of all of this. Now, big companies like Ubisoft can probably absorb the costs of any legal challenges or damage from rebuilding their premium currency systems. They'll probably spend a whole lot to try and figure out ways around these principles. As for smaller companies, well, they may not find that so easy. But where things will be dramatic is the group's final warning, because it's the most threatening one. It's the idea that players in the EU may just be locked out of video games. They'd say with a game like Overwatch, right?
Wait. They would just do that? That seems insane.
Choose to geo-restrict access to the game rather than change their monetization model or to just continue the game as normal and risk EU lawsuits.
Do they make enough with just like America and China? Wait. That's insane.
They look at the EU and think, you know what? We make enough from the States and other countries. We really don't need them.
Holy fuck, dude.
That being said, the EU population is kind of huge. Overall GDP is obviously a very, very flawed metric, but as an example, right, just Googling this here in 2024, the EU's nominal GDP was about 17.9 trillion and 1/6 of global nominal GDP, which is quite a lot of money, and a hell of a lot of that GDP globally will be in other countries like, say, China, where a lot of these companies will not be able to go in and directly monetize. That could actually mean that they will feel the need to change. And in a way, there are two wolves inside me who are fighting, right? I suppose one of them is the pragmatic wolf. The other one is the almost like the last vestiges of some sort of libertarian idealism that says, let the market decide. If the gamers do not like the bad practices, the gamers shall not partake in them, and the market will solve the problem. And I wish that was true, but I feel there's almost a faux idealism in so much of that. Because these psychological hooks, these psychological triggers, they do actually work. Yeah. We're in a world where you can very easily make, I think, some sound enough, philosophical arguments very much against regulation and all of that. And I totally get that. I'm fairly sympathetic towards that in many cases. But the thing is, we've also got to be pragmatic. And a part of that is being a bit humble about the human condition. And the fact of the matter is, these practices are not popular. People do not like them. Yet, people's behavior does continue. And these obviously are bad. And
because we feel locked in.
As people who enjoy video games, we see that as these types of practices derive more and more revenue, they then become what the companies focus on. And that is worse for the actual video games.
Is it bad that the last time I bought anything for like a game was Pokemon Go?
Because I suppose in a way, how much of game industry revenue comes essentially from psychological manipulation and these various...
Not true. Breath of the Wild. I got the Breath of the Wild DLC right before Tears of the Kingdom came out.
Business strategies that are designed to rake in revenue in a way that's not like really tied to the experience of a game that you purchase. We've just seen the share of that increase and increase and increase. And it's no wonder that as that is increased, the rest of us have become less and less satisfied with games.
Yeah.
So in a way...
The thing is, because they become so focused on that honestly, you kind of like see through it and it becomes, again, soulless. Like it becomes a soulless experience.
This does hurt the revenue of a bunch of companies and unfortunately leads to a bunch of job losses because these types of practices are no longer viable. Good riddance. Good riddance, absolutely. Let the companies fail, let those jobs go down. How we run things should be a dialogue between the private and public sectors, and in a case like this...
Thing is, I haven't bought any DLC. I usually wait for the game to come out with like a Game of the Year edition, and it has all the DLC with it.
I think it's an example of the public sector, right?
Like an old person.
People essentially saying, we actually do not like this practice. We don't want this to be the rules of the game. We want the rules of the game to change, to be more robust. And yeah.
Let's put it this way. Any skin that I have in Overwatch came from an event.
The market will, once it adapts to that, find a solution. And if the new rule set is a better rule set, then that should be a net good. But of course, none of this will matter if there's no enforcement. Enforcement, because one country making a digital consumer policy often will find difficulty in enforcing it because you're just one little guy. Mr. Belgium, right? That's why even though Belgium has banned loot boxes, so many games simply just ignore that and still operate in the country. Like in World of Warcraft in the new raid, one of the bosses is basically a slot machine boss. We always have the joke that for the person in our team that's in Belgium, that boss just can't drop any loot. I don't know, there's an EU firewall or a Belgian firewall. That's a joke, but you get the point. As much as many people have kind of went, oh, Belgium, you, take him down. It hasn't really mattered because it's just Belgium, just one little guy. It's a bit different here, though. And that's because the EU is, 26 other countries, and also Belgium. In 2023, it was worth 25.7 billion euro in game revenues. That's a lot of revenues. And we know that their legislators are willing to take on the likes of Apple and Google when their rulings are being defied. They have done that. But more than that, the companies inside the EU are, part of a big global network, and that does mean that whenever USB-C cables become standardized in the EU, they then become standardized everywhere because of manufacturing limitations. I'm sure Apple would have loved to have continued just selling people Lightning adapters in the States, but ultimately they seem to have saw the way the wind was blowing and made the big change to USB-C. No one wanted to have, of course, a whole factory just making EU-only phones. And again, thinking about the impact that would have had in the,
Well, they also realized that they were kind of fucking playing some shenanigans there, especially on Apple's side.
whole ecosystem of manufacturing partners.
This is how I know I have an old phone. I still have the old Apple cable.
Blah, blah, blah. So you can see how with hardware, it does kind of make sense. We can see those software examples where it's not really the same thing. It's not like you can just go and get an emulator for your iPhone in America, but you can in the EU. So the question then is, will developers want to risk losing a large slice of that EU-derived money? Or will they simply have to ship a cut down and less exploitative version of their in-game monetization to European?
I rarely buy skins. My friend refused to buy games with pay to win. I don't get why this is a problem.
If so, it puts them in a fun little dilemma.
Because it's essentially, it's legalized gambling for children, and it incentivizes children to spend money based on like FOMO and like false advertising.
Where the American gamer may get a transparent,
and there's no return policy. That's the biggest thing. So like there are a bunch of like this lawsuit came because there are a bunch of kids who stole their parents' credit card and there was no return policy.
The worst deal.
So it's predatory.
Than
like,
say,
and trust me, man. Like I get the whole like, well, these parents should have been watching. No, fuck that. They need to have a return policy.
The European gamer. And then you can say, well, compare
someone who has had their niece get like, dude, one of the most shocking things that's ever happened in my life was when my niece was just, I handed her my phone somehow, and this was right when like the facial recognition started. No, it wasn't even the facial recognition one. It was the one that had my thumbprint. She figured out how to get my thumb on like the reader while I wasn't even looking, and then like within seconds, she's going through my phone like downloading shit for her to play. I'm like, what is happening? And he's just like, oh, sorry, man. She's really fast.
My one is.
She likes to remind me of that a lot.
Doesn't have as much.
It's over like her first memories.
As many tricksy bundles and things that basically feel like a scam, and that'll be a bad look. That's the dilemma that these companies face, and in a way, it's all thanks to a game about horses. So, hero of the day.
Hilarious that
horse girls.
Horse game did
yes, that's the thing. Okay, tell you what though, if you want another story, another big, grand, juicy story, check out this one. It also hits the EU.
Yeah, don't need that. Don't need it just because it's an EU story. I was more interested in the fact that it was, a story about gaming. Because, yeah, I'll be honest, like, Overwatch was, like, the first time that I was really starting to get annoyed with that shit. But it was Battlefield 2. Or Battlefront 2, like Star Wars. I think that's, like, the most infamous game for, like, pointing out the loot box system, and they finally had it where they're just like, we're not doing this. Like, this pay to win bullshit is ridiculous, especially because, like, dude, when the loot boxes are like giving you shit that makes your your weapons, your character that much better, that's a problem. where apps are available. Steal your mom's credit card simulator. God, they have a card pack opening simulator where you can literally buy like Pokemon packs. That shit is that's what we're all gonna need coming up here. God, that's what we're all gonna have. I mean, fuck. It's so depressing out there. You can't even find Pokemon cards. Like, everything that I have, just so you guys know, I have gotten, like, it was either around Christmas or, like, the prismatic box my wife found during a restock, and I got very, very lucky. So, that's why I haven't opened that. Not going to sell it either. Not scalping POS. No, I'm just waiting for the day that I'm going to open that on stream. It's going to be fun. But it is on the parents. No, it's not necessarily on the parents. It is on them to have locks in place. Like, so it's not even locks in place. They have to have the ability for these parents to recoup any costs, and then they could take back whatever the fuck was bought. Like, there are many different other games that, like, kind of saw through that, where it's just like, hey, well, we should probably do that. Here. Let's do this. Screw it. Let's do one more politics. Why not? Even though I know we're in the fun half. Let's do it.
China steals somewhere in the neighborhood of $500 billion a year. We ignored Osama bin Laden, and then we said, how did that happen? Well, we can't afford to do that with China because China is so much more powerful than Al-Qaeda ever was.
We don't need this weirdo militaristic talk about China. And I don't want to get into a war with China. That's mental.
Yeah, dude, what the fuck?
Just because we're not shooting guns and dropping bombs doesn't mean we're not at war with China, bro. Trust me, they're poisoning the minds of the kids with that freaking TikTok crap. They send fentanyl through our freaking border. How much more signs do you need to say that they are the enemy?
Is there anybody else that has a walk-in?
I mean, people are waking up, Piers. I don't think they're necessarily bending the knee. It's like America is just fed up and they're just tired of the nonsense. Good for Bill Maher.
People are being rounded up for their ideas, and that's new, and that's chilling.
No, this is all a protection of Israel. And once you take away his rights, you're taking away our rights. And that's it. Round them up.
There are no half measures in today's febrile public square. President Trump's 90-day pause on most new tariffs was either a masterclass in the art of the deal or a panic-stricken climb down. It depends on who you follow online and what you watch. And the same camps are divided over Bill Maher, who has variously been described this weekend as a rabid MAGA convert and a sellout dupe for reporting on his dinner with the president like this.
Not even a convert.
He's much more self-aware than he lets on in public. I'm just taking as a positive that this person exists, because everything I've ever not liked about him was, I swear to God, absent. I never felt I had to walk on eggshells around him. And honestly, I voted for Clinton and Obama, but I would never feel comfortable talking to them the way I was able to talk with Donald Trump. That's just how it went down. Make of it what you will.
Well, the truth is exactly where he is, somewhere in the middle. If the 2028 election is somehow Obama versus Trump, as Steve Bannon suggested in the same show, you can safely bet that Bill Maher will not be backing the president. But he's also figured out that defending Democrats to the hilt over every cultural excess and constantly smearing Trump as a dangerous demagogue who can do no right isn't working out very well either. As for the tariffs, there's no doubt that they have caused chaos in the markets. But there's also no doubt that many countries are now hurriedly negotiating new trade.
Jeff, that's actually pretty fair. Sorry, when I see a necklace with a cross, I lose respect for them. It's a cover to lie.
Terms that will benefit the US. And if MAGA is as divided and furious about the trade war as we've been led to believe, well, nobody told the crowd at UFC in Florida this weekend.
And making the entrance right now to a standing ovation, the 47th president of the United States of America, flanked by UFC CEO Dana White and others, Donald J. Trump.
Is there anybody else that has a walk-in other than a fighter?
So nothing is black and white. Well, almost nothing. There are still things like Taylor Lorenz's fangirling over Luigi Mangione.
You're going to see women especially that feel like, oh my God, right? Like, here's this man who's revolutionary, who's famous, who's handsome, who's young, who's smart. He's a person that seems this morally good man, which is hard to find.
Sorry, what? Surely everyone with a brain or a heart or a modicum of compassion can agree that someone who executes a father of two as he walks down the street is not a morally good man. Well, let's find out. To debate all this and more, I'm joined by Cenk Uygur, the founder and CEO of the Young Turks, by Josh Rogan, analyst for the Washington Post Intelligence, Vinny Ashana, PBD's podcast Angry Patriot, and Gordon Chang, the author of Plan Red, China's Project to Destroy America. Well, welcome to all of you. Let me start with you, Cenk. Where are we with tariff?
How is Vinny already red? Like, what the fuck? Is this guy walking around with his blood pressure always about to fucking burst?
It seems to me the biggest problem right now for the administration is not the principle of leveling tariffs, which can be debated, or the overarching philosophy behind it, which is that America should be doing more manufacturing. I think most people agree with that. The real problem is the constant mixed messaging from the top people at the White House is causing, I think, real uncertainty and real damage, not least to Donald Trump's approval ratings on the economy.
Yeah, 100%. There's really no argument about it. I mean, the folks that are saying art of the deal are hilarious. So, and it can be proven very simply. So first, he does these global, massive nuclear tariffs. So as you know, appears on this show, I said they'll never last. They're maniacal. And I also said, as you're pointing out, that tariffs can be done right. They could be targeted and strategic based on industries or countries in specific. So then Donald Trump backpedals, and you can tell it's a backpedal and not some sort of art of the deal because he got absolutely nothing in return.
That father of two actively sought out avenues to deny more patients, so yeah.
So the 90-day pause was...
Just because, you know, he murdered with people... I always like this one. Just because he murdered people with a pen doesn't mean that it didn't make him a murderer.
Was based on zero give back from any other country. It's because he had miraculously crashed the stock market and the bond market at the same time, which was previous.
Current TV got me started on TYT, then online with them, which ultimately got me here. That's... Oh, shit.
Held unimaginable because one is supposed to go up while the other one goes down.
I guess we got to reconcile with that one.
And now China tariffs is super strong.
All right.
Okay, exemptions for iPhones.
Jeff, I appreciate your honesty.
Electronics. Why? Because he hadn't thought it through. He hasn't thought through any of this. He's always doing this in a way that makes no sense at all.
No.
And by the way, if you like tariffs and you like the idea of rebuilding manufacturing in this country, Donald Trump just did massive damage to it. Because after this, who's going to want to do tariffs again? So there's absolutely no planning here. And then let's see how he negotiates, if he can negotiate with...
This is how you know, like, Vinny, whenever somebody has a good point, Vinny gets mad.
China at all. But it's done nothing but damage and gotten us no
you'd
good
think is all the
return
time.
so far.
Okay, Gordon Chang, your response to that?
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Well, yes, so far, but we're very early into this process. And yes, I don't like a lot of the turbulence and a lot of the backtracking, but we got to see how this turns out. Remember, with this 90-day pause, President Trump is going to be negotiating with a lot of countries. We're going to end up stitching trade deals with them, and we're going to leave China out in the cold. And China's never been there, or at least hasn't been there for decades. So I think this is a fascinating process. It has actually a possibility of working, and it's absolutely got to work. President Trump knows what he needs to do. Now, he may not do it in the way we like, but I think he's going to eventually get it done. So let's wait until the end of the process before making judgments about whether this works or not.
No, because that's not what you do in politics and in news or any of this, you disingenuous fuck.
Yeah, I mean, Josh, there are 90 days.